Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 86, Strategy Against Treacherous Memories. It was the dead of night, and so iPhone and Erza had waited for over 2 hours already. Rally Point 6 was a secluded place, as far from the normal spaces of the park as possible. Huddled under some trees, so iPhone had insisted they hide under a tree some 40 yards away, their riot so totally masked by a keto spell. Erza would normally have thought it paranoid, but right now, it barely seemed sufficient. "Are you sure about this?" she whispered under her breath for what seemed like the umpteenth time. "We're out of options," so iPhone said flatly, keeping her voice to the bare minimum. "I have no idea who contacted us, but right now, a faint hope is better than nothing. What if it's a trap?" "If it were a trap, it would have been sprung already," so iPhone said, shaking her head. "No, we didn't get warning ahead of time to get us somewhere far away just so they could get us here, when they already had us cornered. I don't know who is looking out for us, and I hate that, but it would be really stupid as far as plans go to do something that elaborate. What if they're just really stupid?" "A possibility," so iPhone grunted. 2 hours of dead silence. 2 hours of stewing on the impossible situation. 2 hours of running through the look on Momo's face. 2 hours of feeling a murderous hate growing in her chest, a feeling so intense that it scared her. What he had taken from her. Suddenly, so iPhone pulled Erza down to the ground in a crouch, putting a finger over her mouth, and Erza saw why. In the distance, a figure had come. She couldn't see him in the gloom, and his riot so was thoroughly suppressed. They both stared into the distance. "I know you're there," came the voice, "under that tree. I can't quite see you, but I know you're there." Very cautious. "I appreciate that." Erza's heart skipped a beat. That voice, it was Urahara Kisuk. "Do we run?" she mouthed at so iPhone, who shook her head. The small captain slipped back a few steps, and gave Erza a nudge. Erza swallowed and stood up, the keto spell hiding them breaking. "Urahara," she said, hand on her blade. "And right now, I imagine so iPhone is sneaking around me to get in behind me. It shouldn't take any longer than—" "Oh yes, there we go," he said, satisfied, as the Stealth Corps commander's blade pressed against his throat. "Keep your hands up," so iPhone hissed, "and stand still, or I will happily cut your throat where you stand." Slowly, Urahara raised his hands. Erza approached, drawing her blade. "He got to you," she said, staring down the shopkeeper. "I know he got to you. So, are you here on his behalf?" "Shuakura Tsukishima is a manipulator and a liar," said Urahara. "I am very much gotten to still, but I've managed to resist it." "Explain," so iPhone demanded, the tip of her blade drawing blood. "Really, Captain," said Urahara, "I know all about intimidation tactics. I used to be 3rd seat of 2nd Division, you know." "Talk." So iPhone demanded. "I agree," said Erza. "How? Can we do this without a knife?" "No," said Erza, simultaneously with so iPhone. Erza blinked. "Explain first. Then we'll see. We can't take chances." "Fair enough," said Urahara with a sigh. "He got me in my own laboratory. I was distracted, and so was Nozomi. Before I knew it, he was my best pal Shuakura, who had always been there for me, as natural as anyone. At first, it was an absolutely solid illusion. Immutable. I didn't start to question it until he made me shut off all the Senkaimon access to Karakura." "What about it?" Erza demanded. "Commander, I spent over a century in hiding," Urahara said, sounding exasperated, "always doing my best to stay hidden, to avoid big commotions that would make the Godai get curious and come looking. Something like shutting down all communications, that's totally unnatural for me. It's as if he had asked you to kick a puppy, or something. It is something that puts me directly on their radar. So, as I was doing it, I was asking myself, hold on. Why am I doing this? It's crazy. It's bad. It's exactly what I've spent so much time avoiding." The answer, of course, was, for Tsukishima. My best buddy, who had been there for me since forever. That guy. Except. He shook his head, and slowly took off his hat. So iPhone's blade scratched against his throat, but he didn't seem to care. Except I've always been a recluse by nature. I never kept people too close to me. There is only one person who I've let in to know the real me, and that's your Yuki. I've never had anyone that close. I think this particular manipulation went against much that is very much core to my personality. A close friend for so long. He shook his head. Then there were the facts. Tsukishima, to my knowledge, was not a Shinigami. So how could he have been around for over 100 years and still look so young? Every time such a thought came to my head, I dismissed it his manipulation at work, I suspect, but I felt uneasy. Something was gnawing at me. I was racked with doubt. Something didn't make sense. I followed him that first time he tried to corner us, as you well know. The flashbang, said so iPhone, that was you. Standard issue stealth gear, said Urahara, shrugging. You might have guessed. There's a lot on all our minds, said Erza. Too true. Urahara sighed. Up till that point, I merely doubted. That flashbang. I threw it, feeling as if I had done a moral ill, but I felt compelled. Nothing was clear. But when you left, well, a furious Tsukishima kept on giving us orders. And I thought, why is he giving us orders? Us? Shinigami captains, being ordered around by an ally. It didn't add up. So, when I got back, I sat down and had a think. It hurt to do it, but I questioned his behavior. I checked my data files. Not a single trace of him anywhere. If he had worked with us in the past, I would have known. I'm very thorough in documenting things. But, although my heart told me he was real, the evidence told me he was not who he said he was, and I have always gone by the evidence. I felt like a traitor when I realized it, like scum. I still do, and it angers me that he exerts that kind of control over me. But, mentally, I am in charge of myself. And, right now, I am your only shot at bringing him down, so I would appreciate not having a knife to my neck. Erza nodded, and slowly, so iPhone brought down her blade and sheathed it. I know neither of you thinks highly of me, said Urahara severely, but in my own way, I am a very loyal person. I have one true friend in my life, and he has taken her. She is brilliant, and deserves better. Not only that, but he dared to twist my mind around, to insert himself where he was not wanted. I am not an easy man to offend or move, captains. In fact, I pride myself on it. But, I do believe he has managed to insult me as thoroughly as anyone possibly could. His voice was cold as he spoke, gravely serious, and Erza believed him. He could still be under his influence, said so iPhone reluctantly. He is, said Erza, but didn't you tell me it would be a stupid plan to do something that elaborate? So iPhone said nothing, but gave Urahara a dirty look. It's fine if you hate me, said Urahara. I don't mind it at all. It's nothing new. But, we share somebody precious, do we not? Somebody we both want to be free. We do, so iPhone said bitterly. Enough, said Erza. You said you wanted to bring him down. How? I think you must have concluded, like I did, that we need to know the extent of his powers, and if it will wear off on its own or not, said Urahara. Once we know, we can move. I intend to bug the headquarters. Somehow, I'll try to goad the information out of him. How? Demanded so iPhone. He will have his guard down, said Urahara with a cheeky smile. Power has such a way of giving people more confidence than they should have. I used to do this for a living, remember? There's no other choice, so iPhone muttered. I'll see what I can find by tomorrow. When you know, will you kill him? Said Erza. I would, he said with a sigh, but I doubt if I could. Could I drive a knife into your Yuki's back if I thought that was necessary? I doubt it. I dread to think what kind of person I would be if I could. Even knowing in my mind that he is a liar and a manipulator, my heart tells me he is not. You must deal with this. I will help you when it's time, but it won't be as easy as just taking him out. Not for me. Erza sighed, and nodded. All right, I understand. Keep in touch. Here, said Urahara, offering 2 little beads that could fit into an ear easily. I'll contact you with these when it's time. Erza nodded. Thanks. Kisuk. Don't thank me yet, he muttered. This is far from over. Now, that we can agree on, so iPhone said. They watched him leave. You don't trust him, Erza said, stating the obvious. There is no other course left, so iPhone said, gritting her teeth, and he's right. He's not letting his emotions get in the way, and neither should I. Let's go, then, said Erza. We have some allies to locate still. Breakfast at the castle was a rich and loud event, with hundreds of knights gathered in a single hall, a veritable feast of foods laid out on large tables for anyone to pick at leisure: yogurt, juice, sausages, scrambled eggs, bread and butter. Uriah settled for a couple of sandwiches and sat down next to Grand Master Hashwalth, noticing a few envious stares from some younger knights. He kept his head down and ate in silence. Hashwalth was deep in conversation with Sir Black Bez and he didn't want to interrupt. Hey, hey, hey. There was a commotion, and unexpectedly, Bambietta was at the center of it. Lil Tato, you took the last of the sausages. Now I won't have any for my eggs. She complained loudly. They'll put out new ones in a second, Lil Tato said, a little annoyed. You're such a greedy bitch. It's just food, Paladin, said Lil Tato. Seriously, relax. It's not just any food, Bambietta whined. They make the best sausages here. It's one of the few things this crappy castle is good for. Uriah noticed Bambietta was getting stares, her diatribe hadn't passed unnoticed, and even her status as a paladin didn't seem to stop some knights from giving her a scornful look. You're making an ass of yourself, Lil Tato said with a sigh, sitting down, again. Stop insulting our home. It's a boring place, Bambi said stubbornly. Bambietta, said Hashwalth smoothly, seeming to have noticed the looks she was getting, I'll personally request the chef gets you whatever you want. Please, there's no need to fuss. We want for nothing here. Uriah had expected some sort of snarky clapback, but perhaps Bambi had some shame, despite all evidence to the contrary, because she shrugged and sat down with a, whatever, man, further down the table. Quietly, Uriah chewed down his sandwich, but he couldn't help but cast a few wayward glances down the table. Hashwalth, whose merry conversation with Bez had been interrupted, gave him a look. I sense a question about you, aspirant. It is not for me to ask. The workings of your order are not for me to question. On the contrary, said Hashwalth with a smile, shaking his head, questioning them is exactly why you are here. If there is anything on your mind, then speak up. If it's not impolite to do so. Please, said Hashwalth. This order. Said Uriah, pausing, hesitant as to how he'd put this. There is less formality and decorum in it than expected. Your king is quite tolerant of breaches of protocol, and merriment, and mirth, and loud approval, they all seem to be acceptable if not encouraged. Correct, said Hashwalth. We take care to be a band of brothers and sisters, with a connection between superior and subordinate. Nobody in our order should fear to speak their mind based on rank. Even so, said Uriah, there is still a fair amount of ritual to observe. You certainly seem to prize civility, even if its limits are different than I expected. So we do. So. I mean, Paladin Bambietta, even under these restrictions. You wonder, said Hashwalth, as Uriah trailed off, fearful of offending the Grand Master, why is she allowed to behave the way she does? I had thought she would be a bit more extroverted in your mission to contact me, which by all accounts seemed rather relaxed, said Uriah, frowning, but she seems to be exactly the same here. Nobody else speaks quite as carelessly as she seems to do. Not even. He glanced at Bez, who let out a bark of a laugh. Not even that cheeky bastard Bez Black, huh? He said. I really should up my game. No offense was intended, Uriah said quickly, but Hashwalth cut him off. Never mind offense, he said, paying the idea of it no mind. You wonder why this is allowed. You wonder why a paladin such as she, so valued and exalted a servant of the order, is so openly insubordinate and disrespectful. You see the scorn in our brothers and sisters' eyes, and wonder how she gets away with it. I only ever saw her behave like the others before the king, said Uriah. It was strange. Freaky, more like, Baz said with a chortle. Bambi ain't Bambi if she isn't talking shit. The answer, said Hashwalth, as much a contrast to Bez's bluntness as ever, is consideration. Particular consideration. She has had difficulties in the past. Such as? Said Uriah. That is, well, privileged information? I might have guessed, said Uriah dryly, not even surprised. It is, Hashwalth confessed, but not for reasons related to the order. It is simply not my story to tell. It's private. Personal. Suffice it to say that Paladin Basterbine underwent something extraordinarily traumatic before joining our order. Her body has healed perfectly, but the scars are red and raw in her mind. So, she acts out. She behaves like an immature teenager. We let her, because we have her best interests in mind. You might not believe it, but she has made extraordinary improvements since she came here. I believe one day she will be like one of us. Well, mostly, he said with a smile. I'm not sure I want her to be exactly like the others. It'd be boring as hell, said Bez, shaking his head. Doesn't hurt that she's one of the 5 strongest hands we got in the castle. Speaking of, fuck me, she's not wrong about this place being boring sometimes. Is it too much to ask for electric lighting? Candles are perfectly fine, Bassard, said Hashwalth defensively. Oh, Bassard, here we go with that again, said Bez, rolling his eyes. That's his way of telling me to fuck off. Sorta like calling your mom mother when you're pissed at her, you know. You know, Sir Black, sometimes I wonder how you have managed to gain absolutely no taste in your time here, said Hashwalth. It's been over 5 centuries. One would think something would stick. Yeah, electricity is real tasteless, said Bez with a snort. If you ask me, we should still be paying for everything with silver coins and chaining our women to the kitchens. Medieval ideas are grand, ain't they? Are we quarreling? Said Sir Gerhard Ragnarsson, passing by, sounding almost excitable. It's just Hashwalth thinking I got no class. You know, the usual, said Bez with a shrug. Well, you don't, and we all know our Grand Master is a Luddite, Gerhard said with a roaring laugh. Come now, quarrel about something new, why don't you? I refuse, said Bez. That, sir, said Gerhard, offends my honor as a warrior, and I demand redress. In the courtyard, this instant. You'll be even more offended when you're face down in the dirt, said Bez, grinning. Not this time, sir, said Gerhard confidently. You never learn, huh? Said Bez, standing up. All right, if you want to eat dirt this bad, I guess I'll oblige you. See you ladies later. With that, he walked away, Gerhard hurrying after him excitedly. They're like children, Hashwalth said with a sigh, but he sounded happy all the same. I swear, all these centuries and they won't change. Quite, said Uriah, not knowing what else to say. To see Quincy's assuredly older than most Godii captains, and almost assuredly as powerful as them, acting like exuberant teenagers was strange but somehow, rather refreshing. The lack of overt formality of the kind he had seen in the Godii, Uriah decided, was not a bad thing. Grimjoe lay stretched out, irritated. Napping and working out only got you so far, and he was starting to get restless. For some time now, he had honestly been hoping that stupid redhead would come down to bother him, or even her mother. She had some steel in her, obnoxious as she was. Anything was better than being left alone. He stared up at the artificial sky, the back of his head rested on his hands. Where the hell was everyone? It had been, like, a whole day since anyone had come to check on him, and the black-robed bastards usually liked to keep a close look on him, even with that stupid seal keeping him in check. It was like they thought he was a bomb about to explode at any moment. The idea that they just didn't care bothered him more than he liked to admit. Aaron Carr. The voice was sharp and quiet, and Grimjoe sprung to his feet. Who had snuck up on him? Where from? How could he have gotten sloppy enough to? He turned his head and saw her, crouched by a rock. It was the small, perpetually frowning one, the one with the long hair braids. "Oh. It's just you, Tiny," said Grimjo, now mildly less annoyed. She was a sneaky one, after all. "Keep your voice down and listen," the captain said firmly, "and whatever you do, don't call out to anyone else, or you'll regret it." "Oh," said Grimjo, a grin on his face. "Why?" "It's complicated," said the captain. "Yeah. Actually, it's not," she said, clenching a fist. She was angry, he could smell it on her no matter how well she hid it. "Most of our people have been brainwashed by an unknown enemy. We're desperate, and we need whatever allies we can get. Commander Scarlet sent me. You are to come with me, and fight alongside us." "And why'd I do that, huh?" Grimjo said spitefully. "How about please, Mr. Grimjo, sir?" "No, I know how about beg on your knees first." "The commander told me you might say that," said the captain. "She told me to say, are you really going to say no to letting loose and punching the tar out of some Shinigami?" Grimjo frowned, and paused. "Because I could just leave," said the captain. "Yeah, no, when you put it like that," said Grimjo, as if he just heard the most convincing argument of his life. "I mean, I might go along. Stretch my legs, and all that. Just say, please. Come along or I'll use the seal on your neck," said the captain, staring him down. "Your choice. Lie there on the ground, sick to your stomach, twitching like a little bitch, or come with me and be as violent as you'd like." "You drive a hard bargain," said Grimjo, grinning widely. Antics aside, the thought of letting loose at full strength again was seductive, downright intoxicating. All right, calm your tits. I'm in." Erza watched the wrappings materialize, so iPhone's teleportation spell coming into effect, leaving her in a very pleased-looking Grimjo where only empty space had been a moment ago. "Hang on," said Tatsuki. "Isn't that?" "We're out of options," said Erza quickly. Tatsuki was the only ally she had been able to secure. Uriah was out of town, so iPhone's agents had confirmed Chad 2 had been turned by Tsukishima, and she wasn't sure where Ichigo was. She badly hoped he had the sense not to do anything stupid. "Tiny here tells me I get to kick some ass, for real," said Grimjo, flexing his arms and shoulders. "You ain't having a laugh on my expense, are ya?" "I wish it was that," said Erza, scowling. "We've been attacked by Dash." "Save it," said Grimjo. "Just point to who I get to fuck up and I'll do it. I don't care about no brainwashing, or whatever." "I do," said Erza sharply. "These are my friends and family he's taken. If you hurt them, or worse, then I'll make your life a living hell." "Yeah no," said Grimjo, "I ain't sure if you noticed, but holding back ain't my thing." "Then fight the others," so iPhone cut in, "the invaders. These, Fullbringers, they called themselves. There's no need to hold back against them." "That works," said Erza, whose temper had almost cracked under the pressure. "Yeah, by all means. Go crazy. That's what I'm talking about," said Grimjo, fist pumping, giving an excited little skip into the air. "No killing," said Erza firmly. "Beat the hell out of them, but no killing." "You're breaking my balls, here," said Grimjo exasperatedly. "Fucking hell, Red." "Only if absolutely necessary," said so iPhone. "I am sure the commander won't object to you defending your life with lethal force if it comes to that." "Yeah," said Erza, nodding, "if you have to." "All right." Erza sighed, and turned to Tatsuki. "You don't have to come. I know you're formally an ally, but I won't make you. This is more than anyone should be expected to handle. I'm barely able to do it. It's not your fight." "You said they got Orium, right?" Tatsuki said, uncertainly eyeing the excitable beast Grimjo, and the browbeaten Commander Erza. "They did," Erza confirmed with a nod. "Then it is my fight," said Tatsuki. "Friends and family, you're not the only one who lost them here. If I can help get them back, there's no way I'll back off." "Commendable," said so iPhone. "Just steel yourself. This will not be easy." "Indeed," said Erza, "right now, we're waiting for word from Urahara. We need to act today, somehow, and when we do, we'll face our own people. Tactically, we have the advantage, at least against our own. They seem to still recognize us as allies, and would thus pull their punches a fair bit, said So iPhone. I know it won't be easy, but you can't pull yours. Speak for yourself, said Grimjo, cackling with glee. We got it, said Erza irritably. Damn it all. I'll go and try to find Ichigo. The rest of you, keep low. Send a message via Kido if there's an emergency. Now all that remained was waiting, the accursed, slow drag of waiting when waiting was the last thing they wanted to do. I made you some tea. Thank you, Momo. I am sure it's excellent. Momo beamed at the praise, and sat down next to Shuakura. He was sitting by a table in their headquarters, staring at a number of files, the files about each member of the expedition, in fact, taken from Urahara's records. Why he was doing that, she wasn't sure, but he didn't seem too busy. It's black tea with citrus, she explained. I even added a little bit of honey to it. The sweetness mixes perfectly with the bitter taste. That's great, Shuakura said distractedly. It's so nice to see you here, Momo continued happily. I hope I'm not bothering you. I know you do so much work to help us. What exactly that work was she was a bit fuzzy about, but the others seemed to accept it. She was sure it had to be important, somehow. MHM. She leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his body, his smell. It was intoxicating. He was such a considerate man, always so kind. What are you doing? Nothing. Said Momo, sitting upright again. I was just thinking we could. I'm working, he said firmly. I appreciate the tea, and the company, but, do you mind? Oh, of course. Said Momo, standing up. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize. Really, it's fine, he said, and Momo felt overwhelmed with happiness. He was so charitable, even when she was being bothersome. I really try not to bother you, but, well, I thought we'd been getting closer. Well, I'm mistaken. She stuttered. A time and a place, he said. I'll be happy to spend time with you after work. All right. All right. Momo said cheerily. Now, if you'll excuse me. Of course. Momo said, walking out of the room quickly, gently closing the door behind her. Even rejected, she felt happy. He was just so nice. Always finding time for her. Except right now. Well, you couldn't have everything, could you? Something is wrong. The small voice came unbidden, from somewhere inside, and she shook her head to dispel it. The last couple of days had been so confusing. She wondered what Erza and So iPhone were doing. What was their problem, really? Why was Erza running away from them? She was the commander of the mission. Momo blinked. Erza was commander. She should be here. So, why wasn't she? Shuakura had said they were going crazy, but that was just so strange. Erza would go through hell itself for her friends, she was so passionate, but she had never been unstable. Momo had known Erza since forever, almost as long as Shuakura. They had been so close. Close together. She had done so much for her. For Shuakura. Wasn't she quite close with Erza? Hadn't she been trying to get closer to her? Hadn't that been the one she was thinking of? Then suddenly, her worries dissipated immediately as she thought of Shuakura. Everything was going to be fine. Erza was her friend, and whatever was wrong, Shuakura would help settle. Things were strange, but they'd become clear soon, she was sure. Until then, she just had to keep on supporting her love, Shuakura. She smiled, thinking only of him. Ichigo knew better. He really did know better this time, which was why it was so infuriating that despite this, he was going to find Jinjo anyway. Why he was doing it, he wasn't sure, it made no sense and exposed him to serious danger, and for what? Answers, from a liar? But, answers were what he burned for right now. He needed them, badly. Even with all Erza had told him, something in him refused to believe all that time he'd spent with Jinjo was a lie. Maybe it was pride. Maybe it was him just unable to admit he'd been played for a fool. Maybe it was that he stupidly thought he could salvage the situation all by himself. Or, maybe it was the look that had been in Jinjo's eyes when he described how the Godai had double-crossed him, or the love and pride in his voice every time he spoke of his full-bringers, his kids. That was the core of it. Somehow, Ichigo found it impossible to believe a man who cared that deeply about his family, adopted although it may be, could be altogether bad. There had to be something there he could reason with, something to work out. At least, he hoped so as he dashed through the city to Urahara's store, Zanpakuta strapped on his back. He was not about to get taken in by Tsukishima, that much he had decided. Once he arrived at the store, he saw Byakuya standing guard outside. It would have been comical if not for the gravity of the situation, the exalted, noble Kukaki Byakuya, reduced to the status of a mere door guard. He stepped in Ichigo's way as the teen approached. "State your business." "Here to see Jinjo." "Get out of my way," said Ichigo gruffly, not in the mood for noble bravado. "Nobody enters without Tsukishima's say-so," said Byakuya. Such was his command. "Look at yourself." Ichigo sneered. "Think, will you? Why is the head of the most important noble family in the Godai taking orders from some human trash? There may be some doubt as to dash." "What? No, know your place, commoner, no jibes like that." Spat Ichigo. "You know something is wrong, deep down. Don't give me this crap. Let me through, or else dash." For a moment, there had been doubt on Byakuya's face, and for the blink of an eye Ichigo had dared hope there was a chance of making him think, but at Ichigo's threat, the nobleman hardened. "Dare try to upset the order of this command post," he said icily, "and you will soon regret it, boy. You son of a bitch, remember the thrashing I gave you before?" said Ichigo, realizing his temper was worse than he had thought. "I'll be happy to give you another dash." "Jesus Christ, calm down." It was Jinjo, hissing the words out in a whisper, rushing out from the store. "Kyogo Jinjo," said Byakuya with a nod. "Man of the hour," Ichigo growled. "He attempted to breach these headquarters said Byakuya, but Jinjo cut him off. Yeah, he said hastily. "Look, we'll settle this, him and I. Let's go somewhere else, okay?" Ichigo let Jinjo lead him beside the store, into an alleyway right next to the building. "Jinjo," said Ichigo darkly, staring the old man down. "Ichigo," said Jinjo with a sigh. "I guess you're wise to what happened, huh?" "I don't know. Am I?" Ichigo's words were blunt and hard, striking like a steel-shod club. "Look were you lying this whole time?" Ichigo demanded, now surprisingly cold. Anger built up inside him, but he was calm, collected. He needed answers now, not a scream off, and it wouldn't do to alert anyone else. "I wasn't lying per se. Just omitting that you were planning to attack all of them at once, using me to get to them. It wasn't supposed to go this way." Jinjo hissed, sounding genuinely pained. "How was it supposed to go, then? Was I supposed to be gotten first? This whole thing is a disaster, okay?" Jinjo snarled. "Sure, he's going mad with power. I told that boy he had to be careful with it. Damn it all, my kids are going to get themselves killed, and it'll be all my fault." Ichigo heard the agony in his voice, saw the fear in his face, and softened a little. "What the hell happened? I think you know already. A Shinigami came to check out our area. She wound up dead, but that was an accident. It wasn't supposed to be this way, I swear. I wanted to run, I wanted to get out, but they just... Oh, hell, Shiryu turned them against me. Calm down," Ichigo said quietly, putting a hand on the man's shoulder. "I need you to tell me what happened, in your words. I'm giving you a chance." "It's my fault," Jinjo said weakly, seeming to barely have listened. "I told them all these years that you Shinigami were the devil, and I believed it, too, but I made you all into the boogeyman and now they're angry and scared, and this can't last." "I know it can't." "One thing at a time," said Ichigo. "You just went in and took everyone over. All except for... I wanted to run, you hear me? But Shiryu, he got them all on his side, and I couldn't. You couldn't leave them behind, said Ichigo, nodding, no more than you could cut off an arm. Isn't that right? Jinjo nodded, taking a few deep breaths. He got everyone except, I think Commander Scarlet, this iPhone person, and the other Kukaki and Matsumoto? Those were the names in the files. I know. I saw them last night, said Ichigo. Look, Tsukishima. He's out of control, said Jinjo. He doesn't know it yet, but he is. This ends with all of us in a coffin, Ichigo. Focus. Said Ichigo. His hypnosis, does it have any weaknesses? Any limits? It's not perfect, said Jinjo. He has to work on it constantly, and the more people it touches, the harder it gets. If he doesn't maintain it, it eventually fades away on its own with just a bit of memory loss. That's how we got away the first 2 times they found us, the operatives just forgot us. Ichigo nodded. Can you bring him down? What, me? Said Jinjo incredulously. I can't. I mean, the kid, he's going bad, Ichigo, but he's like a son to me. And if it's him or everyone else? Fuck my life, that's not a decision anyone should have to make, damn it. Yeah, well, you may just have to, Ichigo muttered. Look. I believe you when you say this wasn't your idea. Let me talk to Erza. If you help bring him down, we could put a good word in. Save the rest. Shiryu goes to prison, the rest of you walk away. Stab my son in the back and put the rest of us at the mercy of Shinigami. Said Jinjo heatedly. You're losing your mind, kid. Better than all of you 6 feet under, isn't it? Ichigo's words, delivered as they were without any emotion, made Jinjo reel back as if he had been slapped. Fuck me. He muttered, running a hand over his face. This is all fucked up, it wasn't supposed to be like this. It was just supposed to be me. It's my cross to bear. Neither of them heard the sound of the back door opening and quietly shutting. Listen, said Ichigo, extending a hand, come with me. Talk to Erza. She's one of the good ones, no matter what you may think of Shinigami. She'll help you. Jinjo said hesitantly. You can't ask that of me. You don't have a choice, said Ichigo. It's for all their best. All, their best, Jinjo murmured weakly, nodding. I guess. Shuu, no. Tsukishima came rushing from around the corner. Ichigo instinctively reached for his blade, bringing it to bear, and that instinct was his undoing. He might have run away, but in drawing his blade it was too late. Tsukishima's blade sailed right through his guard, cutting Ichigo squarely in the chest. The teenager staggered back, a dazed look on his face. God damn it, Shuakura. Said Jinjo, snarling. I didn't want you to dash. To what? Said Shuakura flatly. Stop him from ambushing us. You dash, Jinjo said frustratedly, pointing his finger accusatorily at Shuakura. He had choice words for him, but they wouldn't come out. I get it, old man, said Shuakura smoothly, resealing his weapon. You've been under a lot of stress recently. You like this kid. Looking out for people, it's what you do. I get that distracting him while I got an angle on him had to be hard on you. You're an honest person, after all. Jinjo just stared at him, stuttering incoherently. That was what you were doing, right? Said Shuakura, his eyes narrowing a little. Getting him somewhere quiet, hoping I'd notice. That's why I felt your riot so flaring, wasn't it? Slowly, mouth agape, Jinjo nodded. Shuakura. Said Ichigo, blinking. What's going on? Everything is fine, said Shuakura with a smile. Actually, I was just going to ask you about finding Erza. We have a deal to settle with her, after all, don't we? Yeah, exactly, said Ichigo emphatically. You've got to parley with her. She's going crazy right now, but she still trusts me. See? Said Shuakura, turning to Jinjo with a smile. I told you our problem would be solved in time. Jinjo just balled his fists. Come, let's go inside and talk, said Shuakura. There is much to settle, after all. Jinjo felt a sense of despair as he saw Shuakura go back inside, Ichigo in tow. This didn't feel like problem solving. This felt like digging themselves a bigger hole. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down, and followed back inside. This was their path now, and it led to damnation. Inside, behind the curtains of a window, Urahara Kisuk muttered a message into a hell butterfly. With breakfast done and the morning still young, Uriah headed to the king's study, helpfully guided by two Chevalier knights. Hashwalth the Grand Master had told him he would be given time to speak to the king and ask of him what he may, so long as it was concluded before lunch. The king had his duties as a ruler, after all, and Uriah knew he was privileged to be given the time of day so freely. They must really want me, he thought to himself, and for a moment his ego swelled a little. He quickly reminded himself that this might be the case for any aspirant, but all the same, he couldn't help but wonder. What if he accepted? Ishida Uriah, in full battle plate, fully trained and worthy as a paladin, pledged to a noble cause in service of a great king. It was appealing. Very appealing. But it was also not a vision he should chase for its own sake. Filled with these thoughts, he was surprised when the two chevaliers stopped, gave him a curt bow, and gestured toward a door before them. They had arrived at the king's study without Uriah having noticed it, so deep in thought had he been. Uriah took a deep breath and opened the door, reminding himself that he was a guest here, not a subject, and that they had come to him, not the other way around. He would be respectful and courteous, but he would not be self-effacing. The study was every bit as impressive as anyone might have expected. It was a spacious room with a very high ceiling, lined with great bookshelves, so many stacked so high that a small platform had been constructed alongside the wall of half of the room, making for a second floor just for books. Finely carved armchairs were set around the room, and great oriental rugs decorated the floor. What little space was not occupied by bookshelves was occupied by portraits of noble warriors, undoubtedly the work of the king himself. The only concession to modernity was a subtle set of electric lamps, although they were turned off in favor of a brightly sparking fireplace and the light of day, coming in through a pair of large windows. It truly was a room fit for a king. Furthest down the room sat the man himself in a chair, a book folded across his lap. Opposite of him, on a luxurious divan, Hashwalth sat leaned forward, deep in conversation with his liege lord. Hashwalth wore his ornate battle plate as usual, the white cloak falling neatly over his shoulders, but King Sigismund himself had changed attire. The black, etched plate mail he had worn the entire evening prior had been discarded in favor of a carmine red, silken robe, simple yet elegant. Uriah approached slowly, in silence, taking in the books on the shelves. None of them looked dusty or untouched. He supposed that with eternity on one's hands, one could read quite a few books. He finally stopped in front of the king, gave a courteous bow, and stood in silence. They did not seem to notice him at first, and Uriah knew it would be rude to interject. They talked for some time about forging techniques for a specific type of blade, the topic quite beyond Uriah's knowledge. "Come, Jugram," said King Sigismund, seeming to have noticed Uriah at last, "we're being terribly rude to our guest." "My apologies," said Hashwalth, seeming genuinely surprised. He appeared to not have noticed Uriah at all. "It was quite some time since I had the opportunity to speak candidly to His Majesty. I sincerely apologize, aspirant." "Not at all," said Uriah. "There is nothing to forgive." "Well enough," said King Sigismund with a pleased smile. "You were granted an audience with rather less fanfare and grandeur than last night. I imagine it was a little intimidating to face down so many of us at once, was it not?" "A little," Uriah admitted, "although it gladdened me greatly at the same time. I lived a whole life thinking we were all extinct. I was glad to be told by Hash the Grand Master that there yet lived a great clan, but to see it with my own two eyes was a little intoxicating. In a sense, it feels like coming home, even if your ways are alien to me in many respects. I am grateful to have been invited, and I thank you for your hospitality." The king nodded approvingly. "Let me tell you first," he said, with a dismissive wave of his hand, "that in private quarters such as these, there is no need to stand on ceremony as we do in the Great Hall. Formality, civility, and chivalry are all fine, but being called my liege this and Grand Master that gets tiresome, does it not? Certainly, sire, said Hashwalth. As he said it, sire will be plenty. You may address Jugram by his name, if you so please. You are here for a conversation, not some great, big formal event. If I expected to impress people, I would wear my armor. Yet Grand Jugram wears his, Uriah commented. A personal choice of his, Sigismund said, rolling his eyes. Sometimes, I wonder if he came out of the womb clad in chainmail. It is stylish and practical, said Jugram defensively. Boy, I keep telling you that knighthood is more than armor and swords. For over 800 years now, Jugram said with a smile. What is the use of armor, if not to protect me from harsh blows? Or to impress my subjects? Said Sigismund with a chuckle. If I had to wear it at all times, I would go mad. Tell me, Uriah, what do you think of the subject? I am starting to wonder how I would look in plate mail, sire. Said Uriah. I believe you've gained an adept to your school of thought, Jugram, said Sigismund, and Jugram laughed with him. But enough of this chatter. Young Uriah, you are come here to find answers. What would you ask of me? Much, sire, perhaps more than we have time for. Then you had better choose your questions wisely, said Sigismund, and there was a glimmer in his eyes. He was enjoying himself, as much as he had basked in the attention of his subjects. He seemed to delight in simple conversation just as much. I will ask the ones that interest me most, then, that I am the most likely to have answered. You have a little cheek to you, boy, don't you? No, don't shrink back, I like it, said Sigismund approvingly. Ask your questions. I would know, sire, whence you came and how this order came to be. Sigismund raised an eyebrow. I will answer your question, lad, although I am surprised you would not ask about Sukin. Jugram told me about grandfather already. Perhaps there is more, but I already know he was one of you, but could not commit himself fully and so retired before he made any vows to this order. I know you held him in high regard. If there is more time later, I would like to ask, but I believe I know enough to satisfy most of my curiosity. Sigismund nodded. Fair enough. So, you would know our ancestry, then. Tell me, how much do you know? I know Jugram said he was born over 800 years ago. I know you keep alive ideas of knightly virtue and chivalry. My best guess is that you were knights, once, and saw enough merit in that to found an order on it. More than that, I cannot say, Uriah said with a shrug. A fair assessment, if incomplete, said Jugram with a nod. It is true as you say. I was born Anno Domini 1165, so I am certainly older than most. Only my liege, in fact, is older. But that is his story to tell. Yours as well, said Sigismund, but indeed, nobody in this order is older than I. I was born Anno Domini 1140, in Bohemia, today a part of Poland. Thanks to our blood venae, we reverse the degeneration of our cells and maintain our youth, physically at least. Uriah nodded. 1140, sire, you must have seen quite a few things. I have. Wars, pitched battles and sieges, humanity at its best and at its worst, but I am getting ahead of myself. I was born in the year of our Lord 1140, in a barnyard not far from here. My mother was from a small Quincy clan, and my father was the first son of the ruling noble. They must have had quite a romance, I'll never know, because I never got to know them. The earliest parts of my childhood are still a mystery to me. All I know is that my grandfather held their union in contempt, not just because his one heir had run off with some commoner, but because the Quincy's were thought of as practitioners of witchcraft. My parents died young, to some illness, I believe, and at age 8 I was given to my grandfather. I knew only the basest forms of the Quincy arts, what little my parents had taught me. To my grandfather's credit, he took me in, although not gladly. Sigismund shook his head, and smiled. The Middle Ages were a time whose like we shall never see again, and we shall be glad of it. I was beaten often, berated as a witch child, the spawn of heresy and unchristian practice. Tell me, young Uriah, are you at all religious? I was not raised that way, said Uriah, taken aback by the question. Even if you had been, I doubt you could have understood what it was like. In that time, the church had an absolute monopoly not just on morality, but on explaining the world. To question it was unthinkable, and to oppose it suicidal. I grew up thinking I was cursed. I remember the first time I practiced my gift, my inborn, natural gift for the spiritual. My uncle gave me a beating so harsh that I woke up 3 days later, my arm in a sling. My family were pious even by the standards of the time, and I believed as fully as they did. Faith of that kind, absolute certainty in your place in the universe and what you think the powers that be want, it is very powerful. I loathed myself as a child for possessing these gifts, and I was sure my soul was bound for hell. I believed it with as strong a certainty as anybody could. I was despised by all, myself included, and although I was given the schooling and martial training that befitted a young nobleman, it always followed me around. Heathen. Bastard. Spawn of Satan. Which child? He spoke the words quite neutrally, evenly, as if he described something that had happened to somebody else. When I was 14, I made the only choice I think my foster family ever approved of. I had heard the clergy speak highly of the Knights Templar, God's chosen warriors in the holy land of Outremer, reclaiming God's land from Satan's emissaries, the unholy Saracen. Any such knight who died in battle, I was told, would have all his sins washed away and be transported right to heaven, without having to burn in purgatory. I was confident in my strength, none of my peers could defeat me in the training ring, and the more I thought of it, the more I was convinced that the Holy Land was the only place of salvation, that to find heaven, to escape my hell-bound fate, I had to seek the Knights Templar and fight for their cause. Something had to have shown on Uriah's face, because a little more sharply, Sigismund said, "I see the pity in your face, boy. Spare it. I would not trade my past for anything. It made me who I am. Strong, wise, experienced, powerful. I learned invaluable lessons, and past pains are worth the cost." I see, sire," said Uriah. "Please, continue." "After a year of travel, and another year of training in Rome, I was accepted into the order of the Knights Templar as an initiate. Are you familiar with the history of that order, young Uriah?" "Not terribly," said Uriah. "I know they were founded to protect pilgrims on the road to Jerusalem, and that they grew to become very powerful both militarily and financially." "Very true, that they were," said Sigismund, nodding. "Thousands of knights were spread across the kingdom of Jerusalem. I was set to service at the castle in Gaza, where I excelled." He shook his head with a smile. "I was quite naive once, as all young men are. I believed, like the clergy had told me, that the Saracen had horns on his head as a mark of his allegiance to Satan, and I had half expected we'd slaughter every last one we came across. I was surprised to learn most of our farmers and craftsmen were Saracens, and that the wars we waged were against their soldiery and their sultans, not the people themselves. I learned to distinguish between righteous and unrighteous violence. I was strong, but I had stronger mentors, thankfully. I was beaten savagely, in the training rings and outside them, like a smith beats a piece of heated steel. And so, I was forged into a holy warrior of God, and I was proud to wear the white cloak with the blood-red cross." He paused, seeming deep in reminiscence, and Uriah took the chance to interject. Forgive me if I am wrong, but I thought I heard a little scorn in the way you said, warrior of God." "It is because it was a lie," said Sigismund flatly, "a lie the whole world believed, because they did not know any better. I find it hard to blame them for believing, but a lie it was." Uriah was fascinated. "So, you became a knight, sire? Then what happened?" "I became a knight, yes, and a good one. I was valued as the greatest swordsman in the castle, and I won many duels and I killed many infidels. I fought in great battles, some victories, and some losses. I was marked for more than just fighting skills, for I was made into an officer, and eventually I rose to become part of the castle's leadership. But then, everything changed." "What changed?" said Uriah. "I met a man named An-Nasir Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub," said Sigismund severely, "known to the Christians of the land as Saladin, known to history as Saladin, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, the man who broke the back of the Crusaders. On Soiphone's advice, the four of them had holed up in a shack on the outskirts of town. The Stealth Corps commander's knowledge had proven invaluable, and Erza felt sure that without her, they would have been found already. As things were, so iPhone had just finished casting a spell to further conceal all of their riot suit, which would make locating them harder. Even so, they would be changing locations within 3 hours. Never too long in one place, that was what so iPhone had told her. Never stay too long, especially in hostile territory. Hostile territory. That this city, which she still thought of as her home, was now effectively enemy lands was a haunting fact of life. Everything they had all taken for granted, all the security of their base of operations, their very friendships, had been stolen from them like candy from a child. Erza grit her teeth. She had searched for Ichigo at his house, at the hotel Masaki and Ishine were staying at with their daughters, at the school, everywhere else she could think of where he might have gone except, of course, the Urahara store. He had been nowhere to be found. She very badly hoped he hadn't done something stupid. At least she hadn't been tailed, so iPhone had assured her of that much. While the little captain kept watch, Erza took a look at her other allies, taking care not to let her frustration show. They needed somebody to believe in right now, or everything would fall apart at the seams. Rangika looked sullen and down, and Rukia sat still, cross-legged, meditating with her blade across her lap. She was putting on a brave face, just like her brother, but Erza knew her well enough to know this had affected her as badly as everyone else. Tatsuki was doing little jugs on the spot, punching the air. Whatever worked, Erza supposed, distracted was better than despairing. The only one not browbeaten was Grimjo, who lay back with a content smirk on his face, stretched out like a leopard basking in the sunlight. He was cradling his Zanpakuto, which so iPhone had taken care to retrieve for him. Erza hoped it would not be a mistake. This was how desperate they were. They were relying on an inexperienced human auxiliary and a hollow killing machine, and they couldn't even contact reinforcements. "Commander! A word, please." It was Rukia, who had stood up and walked over without Erza noticing. "Of course," said Erza, walking over to a corner of the shack. The building was too small for any real privacy, but a whispered conversation might be quiet enough. "I am concerned," said Rukia, taking a deep breath. "Try terrified," Erza muttered, horrified, petrified, losing it. "There's no need to pretend. We all feel it. We've been struck where we're most vulnerable. Aizen would see us all killed, but at least he never attempted to brainwash us first." Very concerned, Rukia conceded, "but not just for this. If the worst would come to pass, and my brother died." "That's not going to happen," Erza said sharply. "We're all getting out of this. Save those speeches for the war, soldier. If it happened, it might have to be you, or Captain So iPhone. I know I will understand. There's no guarantee we make it out at all. You are captains, and captains command tremendous power. If you go all out, anyone could die. I told you, that's not going to happen." "How do you know?" Rukia said quietly. "How could you possibly know? You know I'm right. It's not his fault, but my brother has been made into the enemy. He is incredibly skilled and powerful. At least you're equal, I believe." Slowly, Erza nodded, unable to find a good enough answer. "This is not what I am concerned about. It does concern me, of course, but it is not what I wanted to ask about." "Then what is it?" "My brother." Rukia sighed, shaking her head. "I know you think little of him for the way he treated me. I do not, but you do. He was mistaken, led astray. That was not his fault." "This is not the time to debate disagreements on ethics," said Erza diplomatically. "It is not," said Rukia with a nod. "Just know that I think he is a good man." "There is some nobility in him," Erza admitted. "It's buried deep under formality, pride, and arrogance, but there is the shape of a good man underneath." "He is a good man," Rukia said emphatically, "which is why I must ask this of you." "Ask." "My brother, he is still head of his clan, but some saw his defeat at the hands of a mere Ryuka as a sign of weakness. His status has been, it is not the same as it was before, from what I can tell. This business shamed us all, and although it was Aizen's doing, we all pay the price." "Commander." Erza, if it got out that he was killed raising his blade to his military superior, that he died the ignoble death of a traitor, it would destroy his legacy. If he dies, Erza, what will you report? The truth, said Erza, that an unknown ability warped his mind and turned him against us. Tragic, but certainly not dishonorable. Many will not believe it, said Rukia. You do not know clan politics. My brother is strong and wise, and as such has held leadership uncontested, but many would seize his position from him if they could. If his legacy was that of a traitor, I do not think I could bear it. I know you value truth, Erza, but the truth would be warped and distorted for the gain of others. I beg of you, as a friend, you must report him as simply a casualty of war. Erza looked at Rukia. Her plea was heartfelt, honest, and although she held herself together well, Erza felt sure her emotions boiled underneath. To lie? To lie for the sake of the greater good? Was that not how it would start, the path to damnation? But on the other hand, Rukia was probably right. And Byakuya, for all his faults, deserved better. He had been punished hard enough already. Let us hope it does not come to that, Erza said evasively. Promise me. Rukia said emphatically. If you were ever my friend, promise me. Erza took a deep breath. Very well. I promise. Rukia breathed a sigh of relief. Like I said Erza, let us hope it does not come to that. I'm doubtful the Captain Commander will want any of this known. It would be quite an embarrassment. Commander. It was so iPhone, interrupting the two of them, and Erza looked over to her immediately. You'll have to excuse me, she said to Rukia, and hurried away. Outside, said so iPhone, gesturing with her head. That meant confidential business, Erza understood, and her heart quivered a little. Was there news? Had the worst happened? Had they gotten through to the Goti? As the door to the shack closed, so iPhone looked around, and judging by the look of concentration on her face, she was sensing for intruders. Apparently satisfied, she walked a few paces away, to make sure their conversation was not overheard. We've got some bad news and some good news, she said flatly. How bad? Said Erza, swallowing. Pretty bad, said so iPhone stoically, but also, pretty good. Lay it on me, Erza said, steeling herself. Kurosaki Ichigo has been compromised. Even prepared for the worst, the news hit her like a sledgehammer. That idiot. Erza said, reeling from the shock. I told him not to do it, to come back to us. She shook her head, taking several deep breaths. Not only was losing him horrific, but that meant another captain-tier fighter opposing them. The good news, said so iPhone. It better be damned good, Erza said bitterly. God knows I could use some. Did we get through to the Goti? Even better, said so iPhone, and with a small hint of satisfaction in her voice, she held up a hand. Perched on her finger was a hell butterfly. Play message, she commanded. Commander Scarlet, you'll want to hear this, said the butterfly. It was Urahara's voice, urgent, whispering. Focus. His hypnosis, does it have any weaknesses? Any limits? It's not perfect. He has to work on it constantly, and the more people it touches, the harder it gets. If he doesn't maintain it, it eventually fades away on its own with just a bit of memory loss. That's how we got away the first 2 times they found us, the operatives just forgot us. Erza recognized Ichigo's voice, but not the other one. Her eyes widened. That, said Urahara's voice, was Kyogo Jinjo, the supposed leader of these Fullbringers. Moments later, Tsukishima got the jump on Ichigo, sorry to say. But, I'm only too happy to tell you the road is clear. Make your move, take out Tsukishima, and your problems will be solved. Do it today, there can be no further delays. Leave your Yuaki to me. Urahara out. So iPhone made a fist, a mixture of triumph and anger on her face. It's time, she said. No more skulking around, no more hiding. We take the fight to him, today. All right, Erza said. Just one thing, return a message to Urahara. Tell him to get in contact with Yukatake Jushiro. Tell him it's about Kyogo Jinjo. It's a risk, but fair enough, so iPhone said with a nod. I don't need to tell you how bad it will go if more and more captains come under Tsukishima's spell. I know, said Erza wearily. Today. This evening. One more thing, Commander, said so iPhone. Yes. I know you instructed that Arankar beast not to kill. Fair enough. He is an animal, and needs to learn some restraint. But, tell me, do you expect to let Tsukishima live as well? Will you tell me to let him live? You value life, I know this much, but will you make me hold back against the likes of him? Her eyes bored into Erza's, intense, and Erza paused. To plan somebody else's death felt deeply wrong. At the same time, with what he'd done, with what he might be planning. I've thought about it, said Erza with a sigh, and I hope what I'm about to say is not some kind of after-the-fact rationalization. I might never know. Ideally, I'd like for him to live and face sentencing for his crimes. So iPhone's eyes narrowed, and she opened her mouth, but Erza held her hand up to silence her. I'm not, though. Ideally I'd like for him to live, but this situation is anything but ideal, and frankly, I don't see how I can. I wish I could, but there is no room. Tsukishima has critically endangered an absolutely vital military mission at an absolutely vital time, and our entire organization is at risk. He has willfully manipulated the minds of our comrades to turn them against us, and sought to do the same to us, for purposes that are clearly nefarious. Alone, he might be subdued, but he is surrounded not only by our own people, but by allies of his own with unknown powers. In light of this, so iPhone, Captain of 2nd Division, Commander of the Stealth Corps and Head Assassin of the Godi I-13, I hereby order you to eliminate our enemy, Tsukishima, with extreme prejudice and by any means necessary. Yes, Commander. So iPhone said emphatically, saluting sharply. Erza sighed. She had just condemned a man to death. What was worse, she didn't even feel sorry about it. One more thing, though. She added. Commander. Please, so iPhone, try to not kill anyone else. Even our real enemies. If you can. Is that an order? No, Erza said, shaking her head, just a request from one friend to another. Battle is as battle is, and if you need to use lethal force to protect yourself from harm, then do so. But, if it's possible, if you can fight our enemies without killing them, just subduing them, then please do so. Even now, even making the right decision, you come across as remarkably merciful, so iPhone said slowly, soft, even. If that is how it must be, Erza said with a shrug. They're criminals to us, and a danger, but I don't want there to be more bloodshed than necessary. If he dies, maybe they can be made to surrender. So iPhone gave her a long, strange look. I make no promises, she said, at last. Just try, that's all I ask of you. Let's get ready, so iPhone said. I have a message to send, and you have an attack to coordinate. Erza nodded. She was sick to death of this. If this didn't end in a bloodbath, it would be a miracle. To think there was somebody in this reality who could make her feel nostalgic for the likes of Aizen Saushik. Chapter 87, Civil War. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. The Shinigami's eyes were as cold as the chill wind emanating from her pale white blade, and Jinjo felt a sense of despairing resignation as he hefted his blade, taking a combat stance to match hers. He held his blade upright, she held hers low, eyeing him carefully. I would like nothing more than to skewer you and freeze you solid, she said, a tremor in her voice, but for the sake of my brother, the brother whose mind you dared to violate and twist for your own ends, I will give you this one chance. Throw down your weapon and surrender, and you will be treated fairly. I've seen the Shinigami idea of fairness, Jinjo said, sighing and shaking his head. He didn't even have the energy to inject the normal venom into the word Shinigami. He was just so tired. We're well past surrender. These are my kids, the ones fighting all around us. I can't lay my weapon down while they're still putting up a fight. So be it, scum, the Shinigami said, her eyes narrowing. I know you have nothing but contempt for me, said Jinjo. I would, too. But, believe it or not, I wish these was another way. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I understand perfectly well, said the Shinigami, slowly circling around him. Jinjo turned to match her pace. You would rather we had all been converted at once. The idea of having to actually fight for your goals instead of hiding behind that power like a coward doesn't appeal to you. Not even close. Jinjo sighed. I just wanted us to live in peace. We'll speak when you're beaten, criminal, the Shinigami said, and Jinjo sensed her riotsu building up. As he steeled himself for what he was sure would be the last fight of his life, the same thought repeated in his mind. It wasn't supposed to be like this. They had reached the safe house without incident, a small cellar a mile west of their normal place. Jackie was busy comforting Ririka, who was still beside herself, and everyone else was finding their place. Some of them, like Yukio and Giriko, were already talking about a plan of attack. It was abject folly, and Jinjo knew it. They didn't know hell, Jinjo barely knew himself how strong the Godai were. All he knew was the tremendous strength of a captain, and how a bunch of ragtag humans with a small bit of power could never challenge it. He gave them all a long, sharp look. These were his kids. Even an adult like Giriko, a grown man his own age, felt like one. Each one of them he'd found, trained, and guided. Each one had had nothing, and he'd replaced that emptiness with something. Not just practical skills to let them survive, but something bigger than that. A family. People who cared, who were always there for them. In a way, he sometimes felt glad of his fate as a refugee. Without it, he would never have met any of them, would never have made such a difference. He would never have had the chance to rise to the occasion and become a better man. He gave them another look, and smiled to himself. He loved them all, sincerely. That's why he knew there was only one solution left. After they were settled in, he'd called for Shuakura and walked outside the door. Out of the other's earshot, he'd turned to the young man to speak. Shiryu looked excitable, too naive to understand what was coming his way, what ruin his actions would bring onto their motley little crew. So, what's next, huh? He said, and Jinjo realized that even now, even after his little coup, the kids still look up to his leader. I figure we can just walk in if we catch enough of them at once, my full bring should be enough to subdue the rest. That's great, yeah, Jinjo said distractedly. He took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, put one in his mouth and lit it. He only did this when he was nervous, under stress, and now of all times he figured he had earned one. He looked to Shiryu, then offered him the packet. You never offered me a smoke before, said Shiryu. You always say they're bad for your health, and you don't want me picking up your bad habits. Yeah, well, Jinjo muttered, you're a grown man now, kid. Time you made your own decisions, it seems. No thanks, said Shiryu. Look, I get that what I did back there rubbed you wrong. I get you're always looking out for me. It's just that I don't see why we have to be the ones to run. Save it, Jinjo said, waving off Shiryu's attempt at an argument and pocketing the cigarettes. We already had that argument, right? It's all settled. He blew out a puff of smoke and sighed. I'm sorry, Jinjo, said Shiryu, and Jinjo believed him. He knew the difference between sincerity and insincerity, even with Shiryu. After all these years, the kid was an open book to him. Said Jinjo, shrugging. You got the others on your side, right? I ain't a tyrant. You all decided together. Yeah, said Shiryu hopefully. So, that attack. If there was any other way, said Jinjo, any other way to do this, would you take it? One that didn't involve risking all our lives and the wrath of the Godai. Of course. Said Shiryu emphatically. If I could do it another way, fine by me. I just want us. I want us to have a home. I want us to be a family. I want us to be together. If there's another way, I'd take it. But there isn't one, right? I mean, what are we going to do? Ask them nicely to maybe forgive us for killing one of their numbers. There is one way, said Jinjo, taking another puff on his cigarette, just one more. It'll keep you all safe. What is it, said Shiryu, and why wouldn't you mention it before? To be honest, I didn't think of it. It's obvious now, but I should have thought of it then. I know what I have to do. I'm just A bit selfish sometimes. Shiryu frowned. Jinzhou, what are you talking about? Jinzhou took a deep breath. I'm going to take care of it myself. What, take them all? Shiryu said incredulously. You said it yourself, all of us together can't dash. Not like that, Jinzhou said hastily, shaking his head. I'm going to go back in there, have a last word with the kids, and then I'm going to that headquarters they got to turn myself in. What? Shiryu burst out. It's me they want. I'm the wanted one. Ryrika might have done the last one, but they don't know that. If they get me, they won't have to come looking for you. You can't be serious. Shiryu was practically screaming now, and had to hush himself. He'd always been keen to control his emotions, but right now he was barely managing it. Do you think they'll give you a fair trial, or what? That you'll get out in a few years with good behavior? That sound like the goatee you describe. No, Jinzhou admitted, they'll probably interrogate me and then sentence me to death. Shiryu balled his fists. You're insane. You're all family to me, he said simply, and I'm responsible for you. It's the only way. How can you say that? Shiryu cried angrily. To be honest, I always thought it would go down this way. I always was sure they'd get me one day, sooner or later. Everything else, the years I've been on the run, the years I spent teaching you all, really, it's just a bonus. I was never going to have a future or a happy ending. I just didn't imagine it was going to be me doing it of my own free will. Life's funny like that, huh? You great big idiot, you can't do that. Shiryu shouted, trembling with anger. We need you, damn it. It's your turn now, Shiryu, said Jinzhou softly. You're the smartest one. Look after them for me, okay? They'll need somebody to guide them. I know it'll seem like an impossible burden at first, but it ain't. Don't worry, you've got what it takes. No, Shiryu whispered. No, you can't. You're everything to us. I lost my parents already, I can't lose dash. He was choking up, and Jinzhou gently placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. I know it hurts. It'd hurt the same if it was me losing you. But, it's me compared to losing everyone else. It's me, or it's Jackie, it's Yukio, it's Kiriko, it's Mo, it's Ryrika, it's you. He shook his head, and leaned in close. Tears were starting to trail down Shiryu's cheeks, and there was a frustrated, mournful expression on his face. You and your stupid savior complex, he whispered. Damn you, don't do it. If there was any other way, kid, I'd take it, said Jinzhou, and pulled Shiryu into a bear hug. There were tears in his eyes too, not for fear of his own life, for his fate was sealed, but for knowing he wouldn't see them again. Like I said, his voice shaking a little, it's all up to you now, big man. Keep them safe. I know you can do it. I'll go inside and have a quick talk with the others. I won't tell them the whole thing. I'll leave that to you, when it's all over. You won't have to leave. Just keep your heads down for a while, okay? Shiryu, weeping openly, shook his head. I know it hurts, said Jinzhou weakly, but you're strong enough. Anyway, I'll head inside. See you in a bit, okay? Leaving him like that, Jinzhou later realized, had been his first mistake. When he had said a few awkward, ambiguous things to the group about how much he appreciated them, he'd headed back out again, only to find Shiryu gone, nowhere in sight. He'd realized what was up and hurried after him, but by then, it had been too late. He had underestimated Shiryu. He'd underestimated what he meant to Shiryu. Now, for his follies and failures, they were all going to die. Jinzhou let out a resigned breath and broke into a sprint, charging the Shinigami. All around him there was chaos, his full-bringers doing battle with people far too strong for them to handle. This was going to be a bloodbath, and Jinzhou could only hope he would die first. At least that way, he wouldn't have to watch his kids die one by one. It was near noon when the message came in. So iPhone had led them to another hideout not long ago, taking them there by teleportation. She would not risk detection for anything. With Yuaki amongst their enemies, Erza couldn't blame her for not risking movement. They were in the outskirts of the park, huddled behind some rocks and protected by a Keto spell that suppressed their riot so heavily. Erza, lost in thought, had her reveries interrupted when she heard the buzzing of the comm bead in her ear come to life, and quickly focused on the incoming message. To think that she would once have felt deeply uncomfortable with Urahara Kisuk knowing her exact location at all times, now, she just felt deeply grateful. That even one person had been able to withstand the hypnosis was incredible, and somebody as resourceful as Urahara Kisuk. She had hope, now, when only yesterday she had been on the brink of despair. She pressed 2 fingers against her ear, activating the bead. This is a recorded message, no time to talk. Luring the entire crowd out, came Urahara's hushed voice, spoken quickly. The sentences were contracted to the barest point of essential information only, all excess cut out, something Erza recognized from So iPhone's manner of speech when on duty. His background was serving him well, it seemed. Target appears to trust me still. Fed false information about your appearing in the park. As we speak, all Fullbringers and Shinigami available mobilizing to hunt you down. We'll lead him to coordinates left at end of this message. Be ready within the hour. Recommend ambush, utilize extreme caution. Most Fullbringer abilities still unknown. Coordinates are. Erza listened intently. The location was not far, a forested area of the park that was sure to let them work this out by themselves. It's time, then. It was So iPhone. She was folding up her Haori neatly, standing before Erza in her assassin's garb. Erza nodded. We'll go in a second. Commander, said So iPhone, you will face your close personal friends. Have you the strength to combat them? There can be no hesitation. If you are lost. For their own sake, I must find a way, Erza said, sighing. It won't be easy, but I'll do it. He suggested an ambush, I agree. Your forte is not stealth. That being the case, lie in wait and reveal yourself along with Kukaki and Matsumoto, drawing their attention. If I can come in close, hard and fast, I may be able to end it in an instant. Erza nodded. Be careful. They'll wonder where you are. They'll expect it. An instant is all I need, So iPhone said, putting her hand on a knife in her belt. Erza nodded, saddened by it. He would have to die, and no matter how she looked at it, there was no other way. And your operatives? She asked. I sent them outside Karakura to find their way back to the Godai with word of warning, just in case this doesn't work, So iPhone explained. This could go very badly, and I want Captain Commander Yamamoto to know what happened if it does. Erza nodded. Good call. All right, you guys. She called loudly, summoning their other 2 party members. It's time. Let's go. The Godai is depending on us, so keep sharp. Still keeping low, still doing their best to conceal themselves, the 4 of them headed out. It was now or never, the trial by fire was about to come to a head, and within an hour it might well be decided. You met Sultan Saladin. Uriah said, nonplussed. As an immortal, the king was sure to have met some important people in his time, and as a member of the Knights Templar he certainly would have been a contemporary of the legendary warlord. Still, it felt a little bizarre to stand face to face with a man who had seen history pass by with his own eyes, who would have met and maybe even influenced some of the most important people the world had seen. So I did, King Sigismund said with a nod. In passing, but I did. Although, I am getting ahead of myself again. As you may be able to surmise, I am skipping quite a bit. I was well into my 4th decade when my time with the Templars ended, and I spent a whole life there. I could fill weeks of storytelling, which, for obvious reasons, I will not. But, some things are worth mentioning, like how I ascended through the ranks as a senior knight, and was eventually set to training initiates of my own. I was a harsh teacher, I am told, but truth be told, I learned as much about people by teaching as they learned about knighthood from my tutelage. I am proud to say I raised many a fine knight in my time there. I am sure you did, sire, Uriah said, feeling a little impatient. He knew enough about Middle Eastern history to know that the events the king had spoken of were absolutely pivotal, and now that he had an eyewitness before him, he was eager to hear more. My apologies, said Sigismund with a chuckle, but at least one initiate is worth special mention. When I was in my 30s, a young man from a minor noble family of my homeland came into my tutelage. Unlike all other young men I taught, I sought him out especially, pleading with a superior to become his mentor. His name was Jugram Hashwalth. Jugram gave a quiet smile. Sometimes, it still feels like yesterday. I was a skinny, underfed youth with too much confidence and too little skill, facing down a giant of a man whom I knew nothing of except that he was considered as severe as he was mighty. I confess, the first time I saw him, I trembled inside. You trembled outside as well, however much you tried to hide it. Sigismund snorted. I sought him out because I sensed that he too, like myself, possessed the gift, the ability to manipulate Ryotsu. I never relinquished mine, I never knew how to. If I had known how to sever my tie to the spiritual, I would have, but I could not. I am glad now that I was ignorant of how that would be done. I remembered the lessons I was given as a child, before my parents died, and to me they were a curse, an evil knowledge that spelled doom for my very soul. I would sometimes drift into thought of how it was used, and I would flagellate myself for letting my thoughts stray into such sin. When I saw young Jugram, I saw in him the same sin I struggled with, and realized, from my limited, wrong, and ignorant perspective, that he was at special risk of damnation. So, I taught him the firmest, strictest manner of Templar philosophy, of piety, and virtue. I was harsh, even cruel, but he did not bend or break. He shaped into the finest knight I had ever seen, purer than myself. For a time, said Hashwalth dryly. This world has a way of tainting purity. It was all wrong, of course, as I realized later, but again, I get ahead of myself, said Sigismund with a dismissive wave. However, it did instill in both of us a useful respect for the aspects of knighthood that were worth preserving: honor, loyalty, nobility, mercy, and kindness to the weak and ruthlessness toward evil. Much of what we did, said Hashwalth, I would today label as evil. We slaughtered Saracens for having the wrong faith, because our order commanded it so. Faith has a way of turning cruelty into righteousness, a path that we still struggle with. Indeed, said Sigismund, nodding sagely, but I believe our young aspirant is keen to hear more of our history. I will not be so rude as to make demands of either of you, sire, said Uriah quickly. Of course not, said Sigismund with a smile. You are a good lad, when all is said and done. You have a stiff neck, but you are a good lad all the same. I shall return to the topic that interests you, but first, young Uriah, I would have you try to understand where I was, mentally, at that time. I had dedicated a whole life to service of God, a life of ritual punctuated with great violence, with very strict rules and the promise of paradise as my reward. I was convinced that my soul was in danger of eternal damnation, a notion that faith had made as real to me as my knowledge today that the world is round. I had, for most of my career, believed we were absolutely righteous in our cause, and that our enemy was absolutely evil. I had of course been disabused of such childishness as expecting Saracens to have horns, but all the same I believed I was part of the noblest, holiest movement that existed on earth, the defense of the holy land of Outremer, God's kingdom on earth, where we, the Knights Templar, were the most exalted of all. I was a religious extremist by today's standards, but by all that is holy, I believed. I knew my place in the world and what I had to do. I knew how to care for my horse and my weaponry, how to teach young initiates, and my skill with a blade was mighty. In these simple tasks I took comfort and pleasure. He paused, and Uriah looked him in the eye. He looked grim, and Uriah realized how Jugram might have felt one fateful day, centuries ago. It did not last, did it? Said Uriah. Of course not, said Sigismund with a sigh. Perhaps I would have been content until my death if I had remained a simple battle brother, but my talents marked me as too important to the order for such menial duties. Remember how I said I reached leadership at the castle of Gaza, directly under the lord of the castle? Yes, sire, said Uriah. I did. The trials of getting there are less than relevant, but I did. I was deeply honored at the time. It never occurred to me that my story thus far had been one of an upward trajectory, getting promoted rank by rank across the years. To be second in command was a tremendous responsibility, and to serve God in such an exalted manner was a balm to the soul, for the first few months. Now we get there, Jugram said reassuringly. Sigismund shook his head. There was war. There always was. Before Saladin, there was Nur ad-Din, and 100 other warlords before him. For the century we held the Holy Land, there was always war. The Saracens, you see, disapproved of our occupying these lands. Sometimes the wars were greater and sometimes they were lesser, but with the hold we had, and for how long we held it, there was in the mind of the Christian knights, worldly or religious, the sense that our hold of the land was indomitable. This was not true, and the King of Jerusalem knew it as well as my Grand Master, and the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller. With Saladin becoming Sultan of Egypt and Syria, his power grew immensely, and it was known to our leaders that it would eventually outstrip ours. The Sultan declared jihad on the Crusaders, a holy war to match our own, and vowed to cast us out. A war came like no other before it, and we all suffered greatly. I had the privilege of fighting at Montgizard, where King Balduin IV led the Christian forces to victory against Saladin's Ayyubids. It gave us much needed breathing room, for his forces outnumbered ours. Bloodied, the Sultan opened negotiations. This, young Uriu, is where it all began. The lord of my castle was an old friend of our Grand Master, and as such, he was summoned to be part of the Templar delegation. My lord brought me along, believing it to be a useful experience for me. It was, but certainly not in the way he imagined it. Sigismund paused, staring out into space as if looking into the very history he spoke of. I greeted the Sultan along with all other Christian delegates, and found that Salah ad-Din, the man the Holy See of Rome had declared as Satan's representative on earth, was an impeccably courteous man with the bearing of an honorable ruler. That alone did not shake my faith, but I was put ill at ease by the fact that he conducted himself far better than many of our own leaders. Even some of my fellow Templars were less than courteous. In the end, a truce was agreed upon. The Sultan made many promises to keep this temporary peace, which I viewed with skepticism. With his superior numbers, I felt sure it was only a matter of time before he would turn on us. He balled a fist. But, it was not the Sultan who breached his word, nor one of his underlings. The man who put the peace to ruin, and ultimately sealed the fate of the Holy Land, was not a Muslim but a Christian. The man who ruined us was Reynald de Chatillon, may his name live forever in infamy. It was he who commanded raids against the Sultan's caravans, provoking the warlord into action. War was upon us once more, not through heretical treachery but for the arrogance and short-sightedness of a cruel, self-serving nobleman, proclaiming to serve God yet acting in his own interests, a dishonorable and vile cur. Are they close? Tsukishima demanded. They were all assembled, walking in formation, the Shinigami leading the way while Tsukishima's full-bringers took the rear, leaving Tsukishima himself protected in the middle. Very, Urahara assured him. I have an exact fix on their location. The sensor is 100% accurate, he said cheerily, waving a boxy remote control with large antenna strapped to it. It was comically fake, housing only enough power to occasionally make a blipping sound, but Tsukishima or anyone else, for that matter, had no way of knowing. That considered, he was getting worried. He had almost been leading them in circles, and sooner rather than later they'd realize something was up. That's what you said last time, Tsukishima said, scowling. Please, Shuakura, Urahara said, shooting a genuine smile while feeling revolted inside for how natural that false emotion felt. Any moment now. This is getting us nowhere, said Tsukishima. If they're not here, then we should head back. That was when, to Urahara's relief, Erza Scarlet stepped into view from behind a tree. Some 30 yards away, she was flanked by Arisawa Tatsuki, Kukaki Rukia, and Matsumoto Rangiku, Grimjo Jaeger Jaquez trailing behind, and she had a grim scowl on her face. There we go, Urahara said, pointing. Tsukishima Shuakura, Erza called out loudly, criminal and manipulator, you are commanded to surrender immediately. If you do so, your life will be spared and you will be given a fair trial. To punctuate her statement, she demonstratively placed a hand on the hilt of her blade. Behind her, Rukia and Matsumoto readied to draw theirs. Tsukishima sneered. I don't think so. Everyone. He called out to the whole group. Isolate them and take them down. I want them captured alive. There's just one thing, Shuakura, said Urahara. It's quite important, actually. What now? snapped the Fullbringer. Well, you see, as a matter of fact, and of course with the important caveat of intellectual caution, it so happens that in fact I am just distracting you. What dash? A black streak surged through the wooded area, closing in on them with furious speed. Urahara put a hand on Yoryuki's shoulder. A pre-prepared Kido spell would inconvenience her long enough if she reacted. Just one strike, faster than any of these humans could anticipate, and... But of course, it was not that easy. Life seldom is. Just as the streak closed in, reality rippled and time froze. The streak slowed down to absolute stillness, leaving Captain So-iPhone hanging suspended midair, clutching a knife. I guess you were right to set a ward with your Fullbring, Giriko, Tsukishima noted. She could have taken my head off dash. Do something about her, quick. Giriko managed, grunting, his breath quick and ragged, like he carried the weight of a skyscraper on his shoulders. She's too powerful. Got it, Tsukishima said, bringing out his Fullbring. However, as he raised his blade, walking toward the frozen captain, she twitched, the raw force of her Ryotsu beginning to undo the bindings of Giriko's Fullbring. Tsukishima raised his blade and surged toward her, but there was a crackle of energy as if something had just broken, and his blade struck air as the captain broke free, landing on the ground and jumping back a good 20 yards. Sorry. Giriko muttered, breathing heavily. These captains, it's like holding down a tidal flood or a landslide. We'll be fine, said Tsukishima, turning back to Urahara. And, you? How could you? I'm your best, oldest friend. How could you betray me like this? I suspect, Urahara said coolly, that what you really mean is, how were you able to do it? You should be pleased to know that it's still in effect, that nasty little ability of yours. If it were not, I would already have put a knife in your back, you lowlife. Genuine surprise played across Tsukishima's face, surprise and anger, like that of a petulant child whose favorite toy had been taken from him all of a sudden. The truth is that I barely managed, said Urahara, and even then, I still feel like you are my best friend, even though you are not. Even though there is only one person in the world I know as a true friend. It was just a matter of following the evidence. You made me do some quite extraordinary things, Shuakura. Enough to make me question. Enough to make me think. But you've been prideful, too blind to the thought that your abilities have their limits and weaknesses. Blind enough to think that this, he said, tossing aside the remote control, was anything more than a dummy. No matter, Tsukishima said. Everyone, Urahara has gone mad, as well. So I have, Urahara said cheerily, not moving an inch. On that note, Yoryuki? We'll need to have ourselves a talk. Kisuk, what's going on? Yoryuki demanded. That, I will explain soon, Urahara said, although it will involve a fair amount of persuasion. You're not going anywhere, Tsukishima said. Oh, believe you me when I tell you that you need her to deal with the likes of me, Urahara said, and through the cheer of his voice there was cold, hard steel. I may view you as a friend, but I will have no compunctions about going after any of the others, even my former Shinigami allies. Tsukishima appeared to weigh this for a second, then turned to Yoryuki. Deal with him, he spat. Cut his throat and be done with it. Shiryu, what are you? Yoryuki said confusedly. Not a moment to waste, then, Urahara said cheerily. Come now, Yoryuki. My throat won't cut itself. A step of Shunpo took him away from the group. Looking more confused than ever, Yoryuki followed him aside. Shiryu, this is bad, Jinjo cautioned him. If one turned free, who knows dash. Tsukishima snarled. Everything is under control. That was just a fluke. A small mistake. One that got us right into an ambush. Shut up. Tsukishima shouted. Look at us, there's only 4 of them, and we've got allies, to boot. Byakuya. Yes, Shuakura. Said Byakuya, staring down Erza. Madness has taken them all, Tsukishima insisted. You must subdue them. Lead the charge, and we will support you. I cannot. What? You ask me to draw my blade against my fellow officers, my fellow captains. This I cannot do. It is one thing to ask me to settle a misunderstanding, even if the deception of it rankled me, but I cannot, will not come at my own with the intent to kill. Tsukishima's face twisted with anger. I said you need to lead the charge, damn it. Don't you know who asks you? How can you say no to me of all people, with all I've done for you? I do, indeed, appreciate your friendship and support, Shuakura, said Byakuya, but not long ago, I was ready to kill my own sister, for I was convinced I was right. I drew blades against my own. Pride and absolute moral certainty drove me to that point. You should know this much. Of course I do, said Tsukishima, his tone conciliatory. I understand it's hard for you, but much is unclear, said Byakuya ponderously. As a military operation, much of this makes no sense to me. Nor do I understand why the commander would suddenly turn on us. It is not consistent with her character. Nor do I understand what your relation to our cause against Aizen truly is. For you, Shuakura, I would die, but I cannot draw blades against my own kind. Do not ask this of me. You have to. Tsukishima insisted. Come on, Byakuya, for me. My most sincere apologies, said Byakuya, but I must recuse myself. In time, I believe matters will be clear, but I cannot turn against the Godei. I refuse. Fine. Tsukishima said venomously. Go stand back, then, coward. Byakuya nodded, stepping back and away from the gathering. Everything's fine. Tsukishima insisted, although the tremble in his tone and the fury in his voice did little to assure the people around him. We'll take care of this ourselves. For the love of God, man, we'll get killed. Jinjo said. The Fullbringers weren't unaffected. They were sharing uncertain glances, their eyes wandering between the enemy in front of them and Tsukishima himself. Give in before it's too late. We'll die. Jinjo insisted. Not on your life, old man, Tsukishima said. I'm done listening to you. I know how to twist the knife well enough. Momo, Orium, go deal with Erza. Momo and Orium nodded, and walked forward toward Erza. Jinjo, get with it or get out, Tsukishima said disdainfully, but we're doing this. Isane, Nimue, deal with Matsumoto. Chad, Mo, get the blue-haired freak. Jackie, get the tomboy. Ichigo, Yukio, Kiriko, stay back and protect me from that assassin bitch. I'll take care of the black-haired girl, Jinjo said resignedly. God damn it, Shiryu. Erza had taken a few steps forward to face the two most important people in her lives, while the rest of her allies spread out to face their respective opponents. Twist the knife, all right. As horrible as it was, she couldn't fault the strategy Tsukishima had chosen to give her the two people it would be the hardest for her to tackle, the ones she would hold back against the most, the ones she wanted to hurt the least. She hadn't even drawn her blade, the thought of cutting either one of them even now felt unacceptable. Listen, you two, she began, I know this is confusing to you. She eyed them both, keeping herself in a combat-ready posture. They both seemed to notice, both raising their guard. It is confusing, Orium said, sounding sad. Erza, why did you turn against Shiryu? He's our best friend. Erza's face twisted with anger, and it had to have shown, because Momo said, something's not right. Maybe, he's probably right. There's something wrong with her head. He's not your friend. Erza exploded, her frustrations overloading at last. He never was. He's an emotionally manipulative snake, and he's using you both against me. He's twisted your minds. You've never known a Tsukishima in your life, he's just put himself into your memories. All the things you think you feel for him aren't real. You're both mine, damn it, my daughter and my girlfriend mine, not his. Something's definitely wrong with her, Momo said, and Erza realized her outburst had only made things worse. I guess so, Orium said, sighing. Erza, just calm down. We don't want to hurt you. Erza balled her fists, and forced herself to calm. She focused her mind elsewhere. How could she beat them quickly and easily? Momo was weaker than her by far, but she should not be underestimated, especially if she went all out. Her magic was potent, and assisted by Orium, it could make for a very tricky battle. God damn it all! She said with a sigh, and broke into a run, charging at them both. Heta 33, Sukatsui! Momo cried. Tsubaki, Katanzan-shun! Orium cried. Battle was joined, as miserable as it was. Grimjo was the only person on the scene with a genuine smile on his face, and even the fact that his opponents looked rather weak didn't faze him. He was starved for action, trembling with eagerness. Right, boys, he said, staring the two young men down, don't disappoint me. I've gotten real blue-balled when it comes to proper fights recently, so make it good. He's a former Espada, said Chad to Mo, very powerful. Do not underestimate him. The tougher they talk, the weaker they are, Mo said dismissively, but us, we put our money where our mouth is, don't we? Chad grunted in agreement, and his arms transformed, the black and red of Brazo Dericha de Gigante, and the bone white of Brazo Izquierda del Diablo. Decent power output, Grimjo said approvingly. Get a good one in, and I might feel it. He nodded eagerly. What about you, punk kid? Don't tell me you're as weak as you look. Who the hell are you calling a punk, punk? Mo snarled, stamping his foot into the ground. Yeah, people always talk shit to me like that, but they don't like me so much when I blow 'em away with a single punch. Struck a nerve, did I? Snorted Grimjo. Mo, don't let him provoke you. Chad said, and raised his red arm, holding out a palm. He may think you're weak. Let's show him what you're made of. Hell yeah! Cried Mo, invigorated by Chad's words. Golden luck, go! A set of brass knuckles, golden in color, manifested over his hands. He clacked them together, shooting a cocky grin. Grimjo just watched with amusement. Mo struck the palm of Chad's hand once, twice, 3 times, every consecutive blow getting stronger. By the 7th blow, he radiated power. 7 in a row combo, bitch, Mo said. How do you like me now? Meh, Grimjo said with a shrug. You little dash, Mo started, but Chad cut him off. 7 times 7 combo. You'll need it. Can you handle that stress? Mo said. It's as high as I've ever gone. That's some crazy power. If anyone can, it's me. Do it. Chad's arm morphed into a shield, and he braced himself. Mo struck the shield, again and again, his fists moving at superhuman speed. Grimjo lost count of the blows, and whistled. The kid's power was climbing, rising to a level beyond insignificance, at the least. These humans were weird, and their powers worked oddly, but they weren't nothing. A second later, Mo stopped, humming with power. Chad winced a little, dismissing the shield, the sheer amount of punishment had worn on him. I'll go first, the enormous teenager said, cracking his knuckles. I'll make an opening for you. Finally, Grimjo said. I was just about to fall asleep over here. Chad didn't respond, but roared his loudest battle cry and charged, coming in first with his right arm, the black and red slamming at Grimjo with tremendous force. Grinning, Grimjo braced himself and caught the fist in both hands, not yielding an inch. Good hit, he said. Well, not really. You better do more than that. Your arrogance is the one thing working against you, Arankar, Chad said, raising his left arm, his power surging. La Muert. The punch struck Grimjo in the gut, and the air was forced out of his lungs as the former Espada slid back, finally giving ground. Mo! Chad cried. Already on it. The punk cried, charging forward. 49 consecutive hit. Combo. The uppercut hit Grimjo on the jaw, and his mind blurred as he staggered back, nearly losing his footing. For a moment, he swayed on his feet, groggy, shaking his head, trying to make sense of things. That head hit like a truck. 7 combo. Chad said, raising his palm. Quick, we'll finish him together. You got it. Mo called, striking Chad's fist 7 times rapidly, the both of them charging in. La Muert. Chad cried, his white arm making a fist as his power surged. 7 hit combo. Together, they slammed into Grimjo with a double punch, Chad with an uppercut to his jaw and Mo with a straight punch to his face. The Arankar was knocked off his feet, sailing through the air for several yards before landing on the ground, lying still. Blood trailed down his face, and fresh red marks were forming. There would be swellings and nasty bruises before long. Hell yeah! Mo said, skipping into the air, punching energetically. Who's the punk now, huh? We got him, Chad. Chad nodded. He underestimated our power dash. Wheel, Grim Joe said, and in one smooth move he jumped to his feet with cat-like agility. He was bent over, his hair shadowing his bloodied face, giving him the look of some unearthly ghoul. I gotta hand it to ya, I actually felt that. Mo's eyes widened with shock, and Chad took a stance, arms raised. I'll admit it, I let you get that one in. Wanted to be sure you weren't just little kitty cats without claws. But now that you showed me what you got. He cracked his knuckles and grinned widely, looking much like a shark. I'll hold back from using my sword. Don't want it to be over too quickly. Come on, give me a real fight, or I'll fucking kill ya. Chad and Mo breathed in as his power began to surge. To think they had thought, for even a second, that they had downed the likes of him. Rangiku, please, said Isane pleadingly, put down your sword, and we can talk about it. Shuakura, he just wants to help dash. God damn him, Rangiku hissed. Isane, I will not listen to that kind of talk, is that clear? She stood in a battle stance, blade out, whereas Isane had refrained from drawing her weapon. Nimue, on the other hand, stood ready. Even unarmed, even without a Zanpakuto, Rangiku knew the woman had been modified to be quite formidable. What was worse, Isane was a competent Kido caster, and if she backed up Nimue, this would be a hard fight. Worse, there was no way she could go all out. Hanko could do horrible things if she wanted it to, but these were her friends and colleagues. Damn it. She won't listen to reason, Nimue said indifferently. I understand why you would try to talk her down, Isane, but I am confident it will not work. We have no choice in the matter. Damn it. Isane said. Something is wrong here. Yes, Nimue agreed. We'll have to settle it later, though. Right now, we must subdue her by any means necessary. You're right, Isane said with a sigh. Let's get this over with. Nimue, take point. I'll back you up. Roger that, said Nimue, taking a step forward. Engaging. The next moment she was on Rangiku, a bone-shattering punch just barely blocked by Rangiku's Zanpakuto. Shao! Rangiku cried, pushing back Nimue. Out of options, she knew of nothing she could do except drag this out. Damn it, Erza, get rid of that manipulating bastard already. Tatsuki paced around the taller woman, feeling the rush of power inside her. She felt very glad of the training Yoriyuki had given her, because the enemy in front of her moved with confidence, and seemed to have some measure of power. What was worse, she was sure to know much more about Tatsuki's strengths than Tatsuki knew about hers. This Fullbringer was a mystery to her. Arisawa Tatsuki, Tatsuki said as the woman began to match her pace, both of them circling around each other, neither taking their eye off the other, but then again, you know that already, don't you? Jackie Tristan, said the Fullbringer, and yes, I did. What's your game? Tatsuki said. In reality, she was just making small talk while trying to gauge her opponent. Right now, it seemed like she was at least no amateur. Power thrummed under the surface of her collected appearance, and she moved well and carefully with strong posture, indicating a fair amount of training. What do you expect you'll get out of this? Jackie said sincerely. That's all we've ever wanted. Funny way of going about it, Tatsuki said. It's out of my hands, Jackie said with a shrug, and yours, too. Right now, it's just the two of us. Your job is to beat me, and mine is to beat you. So, let's stop sizing each other up while just running our mouths. That's what boys do, and we're better than that. Ladies first, Tatsuki said sarcastically. Still holding back, huh? Too cautious? Maybe even, scared. What was that about talking big and being better than that? Tatsuki shot back. Humph, Jackie snorted. Have it your way. Hurricane boots. Tatsuki knew next to nothing about how a Fullbring worked, except that their powers didn't seem to fall under the categories of power one found among Quincy's, Shinigami, and Arrancar. She felt ready enough, though, but even with her guard up she was nearly knocked out instantaneously. There was a surge of power, lasting less than the blink of an eye, and suddenly Jackie had closed the distance, a spinning roundhouse kick striking at Tatsuki's head. She only barely parried the blow, feeling deeply grateful that she had taken the time to wrap her wrists and hands in protective cloth. Even with the moderate protection it offered, she was knocked off balance and sent tumbling. Thinking on her feet, Tatsuki turned the tumble into a roll and got back up just in time to parry an axe kick. She raised both arms into a cross, her shoulders sending her sharp jolts of pain at the sheer force of the attack she blocked. She rolled back again, getting to her feet and leaping to the side immediately, avoiding another axe kick. Neatly she put her hands on the forest floor, flipping over onto her feet with ease. She took a skip back to avoid another roundhouse kick, finally catching her bearings again. Jackie was not relenting in the slightest. She kept her arms clutched tightly up against her chest, letting her lightning-fast legs do the work for her. Tatsuki kept her arms raised, dodging, evading, parrying, and trying to make sense of things. Her opponent was fast and strong, although the speed seemed to come sporadically, in bursts, rather than the smooth and easy flow of a well-trained fighter. What? Suddenly a kick slipped through Tatsuki's guard, and the heel of Jackie's boot struck her just beneath her ribcage, halfway knocking the air out of her lungs. Tatsuki gasped for breath as she staggered back, nearly colliding with a tree trunk. She twisted aside, and a split second later, the tree was nearly ripped in two as Jackie's boot struck it. The force of it was incredible. Tatsuki was reeling, staggering, and she knew that if she let herself be hit again it would spiral downward, that it would only get worse until the situation was unwinnable. As another sweeping kick came in, Tatsuki dug into her own power reserves, drawing on the technique she had been holding back. In an instant, she moved 20 yards back, drawing a much-needed breath. "Oh," said Jackie, confidently walking toward Tatsuki. "Looks like you have some tricks of your own, huh? What's your full bring called?" "You haven't even told me what yours is," Tatsuki said, short of breath and eager to know anything she could. "What can you make out yourself?" "It's tied to those boots, right?" said Tatsuki, keeping her guard up. "You're fast, but it's not you that's fast. Those boots make you fast, but only for a second at a time or so. Isn't that right?" "Clever girl," Jackie said. "Call me a velociraptor," Tatsuki said jokingly. "As for what mine is, make me show it, and you'll soon know." "Awful cocky for a girl with more power than she knows how to handle," said Jackie, raising an eyebrow. She was almost within striking range now. "You've had your powers for what, maybe a couple months? You move like a rookie. You're not accustomed to using spiritual power. Me, I have over 15 years of training. Do yourself a favor and give up. I guess I'm not the only one that's clever," Tatsuki said, lunging. She went for a high kick of her own, which was instantly blocked. The boots, she noticed, emanated the same burst of Ryotsu as before she had been correct in her assessment. With the jerky, sped-up way they moved, it was clear her powers were effective, but not as effective as the ones Tatsuki had been learning. She could do this. As Jackie blocked her kick, Tatsuki surged forward with her hand, balancing perfectly on one foot. She grabbed Jackie by the ankle, and pushed back. Jackie, surprised, stumbled back and lost her footing, and now it was Tatsuki's turn. There was a burst of bright, yellow, crackling energy and she surged forward, a powered fist striking at Jackie. The woman pushed Tatsuki's fist aside, just barely avoiding a strike that sent dirt and moss spraying across the forest floor, leaving a small crater where it hit. Jackie rolled to the side, throwing a handful of dirt at Tatsuki's face as she did so. She was not bad at thinking on her feet, it had to be admitted. "That was power," Jackie said, as Tatsuki began her assault, striking out rapidly with jabs and punches. "What the hell have you been holding back, girl? I told you, make me show it," Tatsuki shouted back. "It's not ready yet," she thought, "and dangerous. I have to finish this before I have to use it, if it's possible." As Tatsuki continued her assault, Jackie was content to defend for the time being. She had underestimated her enemy, she realized now. The girl had training, she was sure of it, real training, and there was power to boot. She was at least Jackie's equal. Jackie blocked a punch, feeling a burning sensation in her palm. There was force there now that hadn't been there before. Power. It radiated from the girl in uneven bursts, emanating from her lithe frame like tidal waves. Jackie knew she couldn't let her keep going like this. The girl's combat skills were superior to her own, and if she let the girl drag this out, she would lose. She was getting surer of it every second. She stared at Tatsuki, eyebrows narrowed, pushed back by another vicious strike. Nothing for it, thought Jackie. Sorry, kid. As Tatsuki came in for another strike, Jackie sent a burst of Ryotsu down into her boots, letting the conduits of her power overcharge. Hurricane overload. She cried. Tatsuki blinked. She had come in for a strike, then Jackie had vanished, and she spun around by instinct, just barely in time to block the strike from behind. A sweeping kick spun at her with enormous force. Tatsuki had a brief sensation of an explosive discharge of spiritual power before it connected, and then she felt the numb shock of the impact. She had blocked it perfectly, raising her left arm up and letting the right support it, bracing herself to minimize the impact. This, she realized as she tumbled across the forest floor, had been a mistake. For a few moments, the world was utter chaos, spinning round and round, every second bringing with it new sensations of pain, until a final hit punctuated it when a tree trunk stopped her undignified fall. The world was spinning. Her entire body was filled with aches. Somehow she got to her feet, feeling as if she had lost contact with her body, like every limb was something she had to control by force. She made herself breathe slowly, to try to collect herself. She had taken a fair few hits before, both in her karate career and the adventure in the Soul Society, but this one was something else. Wawa. She managed, dimly aware that a human-sized shape of some form was coming toward her. The world was still spinning, only now beginning to slowly stabilize. She blinked quickly, shaking her head in an effort to get it together, and raised her arms to take a stance. When only her right came up, she realized something was wrong. Her vision stabilized just in time to see her left arm, twisted badly and broken. Tatsuki took a few ragged breaths, clutching the limb. She felt numb there, like it was somebody else's arm cracked like a twig. Too green, Jackie said, shaking her head. She had her arms crossed, guard lowered, seeming sure Tatsuki was no longer a threat. You weren't ready for it, were you? My mistake, Tatsuki said, gasping for breath. I saw it. Now that I think about it. You used a whole lot of power to move really quick and hit me with a charged strike. Give up, said Jackie flatly. Give in and sit down, and I will leave you as you are. If not, I'll beat you till you're bloody. I will do it, girl. My family's at stake here. Go to hell. Tatsuki said stubbornly, raising a fist. Honestly, I swear to God. Jackie said, exasperated. You really are as bad as any of the boys. Boys don't got a monopoly on being stubborn, Tatsuki said, finally starting to regain her bearings. Her left arm hanging limp, she took a stance. Look at you, Jackie said, scoffing. You can barely stand. You probably have a concussion on top of that busted arm. Guess you'll just have to beat me bloody. Fine, Jackie said, taking a stance again. Damn you, Arisawa. She launched into a sweeping kick, but as she did, Tatsuki's Ryotsu surged. With her one good arm, she caught the kick, stopping it with ease. Jackie's eyes widened. Told you had to beat it out of me, Tatsuki said, grinning at the Foolbringer's shocked expression. Her Ryotsu was peaking now, overwhelming power radiating from her frame. Yellow energy crackled around her, small bolts of lightning striking out around her. The energy wrapped around her like form-fitting cloth, the lightning still sizzling around her form. Suddenly hesitant, Jackie took a step back. Tatsuki lunged, sensing her hesitance. Jackie raised her arms to block, but Tatsuki's hand slipped under her guard at the last second, moving at superhuman speed. There was the shriek of lightning discharging, and Jackie gasped, nearly knocked off her feet as she staggered back. Raijin, Tatsuki said. Only thought of the name a couple days ago. Still a hell of a long way from finished. Dangerous, because it eats at me and drains my Ryotsu in less than a minute. Could kill me. So now it's my turn to say, sit down and give up, or I'm putting you down. Jackie stood upright, catching her breath. Defiantly, she took a stance again. It's like you said, she exclaimed. Boys don't have a monopoly on being stubborn. Suit yourself, said Tatsuki, annoyed. In a flash, she was gone, reappearing 20 yards away, dashing around Jackie more quickly than the human eye could follow. Jackie still tried to keep up, still spun around to face where she thought Tatsuki would be, but every time, the teenager had moved on. Damn it! Jackie shouted. Stop running and fight, you dash. She got her wish before she could finish her sentence. Tatsuki slammed into the Fullbringer, catching her in a lariat and sending lightning energy discharging across Jackie's entire body. She let out a pained gasp and slammed into the earth, paralyzed with shock. Tatsuki stood over her, breathing heavily, and let the yellow aura dissipate. There was the crackle of static electricity, and then it was gone, Tatsuki seeming as normal as ever before. God, damn. Jackie said, staring up at her, lying on her back. You could have ended me immediately with that. Probably, Tatsuki confessed, but my sensei who you stole, by the way, taught me about self-discipline. This thing is dangerous, and I'm still working out the kinks. The fact that you survived means I've made some real progress, though. I was afraid I'd turn you into paste. Damn it. Jackie muttered, trying to raise an arm. Her fingers trembled a little, then lay still. You got your wish, though, said Tatsuki, breathing heavily. I'm gonna have to sit down for a bit. I'm still human, like you. With my arm like this, I won't do anything except get in their way. Everything else is up to the others, I guess. She sat down, leaned against a tree trunk, and kept an eye on Jackie. The blast could have stunned a rhino, she doubted the Fullbringer was going anywhere. She hoped Erza would take care of this soon. Her arm was making itself reminded, and soon it would really start to hurt. Orium, please be safe. Santen Kesshun. Erza slammed into the barrier, her charge stopped dead in its tracks. Shakaha. Momo's spell struck Erza in the side. The red, fiery blast expanded outward like an infernal blossom. Erza felt the sting of the heat and the shock of the explosion, but she held firm. She growled, a deep, throaty sound born of hate, and balled her fist. She slammed it into the shield in front of her, and Orium's barrier trembled. She could have moved around it with a simple shunpo, but right now, she didn't want to. 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, and the glowing barrier shattered like glass. She's too strong. Orium cried. Momo, you have to dash. Momo was already on top of it, having fired off another Sukatsui just as the barrier shattered, but Erza rolled forward, feeling the rush of heat as the magical flames missed her. She got to her feet and dashed forward, a single leap brought her within striking range of Orium. She grabbed the girl by the collar with both hands, staring her in the eyes. Young lady, you stop this right now. She bellowed fiercely. I am damn well your mother, and you need to stand down. Don't make me hurt you. Don't make me do this. You taught me to stand up for myself. Orium shouted right back, staring wild-eyed and angry. Erza could hear the fear in her voice, felt it in the way she trembled and struggled against her hold, and it made her hate herself. You taught me not to back down when I believe I'm doing what's right. He's my friend, Erza. Erza let out a frustrated snarl. You listen, Dash. Shao. The spell, although lacking a chant and being on the lowest end of the Hada scale, still hit Erza hard enough to knock her off her feet. Momo was good at this. Bakuda 63, Sija Sabaku. Too good. Erza hastened to her feet, but only barely managed to stand before the golden chains wrapped around her. Momo muttered another incantation while Erza struggled against the chains, and then cried. Bakuda 61, Rikujukura. The 6 pillars slammed into Erza with full force, holding her in place as only a fully chanted Bakuda cast by a master could. She writhed, struggled against its grip, but where the chains had only slowed her down, the second spell had all but paralyzed her. "Please, stop," Momo said severely. "I will cast a much stronger spell if I have to. You won't break free before I can manage it, I know you that well." "Erza, please," Orium pleaded. "We'll just call Shiryu over, and dash." "No." Erza roared. "No, damn it. Can't you see it's all wrong? Stop and think for a moment, the both of you." She took a few breaths, and cast a glance toward Tsukishima. Further off, he was still looking around the woods, anticipating So-iPhone's next attack. Erza decided to risk it, to try to reason with them. Forcing herself calm, she said, "Does any of this make any sense to either one of you? Orium, I'm your mother, and I am telling you I've never met Tsukishima until yesterday. Momo, I bet you remember him far back, don't you? As an old friend." "Of course," Momo said, her guard up. The golden runes on her skin were glowing, and Erza was all too grateful she hadn't gone all out. Being hit by a high-level offensive spell while trapped could be devastating, even for her. "An old friend from your academy days, even." "He's always been there for me," Momo said slowly. "Yes, since, back then. He helped tutor me with my swordsmanship." Erza felt the bile rise in her throat, and bit back in undignified, "That was me, it was I who did that. Not him." Instead, she said, "And, Orium, you remember him similarly, don't you?" "Since I was very little, yes," Orium said. "He was my best friend next to Tatsuki. He stood up for me against the bullies when my brother died." Erza felt white-hot anger burn in her chest. Was there no end to what that bastard Fullbringer would steal from her? "Think," she said, taking another deep breath to stop herself from screaming with frustration. "Tell me, is Tsukishima a Shinigami?" "Of course not," said Orium, just as Momo said, "He must be." They both looked at each other in confusion. "You think he is," said Erza, looking to Momo, "because he'd have to be if he was with you that long ago, right? Otherwise, he'd be an old man, gray-haired and wrinkled. Humans do not live long like we do. And you, Orium," she said, turning to her daughter, "you think he's human because he's the right age. Not far from you. But they can't both be true, can they?" "He," Momo said. "I mean, he must be a Shinigami, then," said Orium. "Maybe he's been using a Jigai all along." "Yeah," said Momo. "Yes, of course. That has to be it." "Are you hearing yourself?" shouted Erza. "You tell me that has to be it? If he was your best and closest friend, why did you have to stop and think of an explanation? If he was your best and oldest friend, wouldn't you know right away what the truth was?" They both looked uncertain now, the two of them sharing uncomfortable glances. "None of this makes any sense if you just stop and think," Erza insisted. "How could a human be commanding all these Shinigami? How could he be a Shinigami, when he doesn't have a Zanpakuto? Quick, ask yourself if you know what his Zanpakuto is, without having to think of one first. You should know this. Tell me." "He must," Momo said. "I mean, he was in the academy with me. He must have one. Is there anyone you were friends with at the academy whose sword you didn't know the name of?" Erza insisted. Momo said, her eyes seeming blank. She shook her head, and ran her hands through her hair. "I feel so confused." "Erza, what's going on?" "Listen, Momo," Erza said pleadingly. "I'm Erza. I am yours, and you are mine. He's made you forget, and I can't forgive that. But you and I, we're." Momo looked at her blankly, and Erza thought she saw something there. For a moment, she had hope. I want us to stop fighting," Momo said. "Can we please stop fighting? You're right, this isn't right." She looked at Erza, long and hard. "Please," Erza asked longingly. "Please Momo, come back to me." "Erza." For a moment, Erza was sure she had gotten through to her, and she smiled at her. "My Momo," she said gently. My Momo. Please, I'm right here. No, Momo said, shaking her head. Something in her look changed, and when next she spoke, all the tension in her voice was gone. We have to subdue you. For Tsukishima. Everything will be fine. We'll sort out everything later. God damn it. Erza cried out. Momo, maybe we should. Orium muttered. There's nothing to talk about, said Momo gently. We'll knock her out and then Shiryu will settle it. You're loyal to him, aren't you? Of course, said Orium. It's just. Whatever it is, we'll work it out later. Erza had had enough. She felt as if that monster of a man had taken Momo from her twice, not just once. He had bent her mind, enslaved her, replaced Erza. A massive surge of riot built inside her, rising explosively. Oh, crap. Momo shouted, and begun to chant another spell. Orium dash. Erza let out a long, loud, primal scream, low and guttural, and Momo's spell shattered under the surge of power. Before her mind-warped girlfriend could finish casting, Erza had surged forward, knocking Momo off her feet with a hard shove. It did no real damage, thankfully, but her spell was cut short. Erza turned to Orium, who had raised her arms up and taken a stance. Orium, I'm very sorry about this, Erza said coldly. I know you'll understand later. Tsubaki dash. In an instant, Erza stood behind her daughter, a single shunpo step having taken her where she needed to go. Orium turned around, but her reflexes were only human. Erza's hand connected with Orium's neck, the blow just hard enough to knock out the girl. Orium dropped like a sack of potatoes, and Erza quickly bent down to check that nothing was broken. Assured that her daughter was breathing properly, needing to suffer nothing worse than a bruise, Erza turned to Momo. Don't come any closer. Momo said. Her voice was loud and aggressive, and Erza could tell she was trying to be intimidating, but she heard the fear underneath it, the tremor in her voice, the uncertainty of her posture. Momo was afraid of her, of what she'd do to her, and a wave of hatred welled up in Erza's chest. The worst thing of all was that she would have to hurt her, because Momo was not an insignificant threat. At that very moment, she imagined Tsukishima dead, and found satisfaction in the image. Just for a moment, before she caught herself, shook her head, and refocused. She took a step forward. Momo raised her hands, taking a stance for the conjuring of a powerful Kita spell, and cried, Bakuta 63, Sabaku. Erza met the spell head-on, surging toward Momo. She extended an arm, letting the great chain wrap around her, first the arm and then her entire body. But, as the spell concluded and the chains began to constrict, Erza refused to yield, standing upright, pushing back against the force of the spell. That's the thing about this spell, or any Bakuta for that matter, said Erza darkly, her free hand grasping at the length of chain wrapping around her shoulder. If you know it's coming and you know the spell, it's much less effective. A spell like this you can brace against, and suddenly it's just a mess of riot trying to keep you down. And in a pure contest of spiritual power, the greater source always wins. Her own Ryatsu surged, and Erza's knuckles whitened as she grasped at the chain, tugging at it hard, flexing the muscles in her body against the magical energies. The spell, incomplete and lacking the force of a full chant, began to crack. You taught me that, Erza said, her heart aching at the knowledge of what she would have to do. I'm not great at Kido, but I do listen. I do keep up on the basics. And this, Erza said, tugging viciously one last time, letting out a grunt as the chains shattered around her, won't be enough. Momo gasped lightly, taking a hesitant step back. For the last time, said Erza, towering over her, stop. You won't cast another spell before I'm on you. I'm too fast and too strong. The key to Kita combat is distance and mobility, and right now, you have neither. It was an intimidating boast, and it helped that it was true. Erza was just in front of her, less than a yard between them. Momo's will seemed to falter, and for a moment, Erza dared to hope it could end here, that maybe somehow she could reason her out of it. And then Momo's face hardened, displaying a stubborn defiance Erza would have found deeply admirable in any other context. Bakuta dash. Erza's fist lashed out, catching Momo in the gut, interrupting the spell before Momo could even muster the appropriate energies. Momo gasped, the air knocked out of her lungs, just barely remaining standing. Erza grabbed her by the arm, staring her down furiously. If Momo feared her now, then at least let that fear be useful. At least let it stop her from hurting her girlfriend again. He was right, Momo whimpered. You really have gone mad dash. Hating herself almost as much as she hated Tsukishima, Erza brought down a fist on Momo's face, knocking her to the ground. Momo was sent tumbling by the force of the blow, and Erza quickly hurried after her, wanting to make sure she was not hurt. She found Momo out cold, and realized her nails had dug into her palms hard enough to draw blood. That son of a bitch. Hakuren. The cloud of icy mist burst forward, and Jinjo had the good sense to move out of the way rather than brace himself. His knowledge of Zanpakuto was limited as it was, but he'd noticed enough about the Shinigami's weapon to realize it was focused on freezing people in place. Despite leaping to the side, though, the end of his blade was caught, suddenly lodged in a wall of solid ice. His heart beating rapidly, he tried to wrench the weapon free. The Shinigami gave him no reprieve, though, charging him while his blade was stuck. No holding back against a helpless opponent about as much as he'd expected. Part of him wondered why he even fought. This was their doom. This was where they were all going to die. If he let himself be skewered now, he'd die and be spared watching the rest of them suffer the same fate. Yet, for some reason he couldn't quite pin down, he still struggled, still tried to break the blade loose, still mapped out a way to fight this Shinigami as if he could win. It wasn't spite. Somehow, it wasn't hate that drove him. For some reason he couldn't quite pin down, he refused to give in, not yet. Not while his kids still breathed. The Shinigami came in with an overhead diagonal swing aimed at his head, and Jinjo momentarily let go of his blade, dodging under the blade by bending back. He lost his balance, but before he fell he grabbed onto the handle of his stuck blade, and in a surprise attack, he used the leverage to launch himself forward feet first, catching the soldier woman in the chest. She staggered back a few steps, surprised by the move, and Jinjo pulled himself to his feet, grasping the blade with both hands. Taking hold of it, he flexed his muscles and exerted as much Ryutsu as he dared, trying to wrench it free. Just as the Shinigami recovered from her stumble, holding her blade up again, his cross of scaffold came free, and he raised the great blade just in time to parry an overhead slash coming down at him. She was small, short in stature and lean of frame, but she pushed with the force of a tsunami, nearly throwing Jinjo off his feet by force alone. Shinigami were insane, nobody that size had a right to be this powerful. Jinjo pushed back, though. His own Ryutsu, despite having been kept mostly inactive, was no joke. Straining with every muscle in his body, he grit his teeth and grunted. The Shinigami did not push further, instead breaking off to launch a series of quick slashes. Jinjo parried, taking a few steps back to make sure he kept some distance between them. "Damn you," he grunted. "Damn this whole thing. You got what you wanted, did you not?" The Shinigami said, sending out a thrust that nearly caught him in the throat. Jinjo evaded, skipping back only to have a ball of red fire thrown at him. Startled, he rolled to the side, feeling the searing heat of the spell narrowly miss him. He heard the hissing sound of his jacket reacting to the heat, and smelled burnt leather. Damn it, he'd forgotten they could use magic, too. "How do you think this is any of what I wanted?" he demanded, narrowly parrying another strike, pushed back once more. Part of him was amazed he was still standing. She was stronger than him, faster, and more experienced, but somehow he was still there. How is it not? The Shinigami demanded, disappearing from view. Jinjo spun around, knowing how fast the black-robed bastards could move, and nearly failed to parry a stab. Her blade raked against his arm, drawing blood before he pushed her back. "I just wanted to be left in peace, damn it," Jinjo snarled. "Before that bastard Captain Yukatake set me up, all I wanted was my life back. And before this clusterfuck happened, I just wanted my kids to be safe. Fuck's sake, Shinigami, this is all wrong." "Liar," said the Shinigami cautiously, raising her blade again. Jinjo held his sword raised, ready to face any attack. "Did you say Captain Yukatake?" she said, still keeping her guard raised. Jinjo did, as well. Long white hair, likable demeanor, coughs up blood from time to time, said Jinjo. What about it? That's my captain, said Rukia sharply, and he would never deceive anyone. Now I know you are a liar. Tell that to the masked men that came at me when I wanted out, Jinjo spat. You cannot deceive me, she said firmly. Your people came here, to us. This was not our doing. Yeah, well, Jinjo said, fuck me, nothing I say matters, does it? There's nothing I can do left, so just get it over with. Just fucking go ahead and kill me. I won't make it easy, you bastard crow of a death god, but there's nothing else left. He spoke from the heart, his voice trembling from more than just the rush of adrenaline. A tear trailed down his cheek. The Shinigami gave him an odd look, and appeared to hesitate. Fucking hell. Jinjo snarled, charging forward. Aren't you Grim Reapers? If you want my life, then come and take it. She parried his overhead strike, and he snarled. There was nothing left except dying. There would be no glorious last stand, no moral victory, no defiance till the end. Just death, all of them joining each other in the grave. At least they'd be together. That was all he had left now. Tsukishima looked around from one side to the next. All around him, battle was joined, but his concern was the assassin. She had disappeared from view, and right now, only Giriko's formidable abilities could protect him. Shiryu. Ichigo said, pointing to the red-headed captain. She had beaten down the two girls he'd sent at her, and was advancing on them, blade drawn and murder in her eyes. Tsukishima cursed under his breath. He'd gotten the impression that Erza Scarlet was the sentimental type, and he'd hoped that sending her daughter and best friend at her would have tied her down at least a little longer. But, they were both out cold on the forest floor, and judging by the look in her eye, she had not taken kindly to his strategy. Her power was a thing to behold, too. It roared, flaring like a raw pillar of force, almost choking him out even from a distance. Go deal with her. He barked at Ichigo, feeling a tinge of fear. Ichigo had been his ace in the hole, especially now that the useless nobleman captain had backed out with a whimper. He was insanely strong, and fast, both of which were essential to dealing with the likes of Captain So-iPhone, but right now, with a powerhouse like Erza Scarlet bearing down on him, there was no choice left. But she's Erza. And I'm me. Tsukishima snarled. She wants to kill me, Ichigo. Are you going to let that happen? No, Ichigo said, shaking his head. No, never. Hang tight, Shiryu. I'll deal with it. His own power flared up, and Tsukishima felt momentarily awed at the power he had turned to his side. Just being near these two titans made him feel like an insect too close to an open flame. It was a hateful sensation to have, but right now, he had more immediate concerns. As Ichigo rushed to face the irate commander, Tsukishima looked from one side of the forest to the next, paranoid. It's just us now, guys, he said, managing to keep his cool. Giriko, Ririka, Yukio, we can do it. She may be a captain, but she hasn't counted on our abilities. We know everything about them, and they know nothing about us. Yeah. Said Yukio, and Tsukishima felt very glad that the kid was still young. Ririka looked less certain, but she'd been a mess ever since this whole thing started. Focus, Tsukishima insisted. Right now, it's kill or be killed. Don't hold anything back. If she comes at us, Giriko will slow her down. All it takes is for the two of you to keep her off balance for just a moment. One hit from my book of the end, and it's over. So it is. The voice, quite calm and sharp, sent chills down Tsukishima's spine. She had reappeared right in front of them as if through magic, by the power Tsukishima understood to be Shunpo. Giriko immediately pointed his hands at her, palms out, and there was that ripple of power Tsukishima recognized. In an instant, she was gone, but now they could follow her with their eyes, her super rapid movements slowed. Even so, she was much too fast to catch, and Tsukishima was not about to take an aggressive stance. Defensive formation. He barked. Giriko, keep sharp. Make her come to us, don't let her bait you. You know, said the assassin captain, stopping her run around them, you just boasted that we know nothing of you. You shouldn't be so sure. For one, I just realized the limitations of your big, one-eyed friend's power. She turned to Giriko, and spoke calmly, and authoritatively. That first ability you used ate up a lot of your riot, so, didn't it? You're moving slower than before, even for a human. Your ability to slow me down is already wearing off. That was your ace in the hole, and you've wasted it. You know you're growing weaker every time you use it. You've probably never used it on a creature of my class before. Don't let her get in your head. Tsukishima cried. A bead of sweat trailed down Giriko's forehead, and he knew there was something to what she was saying. He was no expert in telling Ryutsu levels, but it was clear he was getting tired. And what's more, you have to aim it at me. That wider area of effect, you can't even use it again, can you? Because it eats too much energy. Shut up. Giriko rumbled. I'm the second fastest thing alive, said the assassin matter-of-factly, and the fastest thing alive is currently occupied fighting the man you failed to control. I am coming for you, Tsukishima Shuakura. I'm not dead yet. Tsukishima snarled defiantly. You three, said the assassin, step aside. I don't want any one of you. Just him. You can't trust her word. Tsukishima said sharply. She'll kill us all. He's right, said Yukio. Go to hell, lady. We're not falling for that. Why yeah, said Ririka. Suit yourselves, she said, disappearing from view in an instant once more. Giriko, said Tsukishima sharply, we get one shot at this. Can you do it again? I might die, said Giriko wearily, if I do the time bomb I set up before. If you can't, we all die. Tsukishima spat. Everyone is counting on you, so stop being so selfish. I'll manage something, Giriko said with a nod. We just need one shot, right? Yeah, Tsukishima said. When she comes at us, stay back. Ririka, Yukio, said Giriko firmly, with me. The move we practiced. Together, as one. If we can knock her over just once. Then it's all over, Ririka mumbled, getting noticeably paler. Yeah, sure. Let's do this. Only moments later, there was the black streak around them, the assassin moving around them too quickly for their eyes to follow, looking for an opening. Can you hit her again? Tsukishima whispered. Patience, Giriko grunted. She's right, I'm running low. If I try to hit her with a normal attack now, I'll miss and just waste my energy, and the time bomb is a non-option. I thought your father time fullbring was one of the most absurdly powerful things I ever heard of, Tsukishima muttered. A fullbring is as limited as its user. I'm only human, Giriko muttered, his eyes darting back and forth. The assassin was still circling them, keeping on the move to avoid his attacks. But, then again, he said, she has to come to us. No matter how fast, she can't dodge this. Giriko! Yukio shouted. Before the word had even completed, the black blur was upon them. Giriko was only grateful his fullbring could be set off like a proximity mine, reaction time alone would not ever have been enough. As the black blur closed in, a pulse emanated, drawing a fair share of his Ryutsu, and Giriko groaned with the strain. Affecting something this powerful ate up even more of it than usual. In fact, he could not recall ever having been this exhausted from a fight. But, it worked. The blur slowed down until it was something that could be seen, a shape recognizable as human. The shape of a young woman with a cold expression, and murder in her eyes, her very being blazing with monstrous spiritual power. Get behind me, Shuakura! Giriko barked. Tsukishima was only too happy to oblige. As she came in against them, Giriko met her charge. She was fast still, even under the effect of his fullbring, and Giriko knew this hung by a hair's breadth. She looked at him like he was an ant, even towering over her minuscule frame, and threw a punch. Giriko braced himself and caught it in both hands, gritting his teeth. The impact made his feet slide back, dirt spraying into the air, but he held firm. Against the overwhelming power of a captain, his fullbring had weakened her enough that he was able to withstand. It took every ounce of his strength, every reserve of his power, but he pushed back, grunting and gritting his teeth. His muscles bulged, sweat trailed down his forehead, and he was starting to get red in the face with the effort, but her charge had been stopped. "Yukio! Ryrika!" He hissed through his teeth, unable to muster anything more than that. Behind him, Tsukishima watched, anxiety turning into triumph. From behind, Ryrika used her shrinking ability to teleport in and hit the captain from behind, as hard as she could, and from the left, Yukio came in. If Ryrika failed, his ability could seal the captain in stasis. It just needed to last a second. Smiling with victorious cheer, Tsukishima's eyebrows narrowed as he took a step forward, summoning his Book of the End. What happened next was nothing short of baffling to the young Fullbringer. The assassin stood held in place, bracing against Giriko's enormous strength and even stronger Fullbring, seeming locked in place and defenseless against enemy attack. It looked for all the world like she had completely underestimated them, left herself open to attack. Yukio was charging, his hands glowing with the force of his activated ability. Ryrika was the first to close in, her super rapid movement letting her have the first strike. She raised a fist, charged with Ryutsu, and let out a confident shriek. The next moment she lay on the forest floor, and Tsukishima blinked. He hadn't even seen her arm move. Ryrika was out cold, and only now, a second later, did it register that she had not only anticipated the attack but hit before Ryrika could even react. Effortlessly, the assassin lashed out with a foot, catching Yukio in the chest, sending him tumbling back a good 15 yards. "Damn it, Shiryu!" Giriko grunted. Acting on an instinct of self-preservation as much as in the defense of his friends, Tsukishima charged, blade raised. Calmly, the assassin raised the arm that had struck Ryrika, pointed its palm at him, and exclaimed, "Shao!" The Kita spell struck Tsukishima squarely in the chest, sending him back in an undignified flight that ended painfully against a thick tree branch. Violently, his face slammed into the forest floor, and he tasted moss and dirt in his mouth. "Now," said iPhone, cold as steel, looking up at Giriko, "that just leaves you. Are you exhausted yet?" Giriko just groaned, still bracing against her fist, looking at her with an expression somewhere in between enraged and terrified. "Suit yourself," she said, and pulled her fist back. Before Giriko even had time to unbalance, she had slammed a fist into his solar plexus. He gasped, the air knocked out of his lungs, but iPhone was not done. She jabbed him once, twice, thrice, 4 times more, and the tall, muscular Fullbringer dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes, quite unconscious. That left only Yukio, standing up with a terrified look on his face, rubbing a sore spot on his chest where iPhone had kicked him. She gave him a long, hard, vicious look. "Stay down, or I will kill you." There was no threat there, just a harshly stated fact. Yukio looked at Ryrika and Giriko, both unconscious, defeated in an instant by the captain before him. They had taken their best shot, tried their hardest, used the one card left to play, and it had all failed miserably. Yukio's knees were shaking, and his body trembled, his breathing erratic. Weakly, he whimpered before sinking to his knees. Was this what a Shinigami was? She was as powerful as Jinjo had said they were, and more. Suddenly, he understood. His will to fight broken, Yukio murmured something incomprehensible, hoping he would not die there and then. "Good boy," iPhone said, turning her eye to Tsukishima. The Fullbringer had gotten to his feet, and was already fleeing into the trees. iPhone briefly cast the other Fullbringers a look. It would have been easy to kill them all. She could have snapped the girl's neck with one blow instead of holding back. She could have broken the big man's spine if she so wanted. She could even cut their throats, right now, and under the law of the Godai 13, she would not only be cleared of crime but celebrated for her actions. These were criminals, nefarious evildoers who had sought to subvert, pervert, and twist the order she stood for. She could. But, for some reason, she remembered her commander's words. "Please, iPhone, try not to kill anyone else. Even our real enemies. If you can." iPhone's eyes narrowed, and she reached for her belt. One did not use a Zanpakuta to kill a human being. It was morally wrong, for the blade was an instrument of purification against the hollow. More importantly, It was very ineffective against something with so little spiritual matter about them. What she pulled from her belt was not a zanpakuto, though. It was a steel tantu, a long knife she had sharpened just this morning. She turned her eye to the fleeing coward. She had bigger fish to fry. Her enemies here were beaten. Call it mercy or call it practicality, but she had no reason to linger here. Her prey was in her sights now. Ichigo, get out of my way, Erza said. She snarled, blade out and raised. You're trying to kill Shuakura. You're damn right I am. She shouted, tired of indulging the delusions, tired of pretending. Right now, she would have shorn his head from his shoulders if she could. Nobody since Aizen himself had cut her this deeply, cut to the core of her soul, and where Aizen was just a murderer, Tsukishima had turned her loved ones against her, had put her through a special kind of hell. Yes, she wanted him dead now, but for the time being, Ichigo barred her way, and where Momo was too powerful to ignore, Ichigo was nearly her equal in terms of skill, and certainly in terms of raw power. Him, she could not simply push past. Not that she didn't try. Lowering her blade, she walked forward, shoving him to the side. Ichigo would not budge, catching her by the hem of her haori, tugging her back. Hey! Hey! He bellowed. What the fuck is your problem, auntie? Why are you trying to kill him? I'm so fed up answering that question, Erza said, her voice a growl. He's an evil man, Ichigo. You know me, you know I hate killing, but trust me when I say he's earned it. Doing what? Ichigo protested. Erza, he's our friend. Whatever he did, you gotta tell me, or there's no way I can let this happen. Even now, Erza admired the way he stood up to her, refusing to back down even against her word. In a perverse way, Tsukishima's manipulations had demonstrated the best in them all, Urahara's intelligence, Byakuya's honor, Momo's determination, and Ichigo's absolute, steadfast loyalty. Masaki and Ishine had raised him rightly, and deep down, she was proud to have been part of that. She voiced none of it. Get out of my way, she said angrily. She shoved him again, but Ichigo was too strong. He pushed against her, shoving her back with surprising strength. I can't do that. God damn it, Erza, what's wrong? If it was anyone else but me, Erza said, her voice low and her breathing ragged, would you still be talking? Would you still be trying to solve it peacefully? No. Ichigo admitted. What would you do normally? I'd kick their ass, that's what I'd do. Ichigo said angrily, throwing his arms up. If I saw somebody trying to kill my best friend for no reason, that's what I'd do. Then you'd better treat me like everyone else, Ichigo, Erza said, raising her blade. I love you, Ichigo. I'm your mentor. I've been there for you since you were a toddler. I taught you how to fight. We've gone through hell and back for friendship and nearly died along the road several times. But, that is not enough, is it? To let you kill my friend. Ichigo said angrily. No, it ain't. It never will be. Then use your sword, because I am your enemy, Erza said, taking a stance. I will not stop until I get to him. Fine. Ichigo said. You really have gone mad, auntie. Hagen inotama shii. Erza cried loudly, the twin blades manifesting in her hands. Zanjutsu. Ichigo cried in response, bringing out the oversized cleaver of a blade. Erza would have sighed, but to her surprise, she felt a sense of relief. She had fought Ichigo hundreds of times in training, and a concrete problem like a warrior to overcome, for example, was the kind of obstacle she was happy to tackle. So be it, then. She let out a growl that became a roar, and charged, her twin blades working in deadly tandem. Ichigo parried, blocked and evaded, a look of surprise on his face. She was going all out, striking with furious speed, trusting his skill and training to catch her blows. All her anger and frustration, she was finally letting it out in a fatal dance of blades. Get Chuga Tenshou! Ichigo cried, charging a blast. Erza sensed the strike before it came, but as it sailed past her she knew it wasn't meant to hit her. The blast carved through a tree trunk and sailed harmlessly into the sky, but it had bought Ichigo the space he needed to recover. Blade raised, he came down on her. Effortlessly, Erza summoned the shield and long sword with a thought, blocking his strike with the shield and retaliating with the blade. Ichigo evaded a strike aimed at his head by bending back, before lashing out with a kick. It caught her in the chest, and although it only rattled her plate mail, it sent her back a few paces. Ichigo came at her again, his blade moving in great, powerful swings aimed at keeping her on the defensive. Erza knew the strategy well. It was meant to use his greater physical strength to tire her out while defending, not allowing her a moment to retaliate. What she hadn't expected was how much better he had gotten. He was faster now, his movements better controlled, and there were influences in his style of fighting she did not recognize. It had been some time since they last sparred, and she noticed now that he had done a fair share of growing since. Still, Erza was no beginner, and she had defeated the likes of Zaraki Kenpeki. Adapt, don't stop to gawp at a difference in skill. She did so by pushing into one of his strikes unexpectedly, his great blade clattering against his shield. Her arm ached from the impact, but she pushed on regardless. She struck at his leg with her blade, drawing blood from a glancing hit before he stepped back. Slamming into him with her shield again and again, she kept pushing him back, knowing that his greater reach was working against him this close. Ichigo, of course, knew this as well as she, because it was far from the first time he had faced this difficulty. Nearly everything she could do to him, he knew the counter to, and vice versa. Ichigo rolled to the side and slipped into a shunpo, before letting his Ryutsu rise to a sharp peak once more. Getsuga Tenshou. The arc of raw power sailed toward her, and Erza skipped to the side. She knew this maneuver well. She could either parry it or move away, and he knew she'd move away, because it was stupid to take a blow head-on that one could simply evade. Using her distraction, he would surge forward using Shunpo again to hit her from her right side, where her shield did not protect her. It took her only an instant to remember this, and thrust her blade out toward where she expected him to be. She was rewarded with Ichigo tumbling across the ground as he frantically scrambled to move away from a course that would have seen him skewered on her blade. Erza pointed her blade at him. Still falling for easy counter moves, are you? Only warming up, sensei, Ichigo said stubbornly, standing up. There and then, it was as if they both forgot why they fought, both slipping into a focused mindset. Perhaps it was just old habit, but they were too used to fighting each other not to. Right now, it was a question of who could best whom. Master or student? Captain or auxiliary? Human or Shinigami? Erza banged her blade against her shield, eager to find out. Ichigo responded to her taunt by charging, blade held low. Once more they clashed, neither willing to yield or back down. They exchanged a rapid series of blows back and forth before breaking off, neither one falling for the other's feints or strategies. Erza took a good, hard look at her pupil, eyes narrowed, as the two of them sized each other up. He was good. At least as potent a threat as any captain. Not as skilled, but powerful, and fast, and too familiar with her style to be caught unawares. So, use your own abilities more, she heard her Zanpakuto whisper into her mind. You have an arsenal where he has but one blade. You can do things he cannot. If he is your match in swordplay, you must employ tactics beyond it. Erza saw the sense in that, and at a mental command, she summoned Render, the great black blade. She dragged the heavy weapon along the ground as she charged, before raising it up high. Ichigo caught the blade as it came in, redirecting it into the ground, before head-butting her. Erza reeled from the strike, but did not take a step back. You're too easy to read, sensei, Ichigo said. Yeah. Too easy, said Erza. Heidu 11, Tsuzuri Raiden. The electric current traveled through her wrists, through the length of her blade and right into Ichigo's, and the teenager stumbled back, literally shocked. Erza let out a loud war cry and kicked him in the chest, slamming the flat of her blade into Ichigo's body for good measure, sending him tumbling. Had he been a real enemy, she would have cut him apart in that instance. Too easy, said Erza, breathing heavily. If it's too easy, then it probably is, you idiot. Didn't I teach you that? That's cheating. Ichigo coughed, getting to his feet, raising his blade. Victory doesn't care about fair or unfair. I thought I taught you that, too. You do what you need to do to win. God damn it, Auntie. Ichigo said with frustration before he charged forward. Byakurai. Erza called, and as Ichigo weaved to the side to evade the spell, she surged forward, slamming the hilt of her blade into his gut. He slid back, nearly keeling over, looking up at her with his blade raised. To her surprise, there was a slight grin on his face. "You're right," he said. "It's all about adapting. If you're not going to play fair, then I guess this really is for real, huh?" "You can bet your life on that," Erza said stubbornly. "Even so," said Ichigo, letting his Ryotsu rise, blazing like a wildfire, "there's no way I'll let you get to him. I'll just have to kick your ass." "Beware, Ichigo," Erza said, staring at him with gritted teeth. "You've never even come close to beating me, and I will hold nothing back." Ichigo snorted. "As if that would ever stop me." He raised his blade high, crying, "Get Chuga Tenshou." As he brought his arms down, firing off the crescent moon, Erza raised her blade for a horizontal cut and cried, "Dragon Strike." The crescent met her barely contained blast, force met force, and there was a blinding flash as the two attacks exploded, neither one overcoming the other. The trees around them rocked, some of them nearly uprooted by the sheer power, leaves blowing wildly in the wind. "That could have torn me apart if I wasn't ready," Ichigo said, staring her down. "The same goes to you." "You've gotten madly powerful, Ichigo," Erza retorted. "You're really not backing down, huh? Nothing can convince you to stop." "Not a thing." "Then there's no reason to stop holding back for either one of us. I can't beat you like this." His Ryotsu spiked, and Erza knew what was coming. "Bankai, Tensou Zanjutsu." Erza thumbed the seal on her armor, letting the metal drop to the floor, and channeled strength from within. Matching Ichigo's pace, she cried, "Bankai, Testuskin Yasi Itamashii." They stood before each other, radiating power of a kind only beings of their caliber ever could, two titans too evenly matched to go to any length less than this. Ichigo's blade was long, sleek, slim, and black, and his coat had changed. Erza in turn stood in gleaming plate mail, shimmering with power. A great and powerful weapon against a great and powerful shield, the two were about to clash, and only one could win. As much as Erza cursed this whole turn of events, something about this felt joyous. One thing, just one thing made sense, and that was good old-fashioned combat at the highest level. "Bring it," said Ichigo, taking a stance. "You'll regret it," said Erza, grasping Render in both hands. A determined look on her face, she let a step forward become a run, and charged. Chapter 88, The Limits of Mercy. Battle was joined throughout the forest. Although Kisuke stood face to face with his longtime friend Yoryuki some distance away from the exchanges of violence coming down this very second, they could be heard and seen with clarity. Even if they had been out of view, both would have sensed them. Yet, despite the symphony of violence playing for them, the two would-be combatants stood calmly opposed to one another. Normally, that might have meant they were sizing each other up, getting a sense of what they were up against, but neither of them had even taken a stance. It was as if two friends were just standing opposite one another for a casual conversation, making for a bizarre exception to the battles nearby. Kisuke stood there, expressionless, his cane tucked in under his arm. His eyes were obscured by his hat, and he stared her down fearlessly. Only he knew just how deadly his old friend was, and only he had the confidence to stand up to it despite it. Shihoin Yoryuki, he knew, could kill you in 100 different ways before you even knew she moved. She was the goddess of the flash, an accomplished killer, once the greatest assassin the Godai had ever seen. "I never could read you," she said, cocking her head slightly. Her hands were rested against her waist, as casual as his own posture, but Kisuke knew better than to expect that meant she was at ease. She could burst into action at any time, and when she did, he'd have to be ready. If it came to that. "My apologies, Miss Yoryuki," he said, nodding sardonically in a mock bow, "but I shall forever remain a mystery. That's what made me interested in you in the first place. You were never predictable. I had everyone pegged, except you." "I try." "Not as hard as you like to think," she scoffed. "I know you, Urahara Kisuke. Better than anyone. I know what's behind that self-assured smile, behind that confident swagger, behind that mirthful expression. You're very good at seeming like you care, but you do. You care very deeply about a lot of things. About your science, about your mission against Aizen, about me. Tell me, Yoriyuki, said Kisuk, ignoring her point because it was true. What do your observational skills tell you about this situation? You're angry, she said, frowning. I've almost never heard you outright threaten to kill somebody, but you just did that to Shuakura. As calm as you are, you're furious. Excellent. Excellent, Urahara said with a wry smile. Now, what else can you deduce? You think you're acting in my best interests. You do that a lot with people, do what you think is best for them without asking what they think. I'm usually right. That's beside the point. Come now, you were in charge of intelligence, Kisuk said warmly. You were not a bad investigator. Why do you think I act as I do? My first thought was that you had gone mad, Yoriyuki said, frowning, but although you're eccentric, strange, and with alternative values a kind way of putting it. Although that is the case, you seem collected. Rational. I've seen madness, Kisuk, and this is not it. So, if I haven't taken leave of my senses, what is the alternative? Betrayal. But why? Slowly, Kisuk reached up with a hand toward his head. Yoriyuki tensed, she was as much on edge as he was, but he only removed his bucket hat. He tucked the garment into a pocket, smiled at her, and said, I act out of the most sincere loyalty you could imagine, Yoriyuki. She gave him a scrutinizing look. You've always been an excellent liar, Kisuk. Ever since I first knew you, you've had the ability to make people believe any truth you want. But I know you well. Somehow, I feel like believing you when you say that. But we consider always the facts, don't we? Be it as investigators, or as scientists. You've turned against Shuakura and organized an attempt on his life. I don't understand why, but you have. You know that cannot stand. Let's consider the facts, shall we, said Kisuk sharply, like, who is Tsukishima Shuakura, exactly? As a serious question, who is he to you? Yoriyuki blinked. He's my protege. I taught him over 100 years ago in the Soul Society. I reunited with him recently, and... She frowned. But he's not a Shinigami, said Kisuk. Somehow he found a way to stay young for over 100 years. A human. Yoriyuki shook her head. Stop trying to obfuscate the issue I'm obfuscating nothing. Kisuk snapped, in a sudden, surprisingly passionate burst of emotion. Tell me, if he's your protege, then who is the skinny little assassin who wears the same clothes you used to wear, the same uniform, uses the same fighting style you do, thinks the way you used to think? Who is she? I'm not sure. Your mind feels clouded, said Kisuk, pleadingly. I know, because it felt the same way for me. It still does. You run into something that makes no sense, and seemingly of its own volition, your mind tells you to think of something else. But let's look at the facts, shall we? This party is full of people all convinced that Tsukishima is their best and oldest friend, yet they believe different things about him. Always, he is conveniently placed as one of their oldest allies, the most valued person imaginable. But, when you really look at it, does any of it hold up? Does Tsukishima move and act like a student of yours? If he does not, who is the one who acts as if she is? What are you saying? We're being used, Kisuk said bitterly. Now, that I find offensive. We've always been free spirits, you and I, always keen to pursue our own ideas and visions. It's why this exile turned out to be more than bearable, is it not? Yet here we are, enthralled to the machinations of an evil man. How can you call Shuakura evil? He's good. Listen to yourself. Kisuk snapped. When have you ever spoken of simple binaries like good and evil, Shiho and Yoriyuki? You've seen enough as a commander of the stealth force to know good is very, very relative. You've done enough evil as an assassin, as I have in the name of science, to know it's not as simple as just being good. Nobody is a good man. Some people do more good than evil, and that is all you can strive for. You know that as well as I do. This is not you talking, is it? Is it? Yoriyuki shook her head and blinked. I can't, she muttered. You're right, something is wrong, but... He asked you to cut my throat. My throat. Your oldest friend, the one person who has seen who you are and still loves what he sees. He was just angry, that's all. I know how you feel, Kisuk said angrily. I know that deep down, you think poorly of yourself. I have always thought you were wrong to do so. He has dared to take that very personal knowledge, that special bond we have, and insert himself into it. The scum. Think about it, Yuruaki, he said pleadingly. Have you ever seen me this angry? Can't you see something is wrong? Not, since the night we ran, she said quietly, recalling the past, when Shuakura helped us dash. Lies. Kisuk snarled. You're right, Yuruaki muttered. Something is wrong. But... I'll figure out what that is later. Kisuk recognized a dullness to her eyes and a monotone to her voice, and realized there was no helping it. I had hoped you could be reasoned with, he said with a sigh. You were always very intelligent, Yuruaki. Maybe he tightened his hold on you all by now. Maybe it's just me. But for now. Brace yourself, Kisuk, Yuruaki said, taking a step forward, or lie down, and I'll make this quick. I won't let him kill you, but dash. She disappeared mid-sentence. Kisuk was ready, though, and spun around, his cane catching the first blow by instinct more than conscious process. She was fast. If there's anyone you can't overwhelm with speed, it's me, he said with a smile. Come now, Yuruaki. Let us dance. You won't win. You of all people should know better than to underestimate me, he said confidently. Besides, I don't need to defeat you to win. I just need so iPhone to do her job. Kisuk braced himself as Yuruaki disappeared again. He could only hope her affection for him would stop her from pulling out her nastiest tricks. Erza stared down Ichigo, her pupil, her nephew, and remembered when he'd been small enough to carry on one arm. How far hadn't he come since? How far hadn't he come since only a few months ago, when he had just been a teenager with extraordinary genes? Now he stood before her in Bankai dressing, the black coat fluttering in the gusts of wind stirred up by the excessive force released from not one but two high-level Shinigami releasing their very strongest. With a thought, Erza summoned Justice, the shield, and longsword. Ready, Auntie, said Ichigo. Ready as I ever will be. The time for talking was past. She had tried and failed to make him stand down, but he had been too proud, too loyal, and it had gladdened her in a manner. Ichigo would not be Ichigo if he let his friends be exposed to harm, even if said friend happened to be a brainwashing snake. Ichigo took the initiative, dashing around her with ridiculous speed, becoming a black streak. Erza had been sparring with iPhone lately, though, and had learned a thing or two about speed. She didn't need to match it, only follow it. There was the fraction of a second when he broke away from his run, charged, and Erza pivoted around to her left, her blade clattering against his and her shield bashing against his torso. Ichigo, surprised, tumbled to the ground, immediately getting up and beginning to circle her again. You're still too impulsive, Erza said loudly. Your advantage over me is speed. If you had half a brain, you'd use it. She was giving him advice on how to beat her, she realized. This wasn't the training ring anymore. But even now, she felt compelled to correct him, to improve his method. She still felt responsible for him. He clashed against her with speed again, and Erza caught the blade on her shield. She riposted, and he barely moved out of the way. And if he hadn't, she thought, I'd just have run him through. The thought was chilling, but somehow did nothing to deter her. Ichigo went into a furious set of blows, raining down on her with tremendous force, forcing Erza to hide behind her shield. Her long sword lacked the reach to retaliate, his blade was longer and stronger. She took one step back, then another, skipping over an attack that went low, aimed at her leg. He was bearing down on her hard, but then again, he had only the one weapon. She had several. With a thought she summoned the spear, and thrust forward. Ichigo, taken by surprise, let the blade sail right through his guard, and Erza grit her teeth as she felt the point of the spear impact with his chest. Nevertheless she followed through, the impact sending him reeling. She wrenched the weapon free, and saw blood stain the ground. his blood. "You really cut me?" he said, incredulous. "What part of not backing down did you miss?" Erza said stubbornly, and dismissed her weapons again, opting to summon the dual blades this time. "I'm not holding back, then," he said stubbornly. "Suits me just fine," lied Erza, and she charged. She couldn't let herself think too much, couldn't think too much on how she had just cut Ichigo of all people. Even knowing the immense tenacity of a Shinigami, especially of his caliber, it felt wrong to come at him with such murderous intent. So, without thinking too hard, focusing only on the sword play, Erza took the initiative. Neither of her blades had quite the reach Ichigo's had, but she came in quickly and hard, her hands working in deadly tandem. Through sheer speed and force, she managed to drive him back, his arms working double time just to keep up, to keep his guard intact. "Shao!" Erza cried, as one of her blades clashed with Ichigo's. The spell, weak and incomplete, nevertheless hit point blank. It was far from enough to knock Ichigo over, but he staggered back. In the instant he did, Erza cut him once, twice, the edges of her blades raking against his shoulder and midsection. He grunted as she drew blood, lashing out with a foot. She was hit in the midsection and staggered back, letting Ichigo recover. Unperturbed, Erza let out a loud war cry and charged again, determined to not let herself stop and think. She had wounded him. If she could just push her advantage here. "Heaven's wheel!" she cried, feeling the light scale mail manifest around her. Twin blades in hand, she felt her speed increase. If he wanted to do fast, she could do fast. She unleashed a barrage of strikes and cuts, her arms moving in a blur, and Ichigo only barely kept up, pushed to the very limits of his capacity. Ruthlessly, Erza pushed him back again and again, keeping him on the defensive. Ichigo slid into a shunpo, but Erza was right behind him, following his every move. He skipped back and forth, taking one step after another, but Erza refused to relent. They moved at ludicrous speed now, and to any casual observer, it would have seemed as if there were not two combatants, but at least a dozen. They both moved more quickly than any human eye could follow, leaving blurred images behind. Erza's arms were working like pistons, rising and falling so quickly that she barely understood it, herself. Ichigo, for his part, matched her speed, pushing the speed of his Bankai to its limits. Despite keeping her pupil on the defensive, Erza found no easy opening, no clear flaw to exploit, not just yet. She grunted with frustration. He was far from the superior swordsman, lacking the experience, and she could not rely on just wearing him out. Raw power was the one thing he could almost match her in. Then, it happened. Suddenly, Erza's left went a little too deep in for a thrust, while her right clattered off against Ichigo's blade. The opening didn't last a second, but it was enough. Ichigo's blade surged forward for a stab and caught her in the shoulder. The scale mail, designed for light protection, was insufficient, and she felt the hot sting of pain as half a foot of steel cut into her flesh. Erza grunted with pain and slashed wide with her uninjured arm, forcing Ichigo back. "It's not going to be easy, sensei," he said severely. "My own failure," Erza grunted as she took a step back, feeling blood seep from her shoulder. It was a flesh wound, but it was a better hit than she had managed on him so far. "I should have taken you more seriously. I tried to outdo you on your own terms instead of playing to my strengths." "Then do it. Take me seriously," Ichigo insisted, "because you won't win like this." Erza gave him a scrutinizing look, her eyes narrowing. Normally, that would have sounded like a boast, like arrogance, but she knew it was not. So did he. He had gotten the better of her in a contest of speed. He was a force to be reckoned with now. She let her riot so surge, and the bright, blazing orange of fire enveloped her. Erza leaped into the air, and cried, "Flame Empress!" An inferno enveloped Ichigo as she pointed her blade, fire spewing down in a wide area. Ichigo jumped up to follow her, but Erza was ready. She had not expected the fire to do serious damage, only that it would force him to move. She brought Breaker into her hand, the great axe, and surged forward. Without the solid ground to brace himself, Ichigo was unable to evade for just a second. Stabilizing oneself mid-air with spiritual energy was much more complicated than just relying on regular physics, and was something Erza knew she was better at. Ichigo brought up his blade, but parrying the axe blow was a mistake. Channeling the fire of her armor, Erza let the weapon burn, superheating until it was white-hot. Ichigo yelped, surprised by the sudden burst of heat, and Erza pulled back for another swing. Ichigo desperately moved out of the way, as Erza let out a loud cry, the fiery force of her weapon discharging in a massive blast, sending Ichigo tumbling to the ground. Erza wasted no time, surging right after him on wings of fire. "Get Chuga Tenshou!" Ichigo cried, sending off a hastily summoned projectile at her, but Erza met it head-on, cutting right through it. It exploded forcefully in a blinding flash, but Erza had closed her eyes and continued forward, bringing down the axe. Ichigo parried, just barely, the axe blade raking his shoulder and forcing his own sword in against his body. Erza immediately switched weapons, bringing out her shield and sword, and slammed the shield into Ichigo's face. Stunned, he stumbled back, and she thrust forward, catching him in the gut. Fire enveloped the blade, and she heard him cry with pain as she drew blood, cauterizing the wound as she cut. Ichigo recovered admirably, catching her next blow. "Damn it, sensei!" he growled, his blade grinding against hers. Sparks were flying. "This is what serious looks like," she said through gritted teeth. "If you don't like it, give up." "Like hell." Ichigo shoved her back, charging another Getchuga Tenshou. Erza evaded the attack, and noted what a hellscape their battle had made of the forest around them. Trees were overturned, some burned to crisps, it was like a localized natural disaster had struck. This was no time to mind the environment, though. Erza reached into her Zanpakuta's mind, and called for another armor. "Requip, Blackwing!" she cried. She was clad in black. Where the berserker armor was a dull, worn black, this was a sleek jet black, stainless, and polished, the kind that seemed to swallow light itself. Great bat-like wings extended from her shoulders, and in her hand, she held Render, the great sword. She let the wings flap once, sending great gusts of wind forward, before charging in again. Ichigo parried her first strike, but Erza was relentless. Though much slower than her twin blades, each swing was too powerful to ignore, and the great sword had even more reach than Ichigo's had. She brought down her blade, Ichigo caught it, and for a second they pushed against each other, muscle against muscle, force against force. Erza extended her wings again, flapping them slowly, once, twice, summoning great winds pushing against Ichigo, doubling the force bearing down on him. After this, she growled, "We'll really have to talk about diversifying your bag of tricks. Look at you now, pushed into a corner. You think I need more skills, auntie?" Ichigo said stubbornly, and she felt his Ryotsu rising once more, pushing against her own. To her surprise, he let go of his blade with one arm, despite him being pushed further back, nearly on his knees now. "Then let me show you what I learned since our last match." He brought up his free hand over his face, curled his fingers, and pulled down, and in an instant a hollow's mask appeared over his face. Erza reeled back as she felt an explosive surge of power, the dark force of a hollow's Ryotsu blending with Ichigo's own, and suddenly she was the one being pushed back. She grunted, shocked, cursing herself for forgetting about his newfound abilities. "I told you, auntie," Ichigo said, a second voice reverberating over his own, "it's not going to be easy. Getchuga Tenshou." A sudden rush of black energy surged up from his blade, striking Erza point blank. The impact sent her flying, and for a while, Erza lost consciousness. The world went black, and when it lit again, it took several seconds for her to understand who she was, where she was, and what was going on. Trembling, she propelled herself up onto her feet with her blade, seeing stars. As she came to her senses, she realized the blade she was propping herself up on was cut in half, the mighty Render split in twain. A diagonal cut ran from her left shoulder to her right thigh, the sheer force of Ichigo's attack had cut through her armor like wet tissue. Blood flowed freely from her injuries, and nausea almost overcame her. She clutched her injury with one hand, as if she could stem the blood dyeing her armor red where it had been black. "Sorry, auntie," said Ichigo, taking a few steps toward her. He lifted up the mask, and the disturbing tint over his voice disappeared, but, she noticed, the black and yellow in his eyes did not. "But I figured if anyone could survive a hit like that, it would be you. You little bastard! Erza grunted, raising a hand, staring at the blood. As the shock subsided, she started to feel angry. She was not going down here, hollow powers or no. Give up. Would you? Erza growled. After a pause, Ichigo sighed. No, not as long as I could stand. Then raise that blade and finish it, if you can. Ichigo reluctantly raised his blade. Erza's broken plate slipped away, the armor disappearing altogether, leaving her with the scarce dressings of chest wrappings and red pants, and a single long, curved blade in her hand. You've changed, too, haven't you? Ichigo commented. Yuta Benizakura, said Erza. I should have used it earlier. She took in a deep breath. Blood flowed freely from her great wound, and even a Shinigami's constitution could only take so much before it was over. She had expended a lot of Ryotsu, and she needed a plan. Use it, master, came the voice of her Zanpakuto. Use it. You have my permission. I refuse to be bested by an upstart such as he. Already? Thought Erza. It is not mastered. Its power is wild and untamed. Do you want to win or not? Demanded the spirit irritably. Erza knew the answer, and nodded to herself. Soon, she thought, but I must weaken him first. She let out a loud cry and charged, and Ichigo hastily pulled the mask down over his face again, dark force bolstering his already considerable power. Erza powered through the pain, ignoring every screech of protest from her torn muscles, and brought her blade down with fury. Here, with no armor at all, she was as precise and lethal as she ever could be. That was exactly why she had held it back, but right now, she needed the edge. She had underestimated him, and her own foolishness threatened to defeat her. In a brilliant blur of deadly movements, they exchanged blows. Ichigo matched her speed with ease, but Erza's experience and skill were telling, and not a single movement was wasted. Her arms burned with pain as they rose and fell, but she grit her teeth and ignored it, pushing harder still, her blade becoming an invisible specter of deathly force. Ichigo parried, dodged, and evaded, but one strike after another found its mark, and his arms, shoulders, and sides became bloodied. Stubbornly he ignored it, refusing to yield, and in her fury Erza felt as if she were an unstoppable force colliding with an immovable object. But, then it happened. As Erza brought her blade down hard, Ichigo parrying for dear life, the mask shattered into 1,000 pieces. They clattered off his face, disintegrating before they hit the ground. Ichigo's eyes returned to their normal color, the hollow's spiritual force about him gone. Like I thought, said Erza, grunting, you can't keep that up, can you? Damn it. Ichigo groaned, pushing against her still, but he was out of steam now, his arms trembling ever so slightly. I sensed it was unstable. However that visored power of yours works, you don't have full control over it, do you? What's it to you? Ichigo shot back. I'll still kick your ass, auntie. No, you won't, Erza growled. For the last time, stand down. If you want me down, then you'd better beat me. Erza shoved him back, putting some distance between them. She was breathing heavily, but even now, even wounded and weakened, she was sure she had the upper hand. Ichigo was still green, still lacked her expertise with the blade. If she continued as they were, she might just win. But, she was tired and weak, and that meant she might make mistakes. Deadly mistakes. A blade coming in from the wrong angle could end his life, and... No. I am ready, she thought, and felt Hagen no Tama Shii with approval. Her Ryotsu began to climb, to the maximum she was capable of. She would have only an instant. Come, Ichigo, she said, as her power began to reach its peak. Let's end this. Suit yourself, he said stubbornly, charging power into his blade. Erza twisted her arm back, pointing the blade away, and took a step forward. The step turned into a run, Ichigo matching her charge. As she began to move, her power peaked, and a golden light enveloped her. God Emperor Armor, Armadura Fairy! She cried, and swung her blade forward, upward, bathing the forest in radiant light. Ichigo wasn't sure what had happened. For an instant, he saw the ethereal image of great golden plate, ornate, beautiful, and intimidating, envelop his aunt. Her offhand ended in a great, golden, five-fingered claw, whereas her other hand wielded a great, fiery sword, nearly as long as she was tall. She swung the blade, there was the thrum of massive power, and the blade didn't even hit. The swing ended more than 2 feet away from Ichigo's chest. A second later, the golden light had gone, the blade with it, and Ichigo had been thrown back and onto his feet, a gaping wound across his chest. Zanjutsu fell from his hand, and he lay still on the ground, twitching. Erza sunk to her knees. The armor was her Zanpakuta's ultimate design, but it drained power like nothing else. Even a second of usage had eaten almost all of her remaining reserves. The power it wielded, though, was completely in proportion. The sheer power it radiated without even hitting had struck him down in a single blow. Her soul in agony from the drain, she sealed her blade, returning the Zanpakuta to its base form. She nearly fell over, holding herself up on all fours, just breathing. She was still in that state for at least a minute, the world spinning all around her. Eventually she managed to stand on her knees, and once the world was still enough, she attempted to stand up. On wobbling knees, using the sheath of her blade as a cane, she finally managed to stand, feeling like she might faint any minute. Slowly, each step feeling like it was weighed down by a slab of concrete, she walked toward Ichigo. She sheathed her blade, dropped it beside him, and kneeled next to him. "God, damn it!" Ichigo muttered weakly, opening his eyes. "You had that power, all along." Erza ignored him, and tore his ripped Shiakusho apart, inspecting the injury she had given him. Weakly, as if in some fevered dream, she ran her fingers lightly over the cut, and muttered an incantation. She was no doctor, but basic medical kita was well within her set of skills. It was draining, and she was already nearly unconscious, but that didn't matter. Aren't you going after Shuakura?" Ichigo muttered weakly. "Can't leave you like this, stupid," Erza muttered. "What the hell kind of sensei would that make me?" "You're really something else, Auntie," he said, sounding exasperated. "Hell, we were both full of it, weren't we?" "I was, holding back right until the very end. Even then, I didn't go all out." "Neither did you." "Of course not," Erza muttered, slowly applying what little kita she had to stem the blood flow. "I could never do that." "Kill you? Come at you like I really wanted you dead? Over my dead body? That sure felt serious, though." "I trusted you to endure," Erza said. "I taught you well enough." "You did, huh?" "I did." "What a mess this is," Ichigo muttered. "Let's not do this again soon. Or ever." "Seconded," Erza muttered. She had won, at last, but she wondered if she could have if they had truly been enemies. Ichigo was growing into something incredible. Where would he be 10 years from now? Or 20? The wintry chill made Jinjo's teeth clatter and shake. The area around them had become an icy winterland, shattered ice strewn around them. His arms were going numb, by cold and exertion, and he was becoming painfully aware of his human limitations. Every swing was a drain on his Ryutsu, every movement, every time he parried. The Shinigami showed no sign of stopping, and not for the first time, Jinjo despaired over this state of affairs. It was hopeless. He had barely even hit her, and he was lucky to still be standing. The soldier woman dodged under a wide, sweeping cut, clumsily executed by his stiff muscles, and stabbed her blade forward, sliding an inch of steel into Jinjo's shoulder. He cried out with pain, staggering back, barely keeping his blade raised. Desperately he lashed out, trying to keep her at a distance, but she evaded with ease. The cold was her ally, and his enemy, and it showed. He'd had enough. Breathing heavily, he planted his blade in the ground, bending forward to breathe. "Stand up," demanded the Shinigami. "Stand up and finish the fight you started. Why give her the satisfaction?" He could feel Tsukishima running for his life. Ririka and Giriko were both down, probably dead. With numb fingers, he took the great blade in one hand, and threw it aside. Slowly, he sank to his knees, and raised his hands. "Is this some sort of trick, Fullbringer?" the Shinigami demanded. "Just do it," Jinjo said weakly. "Just go ahead and take my life already. I know you want to." Let me go to rest alongside my kids, at least. The Shinigami lowered her blade, and gave him a scrutinizing stare. You're serious, she said, sounding surprised. What the hell are you waiting for, Reaper? Shouted Jinjo, exasperated. Just do it already. I can't do it anymore. I can't watch them die, god damn it. I can't beat you, I can't save them, and I can't watch them die, so just do it. Do it. She stood there uneasily, looking at him uncertainly. I know you can. You're all the same, he said bitterly. Backstabbing, murdering bastards. Are you going to need me to beg? Is that it? To his surprise, she sheathed her blade with elegant ease, and stared him down. What drove you to this? She asked, taking a step closer. What drives a man to beg for death? I just told you, you evil bitch. I would have expected spite, or defiance, but this is not the act of an aggressor, said Rukia, shaking her head. Was this truly your intention? This conflict. I never wanted it. I told you, this is all wrong. It was Tsukishima who made this happen, not me. I just want us to live, to be safe. Stand, she commanded. Weakly, Jinjo got to his feet. You are a wanted criminal, she said. Your words alone, I would not have believed. But action speaks louder, they say. Tell me, you spoke of Captain Yukatake. You said he betrayed you. Him, or someone else, Jinjo said weakly. I used to work for your lot. I just wanted out, and everything went to hell when I quit. Been on the run since. Miss, I'm no conspirator. I just wanted to keep them all safe. I just want my old life back. I am Kukaki Rukia, officer of the Godei's 13th Squad, said the Shinigami. Tell me, Kyogo Jinjo, if I asked, could you help end this conflict? What? He said, blinking. I do not wish to kill you, or anyone else. Until yesterday, I never even knew your kind existed. You attacked us. But if you want to end the conflict. It's too late, Jinjo said, weakly shaking his head. Everyone, they're dying. It's not too late yet. You'll just betray me like the rest. Kyogo, a second ago you expected to die along with all your comrades. If there is even a chance to make things better than that, will you not take it? He stared at her, eyes wide. She had a severe look on her face, haughty and noble, but she spoke earnestly. They might still listen to me, he stammered, but could you call off your allies, even? You're not in charge, are you? The commander is a friend of mine, said Rukia, and I swear to you that if you make the effort to end this senseless violence, I will, too. Surrender to us as our captives, and live. What will become of us? I can guarantee you fair treatment, said Rukia. The Godei is not as it once was. On my life, I swear the commander will show leniency. Normally, Jinjo would have thrown the offer aside without a second thought. Normally, he would have taken it for another Shinigami lie, another plot to kill them all or worse. Now, wearied, numb, and at the edge of despair, he slowly nodded. I'll try, he whispered. Damn it all, I'll try. So, it was war again, then? Said Urayu, fascinated, forgetting to even add the honorific sire. The king nodded. By the hand of Renald de Chatillon, as I said. War was upon us, as dire a war as we had ever faced. I was summoned to Jerusalem alongside my lord to plan for the coming conflict. What I saw troubled me. Even with the nuances and difficulties that had come with leadership, Gaza was far away from the capital, and I had been far away from the hub of politics that was Jerusalem. I say away, but I mean spared, young Urayu. I was too old to hold the same view new pilgrims had of the city, as a white and shining beacon of piety filled with humble pilgrims of the faith. Jerusalem was as dirty and miserable a city as any medieval town, this I knew well enough. But, I was not prepared for the corruption. I knew of politics well enough within my own order, brothers competing for positions of power and maneuvering against each other. It always irked me, seeming like an unseemly behavior for brothers in a godly society, but as I saw the court of Jerusalem, where King Balduin held sway, I realized how petty that was by comparison. Some worldly men were men of honor, like Count Raymond de Tripoli, but almost all of them cared only for their own power and position, for advancing their own wealth and status. They paid lip service to God, but the more I interacted with them, I realized that almost all of them, even the bishops and priests, cared little for it. Holiness was a tool to them. I will not bore you with the details, and I do not wish to revisit those memories, but what I had expected of Jerusalem was a court where godly men and worldly men came together in noble conjunction, to decide the fate of God's kingdom on earth and to defeat evil. What I got was petty squabbling by self-centered men, and the indignity of my fellow Templar brothers forced to play the same wretched game. It sullied them, and I thought less of them for it. It sullied me, even though I had no choice in the matter. King Balduin was a noble enough man, but his health was failing him. He suffered from leprosy, and he was getting worse with each passing month. We faced Saladin, the greatest warlord Christian Outremer had ever fought, and the one man capable of uniting us was at death's door. I confess this troubled me deeply, and even my master's assurances and urgings toward faith could not root out these worries. "I take it the king died," said Uriah. "So he did," said King Sigismund, nodding gravely. "His health failed him as war was upon us, and vile men seized power for themselves, putting a child upon the throne while ruling from behind it. We were now directed by uncourteous, ignorant fools who failed to realize the threat we faced. There was much that happened, but I will keep to what mattered most. War came, and we were not favored. Christian crusaders promised aid from Europe, but they were far away and kept at bay by internal politics. I was returned to my castle, but the scales had been lifted from my eyes and I saw a future ahead of us, dark and hopeless. Death did not bother me. I had expected it to come. It was my salvation. But, to think I would die for a feudal cause, for a holy land that would not be there when I was gone, all my life's work made as naught by the hands of foolish, immoral men? That bothered me. I was racked with these great worries, young Uriah, doubts, and fears that tore at my soul like rabid dogs tearing at a scrap of meat. Evil men ruled us, evil, incompetent men. Our greatest enemy, Satan's emissary on earth, had acted honorably where our leadership had not. Our leaders were hypocrites, impious and vile behind their false faces of honor. Oh, this I struggled with. I was glad to ride out to battle, almost, but even the joy of combat was dulled by defeat. He sighed, looking weary. It all ended by the horns of Haddon. Our new king had foolishly marched his army deep into the desert to face Saladin, exhausting our men on the way there. The Saracens readied themselves in the night, and surrounded us with superior numbers. The royal army was mighty, tens of thousands of men strong, bolstered further by the majority of the Knights Templar marching by their side. Yet, our mighty host was dwarfed by legions and legions of Saracen horsemen, the mightiest army the land of Outremer had ever seen in one place at that time. I steeled myself, I prayed to God, and we fought. It was a massacre. The strength of our knights, the impact of their armored charge, was denied by the quicker, lighter cavalry of the Sultan. We were surrounded, picked apart, and massacred. My blade rose and fell 1,000 times, and I slew scores of men, but eventually I, too, fell. I later learned that every single Templar there had been killed in battle, or executed afterward. The Christian army was destroyed, and with that, Saladin Yusuf ibn Ayyub had won the Holy Land. But, again, I get ahead of myself. For although the Holy Land was lost, that is not what mattered. Not to me. There was a strange expression on Jugram's face, Uriah noticed, distant as if lost in thought. He looked a little pained, and a little wistful. "I died there," Jugram muttered. "I remember it clear as day. One moment, my blade cut into the throat of an archer, and the next, the lance of a Mameluke caught me in the side and threw me off my horse. I lost consciousness, assured that I had found my death. Assured that heaven came next. I suffered a similar fate," Sigismund said, seeming as distant as Jugram. His voice had slowed, and he was staring into space. "My armor saved me from death, just barely, but I was grievously injured. Covered in blood as I was, the Saracens must have thought I was dead. I awoke at night, surrounded by the stench of drying blood and dead bodies, my whole body aching. My first thought was, Why? Why had I survived? Why couldn't I at least have died, spared this hell? For hell, Uriu, it was. I saw it just barely as the clouds parted to reveal the light of the moon. Thousands of dead bodies, as far as I could see, good Christian soldiers felled where they'd stood. Men from my company, whom I had known from when they had first arrived, lying dead and still all around me. Some of them, he said, his voice trembling faintly, I had trained myself. I had never had children, but they were the closest to it that I had. My brothers. The only family I had ever known, killed in one day. This was the state I was in, Uriu, absolute despair. My brothers, dead. My lords and masters, likewise. My faith, defeated. My country, run into the ground by evil and selfishness. It was horror of a kind I hope you will never experience, young Uriu. I had done everything right, or so I thought. I had dedicated my life to serving God. I had done all of my duties to the fullest, never asking anything for myself. I had done it all for God, for peace, for my order. Yet, I had lived. Lived to see the faith fully defeated as completely as it could be. Lived to see our enemy act with nobility where our own leaders could not. Lived to see the end of everything I held dear. At that point, I reached for my dagger to cut my own throat, even knowing that it would be a mortal sin. I did not care, and only the fact that it was lost stopped me. But then, as I sat up to look for another weapon, I found it. Found what? Sire, Uriu said. He was on the edge of his seat now, he could almost see the battlefield, almost smell the sickening stench. Hope, Sigismund said simply. Hope, Jugram repeated. I sat up, and next to me, I saw Jugram. Deathly still and pale. I thought he was dead too, and I was overcome with sorrow. But within me, my old power stirred, and I sensed he was alive. I put my ear to his mouth, and felt the faintest breath. The lance in his side had stopped him from bleeding out entirely, although he was at death's door. So, here, despairing, I finally cast aside the limitations my faith had put upon me. If I could save just one person, if I could save Jugram from death, then I would have salvaged something. There are all sorts of reasons I could attach after the fact, but there and then, I know I felt a deep need to save him. So, I let the old power inside me stir. I drew upon the faint memories of the basic training I had been given as a child. Wrenching the lance from his broken body, I closed his wounds and stopped the bleeding. It was mostly by intuition, and more than once I feared I had killed him, but somehow, my spiritual power bonded with his. Somehow, I was able to feel it, manipulate it. I felt it, I tugged at it, and it came naturally to me. There and then, I saved his life. There and then, I lost my faith, but I regained it elsewhere. I lost my faith in God, but I gained a faith in myself, in people. God had not saved me there. God was nowhere to be seen on that battlefield. But, this power? It was real. It had saved something precious to me. The rest is history. Jugram nodded. It is as he says. We too are the very first and the very oldest of the order. Robbed of our beliefs, we left that land behind and sought out our homeland once more. We found the clan I had once belonged to, and completed our training, said Sigismund. We both excelled, and once we surpassed our master, we developed our own method. Blood vene, Uriu murmured. Blood artery? Indeed, said the king with a nod. For some time, we were uncertain of our place in the world. We sought out the 4 great Quincy clans to find purpose, but none of them appealed. The rising sun was honorable, but not chivalrous enough. The Seacamrans were wise, but not brave enough. The patricians were powerful, but too callous. The swift striders were noble in their own way, but too mistrustful. Eventually, we realized that if we wanted a Quincy order to belong to, we would have to found it ourselves. So, we returned to my home, and I took up residence in this very castle. My grandfather was long dead, and we came home to see the castle's ruling family was dead. With no other heir in place, I became its master. From there on, we traveled the world to recruit new people who valued the things we valued, people who valued pride, honor, decency, chivalry. and, in time, we raised knights of our own. Brought up to believe not in God, but in themselves, in reason and in nobility, Jugram said with a nod. We are moving past centuries, of course, said the king, but time does not permit more. This, young Uriu, is the short version of our history. That is the tale of how Sigismund Abadinawak became who he is, king and master of the Wandenritter. That is why I am. I keep my people safe, and I raise them in the spirit of reason. I give them purpose, but I urge them to seek it for themselves, as well, for I have seen the ills of people being given models of thought ready-made, unquestionable, and absolute. That is the essence of our order, to think for oneself, and to act nobly in accordance with that thought. That was incredible, Uriah said quietly, awed. Thank you, sire, for sharing that story with me. It seemed so personal. I tell it to all aspirants who would listen, said the king with a smile. It is my story, but also the story of the order. It belongs to them as much as it does to me. You've not yet seen the parts where he boasts his ability with a sword, Jugram said with a smile. He becomes very keen on emphasizing how he beat the knight champion of the castle within his first year of training once he has had a few drinks. Have you no respect for your liege, Jugram? Said King Sigismund severely, but a moment later, his strict facade cracked into a smile. He laughed, and Jugram alongside him. To be fair, said the king, it is true. I am sure it is, sire. Uriah said. Would you look at that? Said Jugram, pulling out a pocket watch. We've been at this for quite some time. It's almost lunch. So you say. Said the king, surprised. My, time does fly, does it not? Young Uriah, I hope we will have time to speak again before you leave tonight, but until then, contemplate all you have seen and heard here. I will, sire, Uriah promised. He had a decision to make, after all. Tsukishima was running. He was dimly aware of the Fullbringers nearby, still fighting, but right now he was focused on survival. 20 minutes ago, he had been confident, assured of their victory. He'd held all the cards, victory within his grasp. He'd been so sure. He had so many puppets all at once, almost too many to effectively control, enough to catch the last few and turn them to his side. That had been 20 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago, he had been cautiously optimistic, on edge but with a plan. He'd set up a formidable combination, and expected it to work. Why wouldn't it? Just one hit, and that bitch of an assassin would be his to command. That had been 2 minutes ago. Since then, he had been rudely awakened to the reality of what it meant to face a captain. In the span of 2 seconds, she had instantly defeated Ririko while holding Giriko in place, sent Yukio and himself flying, and effortlessly defeated Giriko. Their one shot had needed but a moment, but, Tsukishima realized, he might as well have needed a year. He sensed her behind him, a writhing mass of power now that she no longer tried to conceal herself. She was closing, and quickly. Jinjo was right. The thought sailed through his desperate mind as he ran, his lungs burning with the exertion. His confidence had been replaced by fear, and he knew he was running for his life now. Jinjo had been right all along. This was one captain, one of the 13 greatest elite warriors the Godai had to command. She had dismantled them like they were nothing. If they had been on alert when he first attacked, how quickly would it have ended then? How much plain luck had been involved in that attack? How much of it had been them not expecting this, not knowing how to counter what was coming? He had thought himself strong, capable, smart, but he had been an ant. An insect, cling at the feet of a lion. Now the lion had awakened, and suddenly, she stood in front of him. He skid to a halt, nearly falling over. He hadn't even seen her move. One moment he'd been running into the woods, as quickly as his legs could carry him, and the next she had barred his way, staring him down with a scowl on her face. She was not tall in stature, 5 feet at most, but Tsukishima felt as if he were being looked down on by a giant. A knife glittered in her hand, and it looked sharp. "Don't come any closer," he snarled, fumbling with his weapon, bringing the blade of his full bring out, raising it with the fury of a cornered rat, like a man truly out of options. So iPhone stared at the criminal. She knew she would be lying to herself if she were to claim this wasn't personal, that this wasn't at all about revenge. She knew she would take personal satisfaction in this, but, she reminded herself, it would also be justice. She was acting on the explicit orders of her commander, and Tsukishima Shuakura had more than earned his sentence. She took a step forward, then another, and lunged at him. The Fullbringer swung with his blade in wide arcs as quickly as his human reflexes allowed him. So iPhone dodged under a horizontal slash, knowing that parrying would not work. Even with this restriction, it was child's play. She moved like flowing water, and every time he struck, she was somewhere his blade was not. "Stop showing off," her Zanpakuta said strictly, and so iPhone realized it was true. No need to prolong this. She caught his hand by the wrist with her offhand, moving with superhuman speed. Before he could react, she slammed the hilt of her knife against his arm, and was rewarded with the crack of breaking bone. When she let go of his arm, it hung limp by his side, his weapon slipping to the ground. Listen," the Fullbringer said, fear apparent on his face. "You don't have to dash." So iPhone took a step forward. They were just a couple of paces apart, even with the coward staggering back. "No!" Tsukishima cried. "No! No, stay away! Don't come any closer! Please dash!" So iPhone surged forward in a quick, smooth motion, and grabbed him by the collar with her offhand. The first thrust caught him just under the ribcage, the knife sliding into his chest as if it were water, and as she twisted the blade, so iPhone knew she had ruptured his aorta. He gurgled, but so iPhone wasn't done. She withdrew the knife and stabbed into his gut. Blood trailed down his mouth, and she looked him in the eye. He looked terrified, his one good arm desperately clawing at her arm. He might as well have tried to make a river run uphill. So iPhone thrust the knife a third and final time, and she felt his spine crack as she drove it in deep. As she withdrew the blade, her hand dyed red with blood, he collapsed onto his back, his white shirt quickly changing color. He gurgled, twitching. So iPhone stared down at the dying Fullbringer. It would have been cleaner and quicker to cut his throat, but he would bleed out soon anyhow. A few minutes of suffering before his death was no more than he had earned. She spared him not a word, simply staring down at him. Calmly, she reached into her pocket for a handkerchief, and first wiped her knife clean, then her hand. Tsukishima Shuakura was done. She took less pleasure in it than she had expected. She wasn't sure whether that was good or not. Rangiku spun around for another parry from Isane's Itagumo, only to realize the swing had faltered halfway through. Nimu's monstrous strength coupled with her girlfriend's skills had pressed Rangiku hard, especially since she couldn't fight back at her fullest. She had been bruised more than once, and something ached terribly in her left side. If she was lucky, it was just a broken rib. But now, Isane lowered her blade, and shook her head in confusion. Nimu was blinking. "Isane," Rangiku said, a desperate hope rising in her chest. "Please, please, please, oh please, let them have come to their senses after all." "Rangiku," Isane said, looking at her blade, her confusion growing into shock. Why are we fighting?" "This makes no sense," Nimu said, stunned. "We are out in the woods, too, oh my." "Oh, God," Isane said, her blade sealing as she clutched a hand over her mouth. "I was trying to kill you." "Glad to have you back," Rangiku said, relieved. She lowered her blade, and grimaced. "Rangiku, I'm so sorry," Isane said, sheathing her blade and hurrying over. "Are you okay?" "It's not your fault," Rangiku said. "I mean, who hasn't been mind-controlled into fighting their friends, right?" My memory is fuzzy," Nimu muttered. "It's usually very precise. These last few days, we were being used," Isane whispered, horrified. "All this time." "Tsukishima. Like I said, not your fault," Rangiku grumbled, "but right now, I could actually use some medical attention." Oh, of course," Isane said, hurriedly obliging to Rangiku's request. As Rangiku sat down, letting the good healer do her work, she felt intense relief. Finally, Grimjo stood tall, and shrugged his shoulders. By his feet lay the two punks, broken and unconscious. Some outing this had been. He'd been promised a fight, and he'd wound up with a couple of punks, barely able to scratch him. He'd played with them, mostly, until he'd gotten bored and given them both as heavy a beating as he dared. To not kill them had been far more challenging than actually defeating them. Irritated, he shook his head. It was better than nothing, he supposed, and it sure beat being cooped up down in that shitty basement, but still, He looked around, hoping for another opponent, but to his disappointment, most of the battles seemed to have wrapped up. Damn shame that Captain had chickened out. He could have been real interesting to fight. Damn shame. Well, it was better than nothing. He flexed his muscles, and wondered what Red would have him do next. He shook his head irritably. Hell, why was his first thought about her? He was an errand car. He wasn't going to be some Shinigami's bitch. He flexed his muscles again, letting his riotsu flow freely, and briefly the thought of escape crossed his mind. He was strong. He could run. Fuck 'em all, right? Lost in thought, he stared out into the distance. For a second, it was very tempting. Grim Joe Jaeger Jacques, strong and free. But, then reality caught up. Where'd he even go? Running to Hueco Mundo wasn't an option. Hide out in the world of the living, like a dog, slowly starving on weak human souls? They'd find him, and when they did, he'd have lost any goodwill he'd earned. He spat, and realized that, to his irritation, he knew better than to try it. Fuck it. Back to Red, then. Kisuke parried an axe kick with both hands, smiling all the while. Yuriyuki didn't want to kill him, and he didn't want to kill her, so their fight had become a relatively light spar. He suspected she fought mostly to keep her head occupied. He felt so very proud of her. He could sense in her the resistance to Tsukishima's influence, how she held back her punches, how she neglected to pull the nastier moves he knew she could. He knew very well how fatal Shihoin Yuriyuki could be if she tried, how loyal she was to those who mattered, and that she refused to do more than basic martial arts was as good a sign as he could have expected. Even with the mental override the hypnosis had caused, part of her knew better. He pushed back from the kick, overbalancing her. To his surprise, she lost her balance and fell over. Yuriyuki, he said eagerly, immediately feeling hopeful. To lose her balance at all like this was unnatural, completely atypical for her. She had the grace and balance of a cat, and only something very disorienting would cause her to stumble like this. Kisuke, she said, rubbing her head. Smile widening, he extended a hand. Hesitantly, she took it, and he pulled her to her feet. You're back, aren't you? He said. I think. Just take your time, he said, nodding eagerly. I'm sure it will pass. Do you remember who you are? I'm me, Kisuke, she said, a little annoyed. What do you mean? You're always so oh. Welcome back, said Kisuke, his smile for once totally genuine. Who even was he? Yuriyuki muttered. No longer a concern, said Kisuke happily. Although. What? I believe there is someone else who will want to hear from you. Yuriyuki looked nonplussed for a second, but then her eyes widened. So iPhone, she whispered. She blinked, and her eyes widened. Oh, shit, so iPhone. Momo blinked. Her head hurt, and the world was a little fuzzy. The light stung her eyes as she opened them, and so she closed them again. It took a few seconds for her to realize that somebody had been kneeling by her side, somebody who, on second thought, was clutching her hand. Now curious, Momo opened her eyes again, and slowly propped herself up. She found herself helped up by a strong, eager hand. Erza, she said, staring up into a familiar, beautiful face, tarnished by blood and dirt yet no less lovely for it. Momo, said Erza, her voice tense. Momo, are you with me? Is he still in there? Who? Momo murmured. My head hurts, and dash. Then it all came back to her. Her memories, which had been blissfully absent, washed back in like a messy tidal wave. Tsukishima. She had followed him. She had been in love with him. She had fought Erza for him. She had turned against Erza. She clutched a hand over her mouth, horrified. "Oh, my God," she whimpered. "Erza, I'm so sorry. I just dash." She felt tears welling up at the edges of her eyes, but Erza had already beat her to it. Great, big tears welled down her cheeks, but by the look of relief and happiness on her face, these were tears of joy. "Momo, thank God!" she cried, her breaths fast and loud, unable to keep the emotions inside, welling over like a bursting dam. Still holding Momo's hand, her other arm wrapped around the smaller woman, pulling her into a bear hug. "Thank God, you're back. I betrayed you!" Momo cried out, weeping. "I turned against you. I'm the worst. It's not your fault, do you hear me?" Erza exclaimed, putting a little space between them, staring Momo in the eye. "None of this is your fault. Don't you ever think that way, Momo. It was he who did this, not you. I'm just so happy to have you back with me, so don't tear yourself down. Don't you ever do that. Do you hear me?" "Erza, I just..." Momo said, overwhelmed. "Everything is going to be okay," Erza reassured her, kissing her forehead. "I swear, everything is going to be okay. Everything is fine now. You're back. That's all I need." Momo leaned into Erza's shoulder and cried, unsure of what else to do. She felt shame and anger, but Erza's tears seemed to wash it away, dull their burn until it faded away entirely. So iPhone turned around to see Yoriyuki looking at her, a look of uncertainty and sadness on her face. "Lady Yoriyuki?" So iPhone wasn't sure what she thought. Yoriyuki, who had only minutes ago treated her like nothing, now stood in front of her looking apologetic. Ashamed. It was an unseemly look for her. "So iPhone, Yoriyuki said, extending a hand. Are you okay?" She sounded a little desperate, vulnerable, and weak. Not quite knowing why, so iPhone took a step back, away from her lady. "I have work to do," she said, keeping her voice stable. "This thing is far from over. I have to secure the location, gather the facts, put together a report. Of course. This is no time for personal issues." "I understand," Yoriyuki said, nodding. I won't bother you." She folded her arms and turned around. Part of So iPhone wanted to cry out, wanted her to stay, wanted her to insist that no, now is exactly the time for personal issues, but she didn't. So iPhone balled her fists in anger. Tsukishima, he deserved his fate. No, he had gotten off easily. Rukia had, at first, felt as if she had accomplished something. She had quite possibly found a truth that was unknown to them all, and perhaps even averted a needless tragedy. This was somewhat undercut by the fact that when she turned away from her battle with the Fullbringer, the both of them intent on cooperating, most of the fights were already wrapping up. Chad and Mo were beaten, a disdainful Grimjo looking down on them. Erza Commander Scarlet was cradling Hinamori Momo, with Orium lying unconscious just nearby. Rukia felt a sense of irritation that she knew was unbecoming. What was the point of finding out the truth and negotiating peace if the battle was already done, and by the looks of it, done on their terms? She saw it before Jinjo did. Captain So iPhone charged Tsukishima Shuakura, knife in hand, easily evading his clumsy strikes. She broke his arm, and then in 3 quick strokes she stabbed her knife into his chest. Any sense of a bloodless end to this conflict was now gone. Tsukishima collapsed, and Rukia looked to Jinjo. The man seemed to have sensed it, and stared, gaping. Shiryu. He whispered weakly, before the whisper turned into a cry of agony. Shuakura. Shiryu. He ran, and Rukia didn't even try to stop him. What would be the point? He was already broken in spirit, and he would pose no threat to the likes of a captain. Jinjo ran, an impossible sense of horror building in his chest. He had tried to prepare himself for the worst, but seeing Shiryu there on the ground, bloodied and dying, his preparation had meant nothing. He slid to a halt, falling to his knees. Without paying the assassin any mind, he wrenched his jacket off, and then his shirt, trying to use the ladder to put pressure on the bleeding wounds. He fumbled with it, desperate, but managed to fold it into a compress of sorts, and pushed it down as hard as he dared. "Shiryu, you'll be okay," he wheezed, frantically trying to stop Shiryu from dying, from being taken away from him. "Jinjo," Shiryu said weakly, raising an arm to touch with Jinjo's. "Don't talk," Jinjo insisted. "Just be still, okay? We'll fix you up." With what little strength he had left, Shiryu clutched at Jinjo's arm. "No, you won't," he whispered. He looked down, and Jinjo saw that the shirt he was using had been dyed completely red, sticky with blood. The ground around them was becoming rich with it, seeping all across the forest floor. He was losing too much of it, too quickly. It's okay," Shiryu muttered. "Jinjo, listen dash. It's not too late." Jinjo snarled. "God damn it, medic. Doesn't anyone here know how to heal? Listen." Shiryu's voice would have been angry and loud, but he was deathly pale now, weak and all but spent. "You just listen," Jinjo insisted desperately. "We're going to get you out of here, to a hospital dash." Somewhere deep inside, he knew that wasn't possible. Shiryu'd be dead long before conventional medicine could help. "I'm almost through, so fucking listen," Shiryu exclaimed, coughing weakly. Jinjo breathed erratically, clutching at his hair, unsure what to do. "I tried being in charge," Shiryu muttered. "Wasn't so easy." "It's not you didn't know dash," Jinjo stuttered. "You were right," Shiryu said, gently taking hold of Jinjo's arm. "We had no idea what we were getting into, did we? It's my fault, at the end of the day. You tried to warn me, but now." "And no," Jinjo whimpered. "No, you can't go, you can't dash." "It's not up to you or to me," Shiryu said, weakly shaking his head. "You wanted me to take over and lead. I guess you'll have to find somebody else." "No. No. It's your job still, big guy. Don't you ever forget that. They still need you. So, just remember." He trailed off weakly into nothing, and his arm slumped down onto the ground, quite still. Whatever Jinjo was supposed to remember, he would never know. "No, no, no," Jinjo cried, tears streaming freely down his cheeks. He shook Shiryu as if to wake him, as if he was just asleep. His shoulders shook and trembled, and he let out a long, loud, primal wail. "God damn it!" he cried, and wailed again, like a wounded animal. From afar, Erza watched his pain and misery. She held on to Momo still, Momo's tears still wet on her neck. She felt a great sense of sympathy for Kyogo Jinjo, even knowing what he'd been party to. What parent wouldn't? He had lost a son. She looked over to Orium. She could still wake her. If she did, Orium would be able to bring him back. A human soul was frailer than the spiritual matter of a Shinigami or Hollow, but if she acted within a few minutes, he would be brought back. Then she remembered Tsukishima's arm around Momo, her Momo. She remembered his callous smirk. She remembered the madness of having all her friends turned against her. She hugged Momo tightly, as if she might turn around again if she didn't. Yes, she remembered. She remembered losing everything she held dear to an arrogant young man with cruel and evil-minded powers. Some people, Erza thought to herself, do not deserve to be saved. She forced herself to look at Jinjo, to feel his pain, but even so, the thought persisted. There was the smooth light of a Senkaimon gate opening, and out from two doors sliding aside stepped Captain Yukatake Jushiro, a serious expression on his face. Erza had just barely begun to collect herself. She had ordered Isane to give everyone a medical examination, ordered iPhone to round up the remaining full-bringers. Things were far from making sense, but they were getting there. "Captain Yukatake," said Erza weakly, giving a slight bow. She felt too weak, too drained to even question his presence here. "I was informed by Captain iPhone that the situation had been handled, and the gateway network was back online," said Yukatake. "I came as quickly as I heard. This matter is of personal interest to me." "Well, feel free to take charge, because I'm barely able to stand here," Erza muttered. They were none of them in good spirits, and aside from Grimjo, all of them were traumatized to one degree or another. The Fullbringers were dejected, the fighting spirit gone from them. Jinjo was still sobbing over Tsukishima's corpse. Erza had torn a piece from her shiakusho to fashion a cloth to cover the dead man's face. He deserved at least that much. "Let us speak somewhere more suitable," said Yukatake. "Right now, I imagine restoring security protocols will be your primary priority." Oh, right, said Erza, realizing she had actually forgotten about the impending threat that Aizen posed. "Yes, of course. Naturally." She turned to Byakuya, and said, "Captain, can I trust you to secure our headquarters and restore patrol patterns?" "Confirmed," said Byakuya, seeming a little uplifted at the notion of having something concrete to do. "I will execute immediately." "We will all need to make statements," Erza said, "for reports and such. But for now, yes, let's reconvene at the headquarters." By some great stroke of luck, everything appeared to be quite normal when they came back. They found a rather confused Nozomi back at the information central, who was pleased to report that there had been no extraordinary activities. Aizen had to have simply missed the opportunity, because Erza was sure he would have been pleased to exploit it. It was incredibly lucky, but somehow, the fortune of it seemed to be irrelevant. Just looking at the familiar building of Urahara's store, knowing it was secure, knowing it was theirs again, that nobody was turned against each other, it was relief of a kind that Erza hadn't realized how much she needed. It took some time to settle things. Tsukishima's corpse had to be transported, Ichigo, Chad, Tatsuki, and Orium returned home, medical treatments completed, Grimjo returned, the Fullbringers placed into custody, and so on. But, eventually, Erza sat down in a quiet room with Yukatake, feeling nauseated with stress now that things were finally beginning to calm down. "Captain So iPhone, if you please," said Yukatake calmly. On cue, So iPhone opened the door, bringing a restrained Kyogo Jinjo into the room. She pushed him onto his knees, and he sat down opposite Erza and Yukatake. He wore riot-suppressing cuffs, but Erza doubted he would have been a threat without them. "That will be all, Captain So iPhone," said Yukatake. So iPhone gave Jinjo a burning glare before exiting and closing the door behind her, but Jinjo didn't seem to notice. He stared into the floor, his eyes red from crying. "Jinjo," said Yukatake, his voice soothingly calm, "I am glad to see you again, although I regret the circumstances." Jinjo coughed, or perhaps it was just a sob from a man biting back more tears. The others," he said weakly. "Where are the others? Where are my kids?" "Safe," Erza assured him, "locked up in our basement. Given the care they need medically. They're all alive and well, relatively speaking." "Not all of them," Jinjo whimpered. "I offer you my heartfelt condolences," said Yukatake. "The hell do you care?" Jinjo burst out. "It was you people who killed him. Whether you believe me or not, I really do feel sorry for you," Yukatake insisted. "This whole affair, from all those years until now, was a tragedy. Not a criminal act, a tragedy. Of that, I am convinced." Erza gave him a steely look. She did not feel quite as generous right now. "I know this is a difficult time for you. But, right now," Yukatake continued, "we must discuss you and your Fullbringer group. As of this exact moment, nobody knows the full extent of the situation outside the Karakura group, myself and the Captain Commander excluded." Erza raised an eyebrow. Why had the information been contained? "Why should I trust a single thing you say?" Jinjo said bitterly. "You set me up. Your people drove us from our homes twice." Yukatake sighed. "That whole affair has been a stain on my conscience ever since it happened. The truth of the matter Truth?" Jinjo said contemptuously. "The truth," Yukatake continued, seeming unflappable, "as I offer it to you, whether you choose to believe it or not, is that I meant to release you from your service that night. Without my knowledge, operatives of the Stealth Corps followed me that night to ensure no confidential information was revealed. I do not believe they were there to kill you. But, when you turned and ran, they appeared before you to bar their exit. You were scared. You struck at them, and they died. That was the tragedy. You were meant to go free, Jinjo, but then you ran and made a killer of yourself. That is why you were targeted, 2 deaths on your conscience. You were meant to be arrested and face trial for that, and nothing else. Then, do it. Put me in jail or kill me, whichever one, Jinjo said bitterly. Just take me. Not my kids. I'm the one you want, not them. Under Godiai law, strictly speaking, Erza said, they are almost as guilty as Tsukishima in all this. If it were publicly known, there would be no differentiation. Just take me, damn it. Jinjo snarled. Please, calm yourself, said Yukatake. If not for you or for us, then for the future of your children. That made Jinjo fall quiet. It is true as the commander says, Yukatake said with a nod. That would be lawful. But, I do not believe it would be just. They were manipulated into doing something they had no understanding of. From what I've been able to gather, none of them seem malicious. I believe there is cause for leniency. Leniency? Jinjo repeated. I will make no promises, said Yukatake, but I believe I can let your group go free, after a review of their powers and strengths. I would recommend they find a home elsewhere, though. I believe also that I could alter the 2 deaths on your conscience from murder to manslaughter, the statutes of which would have expired by now, I would add. If I have my way, which I cannot guarantee, since ultimately this is in the hands of the Captain Commander, then I'd rather send you all on your way. You have paid already. Jinjo blinked, and Erza realized she was gaping. Forgive me, but I must confer with the commander on this in private, said Yukatake gently. I hope you understand. Of course, Jinjo muttered. After calling on iPhone again to escort him out, Yukatake turned to Erza. I would never expect you to be cruel enough to give a man false hope, she said sharply, so I can only assume you were sincere in that. I was, Yukatake said simply. These were severe crimes, Erza said, the kind that would, under Godiai law, lead to execution or at least imprisonment for life. Is that just? Is it just? Erza practically spat the words. Is it just? We just nearly lost control of a whole battle force of unprecedented strength. We left ourselves wide open to Aizen at a critical time, and you ask me if this is just. Forgive me, but you sound more like Captain iPhone than your usual self, said Yukatake mildly. She already made the same recommendations, I might add. But, is that what you should be saying? Is that who Erza Scarlet is? If it is, he added hastily, I will not judge you. It's understandable and fair. But, when you joined, not long ago, I seem to recall a rebellious character who was highly critical of the way we do things. The kind that picked mercy over judgment. That isn't dash. Isn't it? Said Yukatake innocently, and shrugged. If you say so. You know yourself better than I do, certainly. You listen here dash, Erza said indignantly, and 100 infuriated objections died before she could utter them. Wasn't he right? She had promised Rukia she would lie to preserve Byakuya's reputation. She had ordered iPhone to end a man's life. She had watched him die, and felt no remorse. Who was she becoming, exactly? Was that the kind of person she should be? If we show mercy, is it not foolish? She said weakly. If they did it once, couldn't they do it again? A fair argument, said Yukatake. Imprisonment for life would certainly eliminate that problem. Can you stop agreeing with me? Erza burst out. That's not how this is supposed to go. This matter is personal to me, Yukatake said, but it is not just mine. It affected you more than me, I dare say. If anyone has a say in it, it is you. Tell me, Erza, what do you think? Asked Yukatake sincerely. What is your measure of this man? Ichigo trusts him, Erza muttered. I thought Ichigo was being manipulated, but now I'm not so sure. He's a grieving man. He cared. When he says he didn't want this. I can believe that. Do you think he'd come back to haunt us? We killed his adopted son. I would blame us, too. And are they strong enough to merit real concern? No, Erza muttered grudgingly. Who do you think he is? Erza said, and hesitated. I think he's a good man caught up in something he never wanted. I think he just wants his family to get by. That's what I think. But, he's also a risk. I'm in charge of this mission, I can't just. Can't just what? I mean, can I even let them go? That is up to you. God damn it. Welcome to captaincy, Yucatec said dryly. What's your take, then? Erza demanded. As somebody less personally affected, I think it would be unjust to punish them to the extent the Godii would. I also think they are, practically speaking, quite inconsequential compared to the threat ahead. We do not have the time for trials right now. I'll be honest with you, the captain commander made it clear he wants the issue resolved today, whether that means killing them all, putting them in the maggot's nest, or sending them on their way. Erza sighed. I'm not the right person to make the call. So, don't. Let me. No, it should be me, she said stubbornly, personal feelings be damned. I can't shy away from this just because it's hard. Well spoken, Yucatec said approvingly. So, shall we contact the captain commander? Is your mind made up? Not even remotely, Erza muttered, but all the same, yes. Get us in contact with the old man. As soon as possible. It was afternoon, and Uriu, somewhat to his dismay, had not gotten the chance to speak with the king again. The dismay was lessened considerably, though, by good company. Sir Gerhardt, merrily boasting about victories that were obviously exaggerated even by the standards of a Quincy as powerful as he, Bassard Bez providing cynical, good-natured insights about the order and his grounded outlook on it, Uskin de Lever beating him handily at poker, his charismatic mannerisms somewhat undercut by the fact that he was clearly cheating, King Du providing tales of combat from the far Orient that were by far more believable than Sir Gerhardt's. Every question Uriu asked was answered, from technical issues of Quincy technique to history to thoughts on ethics. It was, all in all, everything Uriu could have asked for, and when Hashwalth came into the hall to remind him that the car that would take him to his flight home would leave soon, Uriu felt disappointed. He had never been the most social of people, but he had begun to feel a sense of kinship here. To be a Quincy among Quincies, to be among like-minded people who loved honor, pride, and virtue the same way he did yet fought over it in constant arguments, where nobody seemed to entirely agree was as much as he could possibly have asked for. To be part of this, oh, how marvelous would it be! After saying his goodbyes to the paladins, who said their farewells with cheer and drank his toast, Uriu followed the Grand Master out of the room. There was one thing yet to do before he left, he knew that much. Hashwalth led him to the throne room, emptied of people now, rows of benches unoccupied and lonely. It looked off somehow, Uriu felt as if the room was not the same without it being filled by row upon row of knights. This was a momentary distraction, though, as he laid eyes on the king, sitting cross-legged upon his throne, the simple crown adorning his head. He wore full regalia now, velvet and silken robes, a massive cloak lined with ermine fur emphasizing his station. Uriu fell to one knee and bowed his head without needing to be prompted by Hashwalth. Rise, aspirant, said King Sigismund authoritatively, and Uriu obeyed. Tell me, young Uriu, said the king, your short time here with us has come to an end. What say you to our order? What I have seen of it, sire, said Uriu, choosing his words carefully, has been marvelous. Everything I had hoped for, and more. Then I believe you will know what my next question is, aspirant. Your Majesty wishes to know if I would join your order in time. So I do, young Uriu. You possess considerable talent, and you seem an honorable young man. You would find with us a home and grand purpose. You would become the best that you could be, and in time you would be amongst the order's elites. What say you? I cannot, sire, not until my studies are finished. Uriu said evasively. He knew his answer already, and it did not please him. Staring down the severe man in front of him, speaking to him as a king, Uriu felt uncomfortable to contradict him in any way. You have said as much, and I consider it fair, said the king, a little impatiently, but after that? Will you become a knight? Will you become Surishita, a chevalier, in time perhaps even a paladin? Uriu took a deep breath, and spoke quickly. Sire, I cannot. The king raised an eyebrow in surprise. You speak with such finality, aspirant. Have you truly made your decision already? Sire, I have done nothing but consider this. I could hardly sleep last night, so excited was I at the prospect of being amongst you. To be among those who value the things I value, to become strong, to do so in the pursuit of purpose. I have never in my life had an offer so tempting. Then what is there to talk about? Said Hashwalth mildly. You sound like you want it. We give it freely. What holds you back? Please, do not mistake this for scorn or ingratitude, said Uriah, a little pained. I truly appreciate what you have shown me, but dash. Be at ease, young Uriah, said the king, making a calming gesture with his hand. I ask nothing except that you explain your motivation. Uriah sighed. You have shown me the grandest possible vision. But, all the same, not to be rude, but when something seems too good to be true, it usually is. The king's eyes narrowed slightly, but he motioned for Uriah to continue. You have shown me all I desire, your majesty. Yet, still, you keep secrets from me. Still, some information is privileged. I can understand that, but your majesty will not even reveal the true purpose of this order. If I were to join, I would do so blindly. I would do so on the condition that the truth be revealed only after I have sworn loyalty to you. This, I cannot do. Do you understand why, sire? Do you understand my hesitance? Young Uriah, the king rumbled, I believe you value truth. A fine merit in itself, but it is rather a conundrum, because the full truth is by necessity kept clouded. I will swear on my life and on my honor that it is not nefarious, but of course, do you know that I am not lying? You cannot be sure. This I understand. It disappoints me, but your skepticism is, from your perspective, fair. I am glad you understand, said Uriah, and sighed. I expect I will have to find my own way from here on. Know that I am grateful for all you have provided. On the contrary, said the king, shaking his head, your training was offered freely, and will continue until it is concluded. We are assured of your character, and what was given was not conditional. Paladins Hashwalth, McAllon, and Basterbine will return with you tonight, as before. I am grateful, sire, Uriah stammered. It had taken quite a lot of mental resilience to say no, for the king had a way of filling up a room even as large as this, as if he was larger than his physical frame and more than spirit. Even so, said the king, although I will not divulge the full truth to an outsider, I will invite you to do some reasoning of your own. My own, sire? Uriah said confusedly. You asked this order's purpose. Reason, then, as to what you think it is. What have you seen here this weekend, and what conclusions have you made? You have soldiers, Uriah said slowly, a little taken aback by this development, skilled ones, by the hundreds. Maybe even thousands. Your elites are, from what I can tell, at least as skilled as the best of the Godi 13's officers, including their captains. Here in this castle, I have seen a military force, united by creed and philosophy and trained in the art of war on the spiritual plane. An army. And what is the purpose of an army, young Uriah? To make war, said Uriah flatly. Yes, and you have power here, enough to rival. He slowed down. And so, I believe the scales fall from the lad's eyes, said the king to Hashwalth. What other purpose could there be? Uriah muttered to himself. You would not build such a force to conquer the mortal world. Why would you? What interest would you have in that? Indeed, said the king. No, this force was not built to combat mortal men. It was raised, first of all, to protect our realms from hollows. But, a fraction of what I have could do that. You plan to attack the Godi 13, Uriah breathed. Your words, not ours, said the king. Now you have arrived at the truth or what you think is the truth. What will you do with it? That. I must think on it, said Uriah. I am no ally to the Godi, but war is a dire matter. This is why you came to Karakara, isn't it? To keep an eye on the upcoming conflict. You know somehow, and you plan to make your move. The car will leave soon, will it not, Hashwalth? Said the king smoothly. I suggest you change clothes while you can, Grand Master, before you drive young Uriah on his way home. Hashwalth bowed, and nodded. It all makes sense, then, Uriah murmured. Was inviting me about that? About gaining information. Young Uriah, said the king with some distaste in his voice, have we asked you a single question about the Shinigami? About the battle force stationed in Karakura? Whatever our long-term motives are, our interest in you is and always has been genuine. You are a Quincy, young man, and you deserve a chance to your heritage. Forgive me, sire, Uriah murmured. He went down on one knee, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I am grateful for my time here. I have much to think on. For now, I swear on my pride as a Quincy that I will divulge none of the secrets I learned here at this castle. I do not reject your offer for all time, but I must learn more, both as a Quincy and about your purpose, before I can join this order. With that said, sire, I must beg you dismiss me, for the hour grows late. I am glad to hear a young man speak with such clarity, said the king warmly. So be it, then. On your way, young Uriah. Finish you schooling, as a Quincy and as a citizen, and revisit us when it is time. I shall, sire, Uriah promised, and walked out of the throne room, his heart pounding. Hashwalth watched him go. Your Majesty, he said, brows furrowed, why not give him some of the truth? No Quincy should be unaware of the Godai's atrocities. His own grandfather was mutilated and killed there. Surely it would have swayed him. On our word alone, said the king ponderously. It would have seemed manipulative. The boy is suspicious of us. Tempted, and aware of it. Such a fact would seem quite convenient. It is the truth, sire. Its veracity is irrelevant. Only how it would seem to the young man matters. No, we will spare him the knowledge for now. Continue to train him. Guide him. Make a good impression. When the time is right and he trusts you, I will instruct you to reveal the full truth. When he is better trained, more matured, the truth shall be his, and then he may make his choice. Sire, that may be after, well, our goal. Perhaps. Even so, that is my decision. Very well, Your Majesty, Hashwalth said respectfully, nodding. I had best get going, then. Go, said the king. Left alone at last, the king stared out into space. Ishida Uriah was, without a doubt, the most interesting candidate he had seen in years. Erza stared down the screen Urahara had set up, large enough to fill up most of the wall. The old man seemed enormous when looking at them through it, implacable and unflappable. Report, commanded Yamamoto, both hands clutched over his cane. The situation is under full control, Captain Commander, Yukatake said calmly. All that remains now is to decide what to do with these full-bringers. Captain So-iPhone has already sent a preliminary report, grumbled the old man. It ends with the recommendation that they be executed for crimes against the Godai. She certainly has the legal standing. What say you, Commander? Erza breathed in. It was no surprise to her that So-iPhone had made the suggestion. She probably would have done so even without the personal stake in the issue. Not long ago, Erza would have sympathized with it. It is my belief, Erza began, still collecting herself, still not sure what she thought, that with all the evidence and knowledge available to me at this time, they are not as a group hostile to the Godai or its interest. I believe that prior to 2 days ago, their only priority was to remain undetected and in peace. I believe that Tsukishima Shuakura was the instigator of this attack, and that none of them except Kyogo Jinjo had any idea what they were doing. For the record, Kyogo states that he objected strongly to this attack. I believe this to be true. All the same, said Yamamoto gruffly, the authority of the Godai 13 has been undermined at a crucial time. Aside from the immense security risk this presented, your battle group has been humiliated by a mere human. These are all guilty parties in crimes against the Godai. Under the law, we could do as Captain So-iPhone asks, and more. Captain Commander Yukatake began, but Erza cut him off. You could, sir, and I would not care either way, she said, keeping her voice neutral, but I believe this was a tragedy from start to finish. I believe it should be judged accordingly. I will not decide their fate. That, sir, is your prerogative. I can only state the facts. Facts as follows: a bunch of ignorant kids were grossly misinformed about the GODI itself, its intentions and its missions, by a paranoid man wanted for murder, a murder committed not out of cruelty, premeditation, or ill intent, but from a mistaken belief that he needed to defend himself. Thus misinformed, the group itself did not attack only the instigator. The instigator in question has paid for his actions with his life. The rest of the group was defeated without too much effort, without any severe injuries on our count. What sentence does this merit, Captain Commander Yamamoto? An operative was killed, said the old man. I have reason to believe it was the work of the instigator, Tsukishima, said Yukatake. Erza gave him a quick look. They didn't know that for sure, at all. Then again, reason to believe was vague enough that it wasn't exactly lying. She thought about it, and decided not to object. What would the point be? Assuming that is the case, said the old man, what would you do with them? Not my call, sir, said Erza. Sensei, said Yukatake. Truth be told, said Yamamoto, the full truth of this has not been spread, because such considerable trouble having been brought upon us would shame you considerably, Commander. Worse, it would shame the GODI. Worse still, Aizen Saoshik might somehow pick up on this. Tactically speaking, the less that is said about this, the better. If the whole group were to disappear, it would serve us all best. Captain, so iPhone's solution would work. What alternative is there? Exile, sir, said Yukatake quickly. Send them on their way. Let them go where they wish to go. They will not bother us again. We killed one of their number, Yamamoto reminded him. Maybe they'll come back one day, said Erza, but I doubt it. If they do, we'll deal with it. For now. I agree with Yukatake. Let them go, sir. I'll explain the terms of the deal to them. See it done, said Yamamoto simply. This is the last I wish to hear of this, Commander. Another such incident, and you will be relieved of command. As far as the GODI is concerned, this has not happened. Is this understood? There it was again, the suppression of truth in the name of convenience. Erza hated it, but all the same, she saluted. This was not the time. Pick your battles, she thought to herself. Understood, sir, she said. The screen went black. The captain commander obviously considered the conversation done. Erza breathed out, and noticed Yukatake smiling. What's with you, then? She said irritably. Nothing, he said. I'm just glad you're still yourself. Erza made a face. Somehow, she was not in the mood for praises. Come on, she said. Let's go talk to the prisoners. It was late, almost sundown, when Ichigo walked up to the rundown building the Fullbringers called home. With the tumultuous events he had been through just yesterday, he didn't know how he'd gone through school today. He remembered none of it, as if it had never happened. Most of the weekend was a blur, actually. Most of what he knew about it, he'd heard from word of mouth by Erza. Apparently he had fought her, and lost no surprise there after being brainwashed, despite being warned against going after the Fullbringers again, no surprise there. He remembered bits and pieces of it, but it was like a dream. Like something that hadn't really happened. Apparently, it was the effect that Tsukishima's Fullbring had on people. Tsukishima. He was dead now, gone forever, and Ichigo knew the rest of them would be, too, very soon. He had pressed Erza for details, and had begun searching for them after school. He hadn't been very effective. He had dragged his feet, because part of him was afraid of what he'd find. Would it turn out Jinjo was a manipulator after all? That their time together had just been a ruse? In the end, he had forced himself to go, because he knew he couldn't let them leave without settling it first. Still, he stood quietly outside, without knocking on the front door, and he might have stood there a good long while if Jinjo hadn't walked outside to greet him. Hello, said Ichigo plainly, not sure what to say. Hey, champ, Jinjo said, the cheer in his tone as forced as the smile on his face. Couldn't leave well enough alone, could ya? How are you holding up? Asked Ichigo. With, you know. Jinjo balled a fist, and took a deep breath. We buried him today. The Shinigami, they must have pulled some strings, because they got us a spot in the Karakura graveyard. He'll even get a headstone when they're done making one. He at least got a proper resting place. I can't pretend I know how that feels, said Ichigo severely, but you have my condolences. Ah, shit, no need to pretend, Jinjo said, and sniffed, biting back what sounded like a sob. He warped your mind and shit. Made you fight your own kin. You probably hate him, and you got cause to. I can't say I approved of it, said Ichigo diplomatically, but I don't hold grudges. Especially since he already paid for his mistakes. I genuinely feel sorry for you. Jinjo said, pausing to wipe his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. Thank you, kid. Ichigo just nodded, unsure of what to say. Consoling the grieving was not his strongest suit. So, what else brings you here, huh? Said Jinjo, his voice still trembling. I heard you were leaving, said Ichigo. Couldn't let you do that without at least saying goodbye. Jinjo nodded. First thing in the morning. We'll be gone. I dunno, maybe forever. After all our hard work, we're still losing our home, it seems. Home is where you make it, Ichigo said uncertainly. It's true, said Jinjo weakly, but, what she said, the commander lady. Erza. Jinjo nodded. She said we're free now. As long as we don't run afoul of the Godai by doing something stupid, they'll stay out of our hair. We at least have a future now. Even if it's without. He groaned, and shook his head. Gotta stay strong, you know. He said weakly. For them. The ones I still got. They need me. Strong is overrated, said Ichigo. Maybe they need you, but I think you need them just as much. Jinjo nodded again, seeming overcome with emotion. His shoulders trembled, and his breath ran ragged, and a tear trailed down his cheek. Ichigo patiently waited, passing no judgment nor offering more sympathy. So. Jinjo murmured, goodbye, was it? Yeah, Ichigo said, for now. For now, Jinjo agreed. Who knows? Maybe we'll come back one day. I hope you will. If the place is still standing, we'll come back and make a home here. A proper home. Like a proper family. I swear it, Ichigo, I won't let it be in vain. I won't let him dying before for dash. He choked on his words, and his body shook. He was in a bad way, pain written plainly on his face. Ichigo felt awkward, and feeling as if he should do something, he took a step forward, and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. It felt strange to offer this affection, strange to be the one to console Jinjo. In the short time they had come to know each other, he had been like an older brother, or a cool uncle, somebody wise to the world who always knew the right answer. To see him weak and broken down was strange. Strange, but not repulsive. Just human. You'll do fine, Ichigo said quietly. I'm sure it doesn't feel like it right now, but you will. You're strong. Miserably, Jinjo nodded. There is just one thing I had to ask, said Ichigo, wondering if this was the wrong time to ask, if he was being indelicate. Ask, said Jinjo, slowly pulling himself together. He had stopped shaking, controlling himself for now. All that time you took in Chad, Orium, me, that was real, wasn't it? It wasn't a ploy to get to them, right? Would you believe me if I said so? Said Jinjo weakly. Yeah, said Ichigo, nodding. Perhaps it would be naive, but it was hard not to believe somebody as miserable as the broken man before him. I just wanted to help, Jinjo said. That's always it. I knew you were connected. I knew it was dangerous, but I saw a lonely, angry kid who needed some place to just be himself. Tried to do that for you. I hope it worked. It did, Ichigo assured him. I'll miss you, Jinjo. All of you. Thank you, Jinjo whispered. If we hadn't come into your life dash. Don't say that, said Jinjo, suddenly fierce. I wouldn't have done different. Don't blame anyone for this. It's not your fault, not mine. Nobody couldn't known. It's a shit show, Ichigo said, nodding. Fucking A, Jinjo muttered, but I'd never do it different. I always try to help kids like you. The ones that are strong but don't know how to handle it. I won't stop doing that in the future, either. Wherever we go next, I'll still help the ones who need it. You wouldn't be Jinjo if you didn't, said Ichigo. Goodbye, and the best of luck in life, man. Until we meet again, said Jinjo, offering his hand. Ichigo shook it. I'll hold you to that, he said. You better come back one day. Who knows, maybe down the line I'll have kids of my own. Pain in the ass kids who need a cool uncle. I'd like that, said Jinjo. One day. Yes, one day. There was little else to say, and after speaking briefly to the other Fullbringers and saying his goodbyes, Ichigo headed out into the night, thinking long and hard about his family. Chapter 89, Rest, Recovery, and Recreation. So, said Uriah flatly, let me get this straight. It was lunch break, and despite feeling tired from his long trip, Uriah suddenly forgot all about it. He'd gotten through class until lunch, at which point Orium had forcefully dragged him along to eat with his friends, because apparently they had just missed him terribly. Uriah had objected, but not very enthusiastically. His antipathy, which had mostly been for show anyway, had evaporated after the gang had sat down and casually begun referencing a catastrophic, completely calamitous event that had apparently come and passed in his absence. So, there are these Fullbringers, Uriah continued, shady types who obviously had some ulterior motive dash. You don't know that, Ichigo cut in. Uriah did not reply, only giving him a cynical look before continuing. Obviously shady types that you, Chad and Orium have hung around for the last few weeks. This, unsurprisingly, blew up in all your faces. It was really just the one bad egg, Ichigo said defensively. I'm going to go see them after school. Make sure they're alright. Uriah fought and lost against the urge to roll his eyes. Essentially, one of them managed to brainwash all of you, except Tatsuki. Good on you, by the way. Thanks, said Tatsuki, sounding a little smug. I also defeated one of them in single combat, by the way. Yes, of course, Uriah muttered. So, you were all brainwashed, sans Tatsuki, along with the Shinigami captain and most of your team. The entire mission nearly got destroyed by a bunch of empowered humans, and for 2 days you were critically endangered and defenseless against an enemy attack and were only lucky enough that they didn't seem to have noticed. You, he said, pointing at Ichigo, you weren't initially taken over. Well, said Ichigo, shifting awkwardly. I just bet you tried to reason with them, didn't you? Said Uriah dryly. I just bet you were warned not to, did it anyway, and wound up becoming a puppet to this Tsukishima. It's not that simple. Ichigo objected. Spoilers, it is, Tatsuki whispered loudly, and laughed. Hey, screw you. Ichigo shot back. And, then you fought Erza, Uriah continued, and lost. No surprise there. Hey, it was a close match. I'm sure it was, Uriah said dismissively, and then you, Chad, got beaten bloody by the Arrancar prisoner, because the commander was desperate enough to let him loose. Admittedly, also not an unexpected outcome, Chad admitted. And then the culprit behind the attack gets, what were your words again, Tatsuki? Eviscerated, said Tatsuki, making a vague hand gesture. It was pretty brutal. Well, more like stabbed 3 times, but really hard. I only saw it from afar. He had made it really personal, said Orium. I don't like him being killed, but he was an idiot who pissed off a captain whose primary occupation is murder, said Uriah sardonically, and after all this, the commander just let the rest of them go. She figured it was punishment enough, I guess, said Ichigo. Honestly, you people, Uriah said exasperatedly, throwing his hands up in the air. I'm away for 2 days, and this happens. Where were you, actually? Said Ichigo curiously. Nowhere important, said Uriah quickly. Don't try to change the subject. Yeah, wouldn't do to interrupt your gloating, Ichigo muttered. I don't gloat, Kurosake, said Uriah. I just observe. Like how it seems all of you, professional Shinigami veterans included, are recklessly incompetent and remarkably poorly prepared. Except me, said Tatsuki. Man, it feels good to be the only one not to mess up. Because so iPhone warned you in time. Ichigo objected. Excuses. You wanna go, woman? Ichigo growled. I nearly kicked Erza's ass, you know. Nearly, said Tatsuki cheekily, if by nearly you mean, became a bloody wreck. Bite me. Please, calm down, Orium said, a little awkwardly. Uriah shook his head. Well, it's obvious you all can't manage even a couple of days without me. I guess I'll just have to babysit you from here on out. Hey, screw you, too, buddy. Said Ichigo. Actually. Said Chad, where did you go, Uriah? Asked Chad. Nowhere important, said Uriah evasively. A couple of friends invited me to stay at their place for the weekend. You don't have friends beside us, said Ichigo bluntly. You don't know everything about me. Yeah? Who are these friends, then? Just some other Quincy's, said Uriah. It's our own business. I sure didn't know about your secret, shady Fullbringer people, and you didn't feel the need to tell me. Yeah, okay, whatever, Ichigo said with a shrug. Uriah felt relieved. He wouldn't have liked to be pressed on this any further. Quietly, he reflected to himself that his unwillingness to share this information felt odd. Had he not criticized the Vanden themselves for being secretive? Yet at the same time, he didn't want to share this. It was his, and it felt good to have something of his own. Anyway, said Orium cheerily, who wants lunch? I brought cinnamon tuna and sugary eggs. I'm good, said Ichigo, and for once, Uriah related to the aggressive boy and the mildly disgusted expression on his face. Some things had not changed at all. They had paused their patrol to keep watch, as protocol instructed. Rukia had been surprised when she headed out that her brother had specifically requested to go alongside her on the same route, as they kept watch for irregular spiritual activity, but she had not questioned it. It was strange how quickly things had gone back to normal. Yesterday evening had been spent restoring order, Urahara Kisuk fixing the damage he had been compelled to do, reopening the gateway network. Captain iPhone had caught up on security protocol and buried herself in work, furiously penning new rules of safety to eliminate the possibility of anything like this happening again. Her elder brother had presided over the process and given direction, taking charge while the commander Erza had negotiated the fate of the prisoners. It had been a hectic evening with a lot of work, but with surprising speed everything had gone back to normal. This morning Rukia had woken up, eaten her breakfast, and headed to work just the same as she had 2 days ago, like nothing had changed. Her mind was still reeling from the enormity of what she had just gone through, of the fears and anxieties she had felt, of the dangers she had faced, but everyday routine was doing its part to soothe her mind. She wondered how her brother felt. That was the problem with patrols. It was a monotonous chore that required little mental effort, especially now that they stood still on top of a building, overlooking the city. It left one with one's own thoughts. As the minutes passed by, Rukia realized that she was far from done processing the last 48 hours. She had feared for her brother's honor and life. She had feared for her own. She had feared for the Godii. Now it was all solved. The war, undoubtedly, would be far more harrowing than this. It was an unpleasant thought, and no matter how she tried to dismiss it, it kept coming back. Rukia. He had spoken unexpectedly, and Rukia, who had tried her best to mimic her brother's stoic demeanor, very nearly flinched at the sound of his voice. Yes, brother. She said, taking pains to keep her voice steady. I find that these last days. He trailed off, pausing as if to rethink his words, rephrase them to fit his own standards. It was unlike him to be anything less than precise and direct in his speech, and Rukia shifted where she stood, eager to hear what he had to say. I find that, never mind, he muttered. It would be improper for an officer of my standing to discuss personal matters while on duty. As Captain Kukaki says, Rukia said, making sure to address him by his title, he would not appreciate familiarity even with the way he had recently opened up. It would be inappropriate. Certainly, said Rukia. A man such as I would never stoop to such a breach of protocol. Rukia blinked, confused. It was very unlike him to keep on mentioning it this way. Yet, he had recently been through a breakdown. Perhaps he just needed to talk. Did he want her to broach the subject? An officer of his standing, which Rukia was not. A captain might deign to explain something to an ignorant junior officer. But what if she had misread it? She would not want to offend him, no matter what. It would be inappropriate, yes, she said tentatively. Tell me, Captain, as a matter of inquiry with regards to health, are you scheduled to speak with Vice Captain Katetsu soon? I imagine she too has trauma to deal with, her brother said neutrally, but I expect that within a few days, I will. Within a few days. Well. Forgive my foolishness, said Rukia, taking a breath and deciding to take the plunge, but I would like to enter a point of contention with your assertion about propriety, brother. Between officers, during a time of relative peace, I believe one could reasonably discuss various matters freely so long as it does not detract from one's ability to uphold one's duties. A foolish view, officer. Forgive me, brother. Yet. He said slowly. Brother, forgive me if I speak too freely, said Rukia, but it is not like you to hesitate. One thing I have always particularly admired is your ability to speak confidently. I believe you are a man whose quality includes the ability to speak his mind, or to not speak at all. That was dangerous. It was improper, bordering on rude, even with her elaborate, polite phrasing, and Rukia held her breath. Rebuked by my own sister, said her brother ponderously. Truly, I have grown weaker. My most sincere apologies, brother. You asked that I speak clearly. Very well then, in the interest of living up to the standard set for me, I shall. I have had concerns as of late. As you are well aware, Rukia. Yes, brother, Rukia said, nodding. He had confided much in her as of late, his breakdown, his therapy, his punishment at the commander's hands. My concerns have, admittedly, been alleviated by the treatment offered by Vice Captain Katetsu. Yet, if that was a wound on the mend, I feel as if a blade had been stabbed into the wound and twisted. I was used. Manipulated. Turned against my own kind, made to perform one treasonous action after another. It is like some sort of cruel punishment, elaborately designed to torment me specifically. It pains me deeply. I am deeply in need of restoring my tainted honor, yet more dishonor still has been thrust upon me. Brother. Rukia said, understanding what it was about at last. If there was anything that would have bothered him, then yes, this would be it. I will not complain or bemoan my fate. I have earned it. Yet it is quite a burden to bear. Brother. Rukia said firmly, heatedly. You must not speak of yourself this way. You judge yourself more harshly than anybody else. This you may be assured of. Nobody, not the commander, nor Captain iPhone, nor the Captain Commander will hold a grudge against you for this. If I do not judge myself, who will? This dishonor dash. What dishonor? Rukia said, realizing she had interrupted him, normally a capital offense. There is none to speak of. You were compelled to do the bidding of an evil man, yes, but no lasting harm was done. When it was demanded you raise your blade against your fellow officers with murderous intent, you refused. It was your honor that prevented him from using you against the Godei ultimately, brother. Your principles held strong, like a shield, and prevented you from doing anything truly wrong. Not even his manipulations could undo that. Your beliefs, brother, were stronger than even the pleas of a childhood friend. You would not yield. How is this anything but honorable? He paused, and gave her a long, scrutinizing look. Rukia swallowed, hoping she had not overstepped her bounds. Perhaps, he said after a long silence, or perhaps it was the same stubborn honor that led me to undo my honor in the first place. That time, feeling like an eternity ago, when he had stood ready to execute her himself, because he thought honor demanded it. That time when he had undone himself, when two all-important vows had clashed. Rukia understood it perhaps better than anyone in their company, noble as she was, but even she could not understand fully how it had made him feel. Wounded, she was sure, at the core of his being. I do not believe this to be true, brother, she said, shaking her head. If anything, you have grown more honorable. The man you were, back then, he would not have hesitated. He would have chosen a side, and committed to it. Now you chose to abstain, to wait for clarity. Some would call that cowardice. They would be wrong, said Rukia, shaking her head. To wait until the truth is known before acting, especially on as severe a matter as this, that is the mark of wisdom. If anything, brother, your honor has matured to become more sensible. When everything was at stake, you acted with honor. I admire that, as I still admire you. He gave her a long, inscrutable look, and Rukia swallowed. Yet she looked him in the eye, refusing to back down. She felt a fiery need to do so. It hurt her to hear her brother speak ill of himself in this manner. He deserved better, with all he had done for their clan. Wise is the leader who contemplates his actions before he executes them, he said at last. Second head of the Kukaki clan, Venerable Kukaki Shishiro, Rukia said with a nod. The wisdom of your forebears supports you too, brother. Perhaps, he said, looking into the distance. I will confess. I have been given some things to consider. Your counsel has been of some worth to me, Rukia. Rukia's heart swelled with pride, and she had to force herself to stay still, quiet, and dignified. For my brother, my clan leader, I could do no less, she said, daring to smile. Let us be away, said Byakuya neutrally. The patrol route is only halfway done. Yes, Captain, said Rukia, nodding enthusiastically. As they leaped through the air, Rukia felt for the first time since before the incident a sense of elation and joy. So iPhone sat bolt upright, ripped from a peaceful slumber by a ray of sun stinging her face. For a second she was disoriented, and looked around wildly as the world quickly began to fall into place, going from the disorderly nonsense of a dream to the sensible, structured order of reality. Good morning, sleepyhead. It was Commander Erza, standing over her with a smile on her face, and a mug of steaming hot tea in her hand. What time is it? So iPhone snapped, realizing that she was, in fact, speaking rudely to a superior officer. It was improper to be this informal, and inwardly, she cursed herself. Almost noon, said the commander. Tea. She offered up the mug, but so iPhone had gone wide-eyed, mortified. She looked at the clock by her desk, and it confirmed it. Almost midday. How could she have let herself slip this way? With everything going on. Commander, my most sincere apologies, she blurted out. There are no excuses. I must have fallen asleep sometime in the morning. I just. So iPhone, Erza said soberly, what was the time when you fell asleep? Somewhere around 5 in the morning. 7, so iPhone admitted reluctantly. Commander, this is still unacceptable. To fall asleep on your post is something that could get you expelled from my corps. To fail in my duty like this dash. You sat up coordinating new security protocols, going through paperwork, writing reports, not to mention helping me with my administrative duties, said Erza. Frankly, I'm surprised you didn't fall asleep sooner. You really need to learn when to quit. She should. Normally, she did. Normally, she kept a very safe, healthy set of routines. But, this was anything but normal. Routines had gone back to normal very quickly, but the wounds from the last 2 days were still fresh, and so iPhone had buried herself in work to cope. It was what she had always done. But, if it made her fail like this. Take this tea, Erza insisted, pressing the mug into So iPhone's hands. So iPhone blinked, wearily accepting the beverage. She took a sip, then another, and suddenly the fog of exhaustion was lifted a little. Anyway, said Erza, walking over to a small stove So iPhone kept in the office for when she needed to make a quick meal without having to leave, how are you holding up? Commander, I have work to do, So iPhone protested. Too much of it, by all accounts, said Erza. She rummaged through the cabinet the stove was rested on, digging out some eggs. I was surprised not to find you sleeping with Yuki. I'd expect you would be spending some time with Dash. Yuki is out, So iPhone said quickly, cutting Erza off. I haven't seen her since, since yesterday. Really? Where'd she go? I'm not sure, and it doesn't matter, so iPhone said evasively. Commander, we both have work to do. I need to finish up the official report dash. Under no circumstances, said the commander, will I let you continue working until you've had a decent breakfast and freshened up a little. Commander dash. Consider it an order, said Erza kindly yet firmly. As your commanding officer, I am responsible for your health as well as you performing your duties. You cannot have one without the other. As she spoke, she cracked some eggs into a quickly heating pot, along with some butter. You like scrambled eggs, right? They're fine, so iPhone murmured. Good, because they're all I think I can make, said Erza, enthusiastically stirring the pot. Commander dash. Erza. For now. Erza, so iPhone said, not done protesting, I must object. Duly noted and dismissed. A not inconsiderable part of so iPhone writhed and cringed at the commander's informal, friendly approach. Rigid structure, discipline, and authority were deeply ingrained in her, had been since her early childhood. She knew that if she had caught any of her subordinates sleeping at their workspace, she would have at the very least flogged them, and depending on the circumstances maybe even had them thrown out, regardless of excuses. That she had overworked herself this far, this hard, to a point where she had let herself down by her own standards, it shamed her. It felt wrong that she wasn't greeted by harsh words and condemnation. But, another part of her, smaller but growing, felt sincerely appreciative. She had been exhausted, not just mentally but emotionally, and she had kept it to herself, internalized it in the way she had before, in a way that she knew wasn't healthy. To be greeted by kindness, by human interaction, it felt nice. Soothing. I don't suppose I could convince you to go back to sleep in your own bed after this, said Erza. Absolutely not, said so iPhone sharply. She had a decent enough excuse, she supposed, but she had wasted enough time as it was. How are you doing, anyway? Said Erza, stirring the pot continuously. I know this business made you feel terrible. I could ask you the same, said so iPhone evasively. Me. Muttered Erza. Frankly, I'm a mess up in here, she said, pointing to her head, but I'm dealing with it. Not the worst thing I've been through, but it's up there. So iPhone nodded. Yes. It is the same for me. I'm dealing with it. If you say so, said Erza. If you need to talk. I have work to do. Fine, said Erza, shrugging. Although, I'm probably going to mandate a few sessions with Isane for everyone, you included. So iPhone shifted in her seat. That might be a good idea, although she was disinclined to admit it. That, or, just talk. About what was going on in her head. Almost automatically, she quashed the notion. She never put herself first, and after a lifetime of putting her needs second, it felt unnatural to bring it up like this. Well, anyway, here you go, said Erza, handing her a plate of scrambled eggs. It was a simple dish, only very lightly burned. The commander, so iPhone figured, was not a master chef. However, as she took a bite, she realized it didn't matter. She was hungry, much hungrier than she had thought she was, and she chewed the food down as quickly as dignity allowed her. Feeling better? Erza said. So iPhone nodded. Your care is appreciated, she said, only grudgingly admitting it. Glad to hear it, said Erza. Now, I have work to get to dash. So iPhone, said Erza, your braids are fraying, and you have bags under your eyes. Go get a shower and a change of clothes, and probably something more to eat. Then, after you've put in enough hours of work, I am ordering you to get a good night's sleep at a decent hour. That's not up for negotiation. So iPhone's eyes narrowed. You've really taken to the role of command, I see. Being in charge has its perks, Erza said with a smirk. No. I mean it, said so iPhone sincerely. You faced a crisis of a completely unexpected and uniquely challenging nature. You led us through it. Whatever reservations I had about your being fit for command, I renounce. Thanks, said Erza, taken aback. I mean, I would have been completely lost without you. I could never have kept us secure like you did. Your expertise was invaluable. You led us, so iPhone said simply. You kept us together. And, when it all came down to it, you had the stomach to do what was needed. Sheesh, you're embarrassing me. Erza muttered, shifting awkwardly. I am not one for undue praise. I observe, and I comment, said so iPhone with a shrug. You may not be experienced, but as far as I am concerned, you have risen to the occasion. Thanks, said Erza. So iPhone nodded, and stood up. The shower and change was non-negotiable. You bet, said Erza cheerily, seeming relieved to switch topics. Fair enough, said so iPhone, and Captain. Yes. For a moment, she wanted to tell her everything. The ache inside. The old anxieties running rampant inside her. The fear. The hurt. But, that would be putting personal issues ahead of professional issues, and she had already wasted enough time. Nothing, she said. I will see you later, Commander. Lanza spun and a burst of red energy flared from his hand. A moment later, a half-broken pillar shattered, reduced to so much gravel. Lanza took a deep breath, standing upright. He was stripped down to the waist, glistening with sweat. He took another couple of long, deep breaths, forcing air into his lungs. He had taken to training as of late, more so than usual. Much was expected of him, and more than that, he had had a taste of his enemies already, and they were strong. If he was to pull his weight, he would need to use what time he had left to improve. He took another stance, channeling more energy through his body. He had let his sword lie to the side, focusing on controlling his energies for the moment. This old, near-ruined room in the fringes of the palace served well as a training space. In the distance, Loli and Mainoli sat staring at him, their gazes fixed and great smiles on their faces. They had fought over who got to hold his sword, but they seemed to have gotten over it. Good, he was tired of having to settle their petty disputes. Interesting technique. Lanza stood upright, interrupting his training the moment he heard the voice. It was Halibel, standing by the doorway, looking inscrutable as ever. Senor Espada, he said, jogging up to her. He gave a quick bow, and looked at her expectantly. I was wondering what you had gotten up to, said Halibel. I am glad to see you are making productive use of your time. You flatter me, Tercera. There's no need to be so formal, you know, said Nilil, stepping into view. She had a smile on her face. My apologies. It's, ER. Tell me about this technique of yours, said Halibel firmly, interrupting him. Lanza felt quietly grateful, he had been awkward around the two of them too many times. He appreciated their company and friendship, but he often felt a little odd in their presence. Their rank, their power, it was totally disparate when compared to his own. Oh, this. He said eagerly. I am just refining the way I use my Ryatsu. I've come up with something new. Tell us. Tell us. Nilil said excitably. I love new ideas. It's more like an old idea, actually, said Lanza, only reappropriated to this system. Halibel raised an eyebrow, and Lanza hurried to explain. Lately, I've had more and more memories of my old life. It's becoming clearer every day. When I was Jalal Fernandez. I'm remembering not just my old life, but some of the things I could do. You had powers in life? Asked Nilil. Lanza nodded. I did. It's hard to explain, but it was magic of some sort. It allowed me to manipulate reality in a manner not completely different from what we can do now. It was a bit more flexible, I think, even if I think I'm stronger now than I was then. You truly are of another world, then, said Halibel dispassionately. I believe I am, yes, said Lanza. I haven't forgotten my place, though. I am still an Espada. Of course you are, said Nilil reassuringly. Come, show me, said Halibel. What have you learned, or relearned? Lanza took a step back, took a deep breath, and focused his energies. He let his Ryatsu surge briefly, dropped to his haunches, and slammed a palm down into the ground. There was a flash of bright, yellow light, and suddenly he was behind Halibel, fist balled. The Tercera caught the blow in her right palm smoothly, moving with cat-like speed. She absorbed the hit, and looked him in the eye. Impressive, she admitted. Much faster than before. I'm no match for you, Tercera, said Lanza with a small smile, taking a step back. You matched my speed easily. How'd that work? Said Nilil. I could barely sense you move. It was the energy of a Zero, said Halibel, summoned and then charged inward, correct. You're as sharp as I'd expect for an espada of your caliber, said Lanza, nodding. Yes, it's a Zero. It lets me use a burst of speed just when I need it the most. Charged into yourself, muttered Halibel, it sounds like a very dangerous technique. I burned myself more than once trying it, Lanza admitted, but I think I've got the hang of it now. Halibel nodded approvingly. You'll catch up in no time, said Nilil encouragingly. You're too kind, said Lanza. But, well, I think I'd better. I fought her, that Erza Scarlet woman, not long ago. Halibel tensed a little at the name, balling a fist before slowly relaxing herself again. It was not entirely one-sided, continued Lanza. It was a fight. But, it's not one I think I could ever have won. And, if that is the measure of a captain, then I have some ways left to go yet. I may die for this cause. I will, if I need to. But, if I do, I would hope I at least take somebody strong with me. Do not worry about Erza Scarlet, said Halibel. When the time comes, I intend to handle her personally. Lanza blinked. Tercera, do you have some sort of grudge with her? I do not approve of traitors, said Halibel coolly. She alone among the Shinigami we face was privy to Lord Aizen's vision, and she rejected it. She was shown the light, and chose darkness. She pretended she was a friend to us, but she was false. For that reason, I intend to kill her in Lord Aizen's name. Her voice was level, composed, but there was a hint of venom there. Lanza couldn't quite be sure, since the Tercera rarely showed much emotion outwardly, but he got the sense that she had a particular dislike for the woman. I'm sad to hear it, said Lanza. There is nothing to regret. Treachery reaps the rewards it sows. Tyr, you're so serious, Nilil protested. When am I not? Halibel shot back. A fair point, said Lanza. I will leave her to you, then. I would tremble, if I were her. What captain could hope to match the 3 best warriors Lord Aizen has? Never underestimate your enemies, said Halibel. Yamamoto alone could burn us all, except maybe Stark. Nilil shivered, and looked uncomfortable. What's he like? Said Lanza. I've seen him from afar, on occasion. He seems really mild-mannered. Is he a vile beast underneath it? Monstrously powerful, said Halibel. Not vile, but frighteningly strong. So strong he frightens himself, I believe. He scares me, for sure, said Nilil. He's never been rude or threatening, but I feel it within him, writhing, like there's something furious waiting to come at you. You know, said Lanza thoughtfully, I used to think he was just a legend. A scary story Hollows told each other, a myth about somebody more powerful even than King Barragan. To find out he was real. He was always real, said Halibel, all too real. Hollows would avoid him for miles. His spiritual force alone could kill you. I saw him from afar once. What I saw there. I have not known fear for a long time, not for myself, but what I saw far out in the wastes made me feel small. Insignificant. If there is one thing I am sure of, willing to stake my life on, it is that under Lord Aizen's direction, we have a force amassed that can and will beat the Godi 13 into submission, or kill them all if they refuse to surrender. We are lucky, then, said Lanza with a nod. With such strong allies, how could we fail? Optimism, Halibel said dismissively, shaking her head. Hope, Lanza, is the first step on the road to disappointment. She doesn't mean that, Nilil cut in. She's just not very cheery. Say what you will, but I have hope, said Lanza. When victory is ours, Lord Aizen will build a better world. That is worth everything. All our lives. Hopefully not that, said Nilil. It gladdens me, came the voice, quietly authoritative and smooth, to hear my espada speak with such wisdom and loyalty. Eisen Saushik, Lord of Hueco Mundo, stepped into view. He had to have been concealing his riot suit, because Lanza had not sensed him coming, and neither, it seemed, had Halibel or Nilil. Lord Eisen, said Halibel, bowing her head. Nilil and Lanza joined her, paying simple respect to their master. I was searching for you, Lanza, said Eisen, but I was not sure where you had gone. Lord, said Lanza, biting back an apology. Lord Eisen did not seem to appreciate groveling. I hope I have not inconvenienced you. Not at all. It is only appropriate that my best warriors spend their time improving themselves, said Eisen reassuringly. Regardless, it is time you finished this particular session. As my lord commands, said Lanza, and went to retrieve his shirt, but if I may ask, for what reason am I summoned? The mission I spoke of, said Eisen. Do you recall? You mean? Eisen nodded. To Karakara. The time to further prove your worth is coming, Lanza. Lanza felt pride swell in his chest. I will not let you down, Lord. I know you will not, said Eisen matter-of-factly. Nilil, Lanza saw, gave him an encouraging smile, whereas Halibel simply gave an approving nod. Neither of them inquired as to what the mission was, they both knew their place well enough to not ask about what did not concern them. Karakara town, yes, enemy territory. His to discover. Dangerous to be sure, but the fact that Lord Eisen had put that much trust in him made the fear that much lesser. For Lord Eisen, he'd gladly take the risk. Tatsuki was in a good mood. Hazing Ichigo over last weekend had been good fun, and she had made good progress in her skills. She had to remind herself that most people involved had come out of it worse for wear, but even with that in mind, she couldn't help but feel elated. Why shouldn't she? Her hard work, all in all, had been rewarded. She had made an effort, and it had worked. Even with the looming conflict, no, because of it, because of what may come, she might as well take some satisfaction where she could, before everything went pear-shaped. You seem happy, Tatsuki, said Orium. The two of them were walking home together after school, one of the simple pleasures left in life. A little bit, Tatsuki admitted with a smile. It's been a while since I got to tease Ichigo like that. It's a little mean, you know, said Orium. A little, Tatsuki admitted, but not too mean. I know how far I can go. If he was really mad, I'd know. He'd have this mean scowl on his face. But Ichigo always scowls, said Orium with a giggle. I've become a master of scowl reading, Tatsuki said jokingly. I'm like a fortune teller, except instead of using tea leaves or palm lines, I examine the angry faces of moody teenage boys. You should open a business, Orium said. I can see it now, Tatsuki's mystical parlor shop of scowls. It'd be the greatest success this country has seen, until the mecha vultures attack it and we're forced to defend it with alien cyborgs. Sheesh, there you go again with your crazy imagination, Tatsuki said, smiling. It was good to see her friend be herself again, seeming no worse for wear despite the trials the weekend had left them with. What? It could happen, Orium said innocently. Sometimes, even Tatsuki couldn't tell if she was serious or not. Orium definitely didn't live in quite the same reality as the rest of them, but she wasn't as out there as some people thought. Yeah, right, Tatsuki said with a smile. Anyway, how are you holding up? No bad dreams after, you know. Tsukishima, said Orium, shaking her head. I slept pretty well last night. Honestly, I don't remember much of it, except the bruise I got from where Erza hit me when she had to knock me out, and Isane fixed that up. Poor Erza, she must have felt terrible. Tatsuki nodded. I'm glad I had to fight a stranger, she muttered. That Tsukishima bastard. I feel sorry for him, Orium said, a little dejection crawling into her voice. He just wanted to protect his family. What he did was wrong, but... She shook her head, and Tatsuki gave her a look. Orium was kind at heart, very kind. Too kind, Tatsuki had often thought. Tatsuki had done her best to protect her friend growing up, but some things could not be protected from. The cruelties of the world left few untouched. Orium shook her head. I wish he didn't have to die. That's all. I didn't talk to him much when I was training with Mr. Jinjo and the others, but he didn't seem that bad. I'll miss them all. They're good people, you know. I believe you, Tatsuki said with a nod. She wouldn't fight her friend on this, even if she had disagreed. Orium sighed. It's silly. I haven't known them for very long at all. It's not silly to care, said Tatsuki. You're sure? Yeah, Tatsuki paused for a second. Yeah, I am. It's not stupid to care about people, even if they're bad, so long as you don't let them walk over you. You've got a gift, Orium. Don't think it's a bad thing, because it's not. A gift. Empathy, I guess, said Tatsuki with a shrug. She wasn't sure how to phrase it. Even with the recent adventures they had gone through, she was still a teenager with a whole life ahead of her, with so much left to learn. Anyway, how's school and such? Well, you just saw it, Tatsuki. You were there with me, remember? Man, that was a lame segue, Tatsuki said with a chuckle. I'm not sure what else to say, alright? We're in over our heads. This whole thing was a huge deal, and if those captains are to be trusted, it's like nothing compared to what's ahead. Right? And I worry. People might die. They might, Orium said somberly. Which is why I'm trying to keep my mind off it, Tatsuki said hastily. I want to enjoy life like I'm almost normal while I can. So, yeah. That's fine, said Orium. Let's talk about something else, then. Like killer robots from Mars. The ones with laser for blood, or the ones with plasma artillery? Said Tatsuki. Then she realized that firstly, she was keeping track of multiple different delusions of Orium's, and that secondly, that was anything but normal. Well, she had said almost normal. The ones that have been sleeping untouched for millennia only to awaken and destroy all life. Silly, Orium said with a smile. Yeah, that's cheery, Tatsuki muttered. They're also bright pink. Tatsuki gave a grin and a chuckle. Anyway, let's say we're pretending like we're normal girls. What do those do? Said Orium quizzically. Hell if I know, said Tatsuki with a shrug. Normal girls, like, talk about makeup, pop stars, and boys, I guess. That's not at all as cool as doing magic or martial arts, said Orium. I know, right? Totally. Well, parts of it aren't bad. Like what? Boys, I guess, said Tatsuki. Sometimes. Sometimes what? I mean, said Tatsuki, I see the way you look at a certain someone, you know. Or, is my radar way off? Who? Somebody with a devilishly handsome scowl, maybe. Who? Orange hair, moody, intense. You can't be serious, Tatsuki. Then why are you blushing? I'm not. Orium insisted. Her cheeks, however, were reddening. Better him than some scumbag who only wants you for your boobs, said Tatsuki. Plus, it helps that he already knows about your secret double life. No need to make things up. Then again, anyone who dated you would have to get used to things being made up. I'm not interested in him that way. I'm really not. If you say so, said Tatsuki with a shrug. Definitely not. Sure. Do you think he's interested in me? The question was asked shyly, quietly, with much less of her natural cheer. Tatsuki rolled her eyes. She had been spot on, it seemed. He's a guy, she said, as if it were self-explanatory. Then she reminded herself that this was Orium, to whom a great many obvious things had to be explained in depth for them to stick. What I mean is, she elaborated, he's dense. Real dense. He's got great grades. Book smarts, not smooth smarts, Tatsuki said. Point being, if you're interested, you'll probably having to make the first move, or he'll never notice you. But, I mean, isn't it guys who are supposed to do that? Usually they do. But when they're spending most of their day training. It's kind of like that one guy Mizuki in our class is crushing on, right? The one that spends all day fiddling with his motorbike? He's not bad looking, but he'd never notice a girl unless she shoved her chest in his face, right? But training isn't like fiddling with a bike, unless you train with a bike, and dash. Focus, okay? The point is, he's a guy, he's dense, and he spends all his time with some macho toy sword, in his case. So, if you want something from him, I've got to shove my boobs in his face. Wouldn't that be a sight, Tatsuki muttered, but I'm not sure he'd get the point even then. So, say I was interested, Orium said cautiously, what should I do exactly? Not that I'm some kind of Casanova or anything, but I could think of a thing or two, said Tatsuki. We'll figure something out together, yeah? Maybe we could ask someone more experienced, like your Yuki. Then I think it wouldn't stop at just boobs in the face, Tatsuki chortled. Let's save that as a last resort, yeah? Sure, said Orium. So, what should I try? Well, Tatsuki said, we could always try the most basic things, like asking him out. No shame in a girl making the first move, you know. Exploring the topic together, with some awkwardness, the two of them sauntered back home in no great hurry. Tatsuki's happiness shifted, but remained. This was the kind of simple, everyday pleasure that might soon be lost, talking about small things like teen crushes like there was not a care in the world. Momo fidgeted nervously with her fingers as she walked into the back rooms of Urahara's store. The place was deceptively large, and Momo suspected the man had employed the same kind of magic he'd used to build his expansive cellar when he'd made himself at home here. Such speculations were quite secondary, though, to what occupied Momo's mind. After finishing up her patrols for the morning and helping Erza with the daily administrative duties, it had been about time for lunch. Momo had wolfed down a couple of rice balls, intent on spending most of her lunch break on something else. She was looking for Tessai. The weekend's events loomed over her. Unlike most of the people involved, she remembered. Not every detail, of course, but the feelings. The overwhelming love and desire she'd had for him. For Tsukishima. For some man, some stranger. She had been horrified when she had come to, and if not for Erza's loving embrace, she might have broken down. She had felt disgusted with herself. Rationally, she knew Erza was right, this wasn't her fault. She hadn't asked for it, nor had she had a choice in the matter. But, that didn't stop it from feeling like a betrayal, like she'd turned her back on Erza, the one she loved most. She had barely slept at all. Isane and Nimue, when asked, said they remembered only bits and pieces, that most of it was a blur. So had the others Momo had asked. She only wished she could have been afforded the same mercy. She was very, very unwell right now, she knew, miserable in a way she knew was unhealthy if she kept it in. It was the same kind of feeling she had felt when Aizen had betrayed her, the same jot of pain, the same disbelief, the same struggle to cope. The same struggle that Erza had pulled her through. Except now. No. No more stewing over the past. She was here to take action, to do something about it. The more it simmered, the worse it would get. She forced herself to focus, and looked from room to room until she finally found him. Tessai was taking inventory in a storeroom far at the back, and any hope Momo might have had of him speaking to her first was quashed as she stood in the doorway quietly, waiting for him to speak. He, too, had had his mind warped, Momo recalled, perhaps he was dealing with that in his own way. Single-mindedly, he focused on his task, efficiently and with care. Mr. Tessai, said Momo, after it became apparent he would not acknowledge her first. Miss Hinamori, he said politely, eyes fixed on a crate filled with packs of sour candies. I was wondering, she said, trailing off. What is it you wish of me, Miss Hinamori? He said, still focusing on his crates. I need to get stronger, said Momo firmly, some of her old spiritedness returning. What happened before only shows I'm still too weak. That I still have much learning to do. That if you had been a more skilled spellcaster, you would not have been taken unawares by somebody who appeared completely non-threatening and spiritually insignificant. I could have done better, Momo insisted. I was the first one to approach him. I should have expelled him quicker. I should have. Slowly, Tessai turned around, putting his crate down at last. You should have done what, Miss Hinamori? Resisted the brainwashing so powerful that only Mr. Urahara was able to resist, and only then after being forced to go against his cautious nature. I was the one. Momo whispered, the one who brought him in. I did it. You followed orders, and were turned against us through no fault of your own. That's not how it feels. Momo snapped. That's not how it feels. Tell me, Miss Hinamori, said Tessai, slowly extending his arms outward, what would you have me do? Train you more? We already practice the refinement of your art regularly. You have made considerable progress. There must be something you can do, Momo insisted, almost angrily, some sort of stricter training regimen. Something more advanced. I can take it. Don't hold back. Time, practice, and effort, said Tessai, they are all that matter. You can spare no more of it without neglecting your duties. Come on. I'm sure if you just think, you can come up with something. Miss Hinamori, said Tessai severely, this is not about training. Of course it is. It's literally what I'm talking about. You feel guilty, even though you know there is no reason to. You seek to change that, but it is a move born of desperation. It will not help you. No amount of training will ease that anxiety. Damn it. Momo said, surprised at the intensity of her words, the sudden anger in them. You big, stupid oaf, I need help. Yes, you do, said Tessai slowly, ignoring the insult, but not the sort I can readily provide. Yes, you can. You can just dash. I told you, there is nothing more I can do for you in terms of training. There was a slight sharpness to his words, and he spoke as harshly as she had ever heard the gentle giant speak, and even then, he did not so much as raise his voice. I, too, was lost in the same manner, he continued, and I, too, deal with the fallout. Much as you are doing, I might add. You don't look like it, said Momo bitterly. You look fine. Me? I'm eating myself away from the inside. It's like I want to crawl out of my own skin. Yes, that is how it feels, isn't it? Said Tessai. Like you had something vile thrust upon your skin, and no matter how much you wash it, the stench will not come off. Momo paused. Yes, she whispered, that's how it feels. All my life, said Tessai, I have prided myself on the control I exert over myself. I am powerful, both physically and in the arts we both practice. I could do tremendous harm if I used this irresponsibly. As such, I have always worked to master myself. To control myself. For over a day, that control was lost, and although I did not know it at the time, I was at somebody else's mercy, compelled to do their bidding. I was lucky enough to be left out of the fighting, at least. But, all the same, I feel as you do. Violated. Manipulated. Used. I hate it, Momo whispered. I hate it. I wish I could just forget. But, you cannot, said Tessai. That is the sad fact. What you wish for, Miss Hinamori, is cruelly disregarded by reality. That's not helpful. It is if you think about it. How? How's that helping? How can I handle this? I was spared the misery you endured, so I cannot pretend to know what you think, said Tessai thoughtfully, but when faced with considerable trauma, you have two options. Yeah? What are those? Lie down and die, or find a way to move forward. There is no other way. Obviously. Said Momo irritably. I don't want to die, but I don't know how to deal with this, either. I spoke earlier of a stain that will not wash out. The trick, I think, is finding the kind of soap that will. And, what's that? For me. Said Tessai. Busying my mind with the things I know make sense to me. Structure. I am not taking inventory because I need to. It is because it instills in me a sense of control. Stability. It matches my emotional state with my intellect. For somebody like you? Only you can answer, but I suspect it does not involve more training. Momo thought to herself. What would she do that was equivalent to taking inventory? Tessai had lost control, but it wasn't the lack of control that had hurt Momo. It was the sense of having betrayed her loved ones. She needed to confront that. "I think I have an idea," she said. "Thank you, Tessai." "A pleasure, Miss Hinamori," said Tessai with a nod. As Momo turned around, he went back to his crates, making sense of his mind by making sense of the store's supplies. Momo wasn't sure what she had to do to come back to her senses, but she did have an idea of where to start. Grimjo stared at the building, wondering just what in the ever-loving fuck he was supposed to do, or how he had wound up in this situation. Sometime early in the evening, Red had come to him and proclaimed that alright, that outing they'd talked about? Well, he'd earned it by now, and good job helping us with those full-bringers. Pat on the back, good doggy, all that shit. Grimjo hadn't cared much for the words, and he'd let her know. She had given him that irritated, impatient look he by now recognized to mean, "I want to kick your ass, but I'm not gonna because I'm better than you." Hidden under what she probably thought was real professional manners, he'd bet. But, for whatever reason, he hadn't told her to fuck off. Somehow, somewhere along the line, he had stopped hating her. That was a weird way to be for Grimjo, who had always categorically despised all Shinigami with their obnoxious rules, their self-righteous attitude, that sense like they were better than you just because they held themselves back. He'd always deep down thought of them as fundamentally dishonest, a breed of black-cloaked hypocrites lying to themselves, denying the savagery inside. But, Red, she was remarkably honest, despite her weird, fucked-up rules. He didn't really like her, per se, but he tolerated her. Which was probably a sign of him going soft, but then again, he was sure he'd passed that point long ago. So, he'd taken her offer. Why shouldn't he be rewarded, even if it was just a few hours outside his cage? Why shouldn't he get out and stretch his legs a bit? He'd done what he was asked, even if it was just to beat up a couple of weak-ass punks. He'd been given a Jigai, an artificial body of sorts, he'd gathered. Strong enough to contain his spiritual energy, yet somehow almost as weak as a human. There were rules, of course. The Jigai, he'd been told, was fitted with tracking gear, and his actions would be monitored. He was not allowed to use violence, even to defend himself. He was to be back at the store within 4 hours, or he would be hunted down and arrested. Any attempt at leaving his Jigai would result in him being arrested, and, Red had been quite clear, all their trust destroyed. He'd earned some, he'd been told, but it hung by the thread of a needle. One step out of line, one wrong move, and he'd be back to square one. She had looked and sounded like she'd meant it, too, but Grimjo wasn't so sure. Somehow, he felt like he had grown on her a little, just like she had grown on him. Grimjo, of course, had no idea what to do with his time, but the blonde bucket hat science guy had suggested a bar, and had even been good enough to give some directions. Grimjo had moved uneasily in this new body, weak and slow as it was, but even so it felt good to stretch his legs, to move freely. He'd stopped outside the bar, an establishment where, apparently, they served drinks. It wasn't much to look at even by human standards, a small, seedy place with brightly lit signs that seemed to function poorly. It had some name, Grimjo assumed, but he didn't really care. Why humans went here to drink when they could apparently just get water in their homes was beyond him, but it was apparently something humans just did. Once, a long time ago, Grimjo Jaeger Jacquez had been human. Like all hollows, he had started his path as a weak, powerless, and frightened human. That human, of course, hadn't been Grimjo in any meaningful sense of the word. Grimjo had been forged by the relentless struggle for survival and advancement that Hueco Mundo's wastes offered. Grimjo, Panther King, Killer, and Destroyer, was far removed from the human seed that had spawned him. But, it was where he had started. It had been so long, so lost in the haze of brutality and struggle, that he only had the faintest memories of that time. He had a vague idea of being small and weak. He remembered the touch of larger humans, perhaps his parents. He remembered dying. No, remembered was too strong a word. It was more like an emotion. A dark, red jab of pain suddenly severing him from life, ending the trail of memories. He'd died young. That much, he was sure of. He had died a young man, a long time ago, and his soul had been filled with regret. He had become a hollow, and the rest was history. What it meant, practically speaking, was that Grimjo knew almost nothing of how humans interacted with one another. Hueco Mundo had social interaction, sure, but it was always underlined with savagery, with subtle tests of power. Even at rest, the struggle for dominance was apparent. That, he was good at. But the rest? The rules? What humans did with one another. It was hard to even imagine a relationship that was neither based on violence nor on dominance. Hesitantly, Grimjo stepped inside the bar. He'd spent enough time dwelling on the past, and time was not something he had been given much of. There was a mirror by the door as he slipped inside, and he paused to look at himself. The guy looked almost exactly like his Aaron Carr body, although some features were different. His hair had been changed from its bright blue to a subdued black, and the markings by his eyes were gone. The mask fragment was lost, too. For the first time in a long time, Grimjo saw his face in its entirety. It didn't look bad. He shifted around, admiring himself in the mirror. He'd been given human clothes, too, another strange set of rules he didn't quite understand. Blue jeans, tightly fit, a simple white shirt that clung to his muscular abdomen, and a leather jacket completing the look. Even emasculated by this contraption, he still looked predatory. He smiled to himself, and headed inside the bar. There was a large counter by one of the walls, where an older human was serving various liquids into smaller glasses. There were tables all around, where people sat, by themselves or with companions, drinking the liquids. It was all very strange to Grimjo, who still hadn't figured out what the purpose of it was. Some sort of ritual? Some of them certainly behaved that way, singing songs, or chanting words in rhythm before downing a drink. Refusing to be further confused, he marched decisively toward the counter, and took a seat on one of the stools there. "What'll it be?" demanded the older human behind the counter. "If you're going to be in my bar, you better buy something to drink." "Whatever," Grimjo muttered. "Just, something to drink." "Like what?" "I said whatever, you stupid bastard," Grimjo muttered. "Sake it is, then," said the older man, and poured a small glass of transparent liquid into a small glass. He slid it over to Grimjo, but stopped himself before going all the way. "Pay up first. I don't serve bums." What a bum was, Grimjo wasn't sure, but he was reminded. Pay. Buy. That was another one of those weird human rules. They used slips of paper to exchange goods and services, for whatever reason. He'd been given some of it, and irritably, with the ire of a man trying something he had no interest in, he dug out a bundle of papers from his pocket. This appeared to please the older human, who took a few of them, giving Grimjo a nod. Grimjo shrugged, and observing the other patrons in the bar, he took the glass and downed it in one go. It took a second, then he was bent over the counter, croaking. It burned going down, the clear liquid was anything but water. He coughed and spit, mostly out of surprise. A crew of younger humans laughed at his reaction, and he glared at them. "What, can't hold your liquor?" one of them hollered, red in the face. "This tastes like shit," Grimjo growled at the older man behind the bar. "Got something that don't burn on the way down?" "We got beer," said the older man. "Yeah, let's try one of those." The beer was different. Not as strong, but fairly bitter. Grimjo sipped it slowly. This was what humans did for fun, drink strange, foul-tasting liquors? Humanity was so goddamn overrated. Look at him. There was a set of roaring laughs from the same people as before, the same young man having opened his mouth to sneer at him again. He was pointing and laughing. In his mind's eye, Grimjo envisioned ripping his arm off and eating what was left, but he knew he couldn't. "Fucking humans. Got something sweeter?" he asked. The next drink was strange, brightly colored, but it went down much smoother. By now, Grimjo realized he was feeling strange. Different. Very faintly dizzy. Was there something in these? Some sort of drug? Looking around, he realized most people seemed to be the same, most of them worse still. Loud, exuberant, behaving foolishly. He narrowed his eyes. They deliberately drank poisons that made them dizzy. That would have gotten you killed in Hueco Mundo. Humans were mad. What's the matter, buddy? Said the same foolish human as before. Grimjo gave him a close look. He was a little red in the face, and his friends were loud, laughing at his every word. Cat got your tongue, huh? Said the human again. Can't handle your drink. Why don't you have a soda on me, huh? With the girly-ass drinks you're downing, you might as well. This earned him some uproarious laughter from his crowd of friends. Grimjo stared him down. He was, very clearly, an idiot. Even next to Grimjo's relatively frail form, the human was clearly smaller, weaker, and by far less impressive. His words were the words of an ignoramus. But, fighting words were fighting words, and Grimjo hadn't made it through the ladder by ignoring challenges. Why don't you shut the fuck up, he retorted, downing his drink, if you know what's good for you. Oh ho, said the young man, sounding unimpressed. You hear that, boys? We're dealing with a real bad man over here. Bet he'll mess us up if we don't shut up, right? Won't you, mister? The moment you're finished with your girl a little drink, I bet you'll get right on up and give us a real ass kicking, won't ya? Grimjo shot him a look. He couldn't fight. He wished he could, but wishes were irrelevant. You ain't worth it, he said dismissively. Told you he was a sissy. Hollered the young man, and his crowd of friends laughed uproariously. It grated at Grimjo, but he kept his cool, calmly downing the last of his drink. You ain't worth it, he said, as the laughs died down, because you're a little punk bitch. A punk bitch? Wow. I'm hurt, guys, said the young man, sniggering. Next he'll call me an asshole, that will really hurt my feelings. You're a punk bitch, said Grimjo, looking him in the eye, because you're weak. You're afraid. You wouldn't be talking shit if you weren't. Real bad men don't need to talk that much shit, because when you're bad, people know. You're an insecure little loudmouth. You're afraid, and that's why you run your mouth. You're afraid your friends will see how weak you are underneath it all. You're afraid of your own weakness. You're afraid you can't make it in life. You're so busy choking on your own fear you can't even move forward. As Grimjo spoke, the laughter began to die down, and the young man's dazed, cheery face slowly became more serious, going from neutral to angry as Grimjo strung one insult onto the next. Good. He had been guessing most of it, but judging by the punk's reaction, he'd hit the nail on the head. He didn't know much about human behavior but posturing? Bullying others to seem stronger than you were? Showing off? That was basic to hollows. Humans did it too, it seemed. You better shut the fuck up, mister, said the young man through gritted teeth, and Grimjo sensed he wasn't as dazed by the drink as he first seemed. That's why you're a punk bitch, Grimjo continued, ignoring him, because you're weak, and you don't know what to do about it. Where I'm from, little shits like you get eaten for breakfast. You think I give a fuck about what some loudmouth idiot thinks? Girla drinks. He snorted. Gimme a fucking break. I'd snap you in half if I wanted to. Don't mean I have to. Truth be told, he very much wanted to snap him in half, but Grimjo knew a thing or two about posturing, himself. You take that shit back. Or what? Grimjo said flatly. The young man got to his feet, brandishing an empty beer bottle. His friends tried to grab at him, hold him back, but he had acted too quickly. He hesitated for a second, and Grimjo knew he had been right. Coward. Then, the punk raised the bottle, and slammed it into Grimjo's back. He had probably aimed for the head, but whatever he had been drinking seemed to impair him. His movements were slow and sluggish, and Grimjo knew he could easily have avoided it. It was only because he chose not to that the bottle hit. It slammed into his back, the pain of the impact a little more than a nuisance. Slowly, deliberately, Grimjo stood up, turned around, and stepped in close. His face was inches apart from the punk's, and it seemed to dawn on him that the stranger he had just assaulted was tall, muscular, and very mean-looking. Slowly, deliberately, and dispassionately, Grimjo said, "Ouch. Hey, fuck you, man. said the punk, stumbling back, holding the bottle up. You want some? Come get some. His voice was the shriek of a coward, a cornered rat, but Grimjoe knew he couldn't retaliate. Damn it. You know, he said, shooting his best shark-like grin as he took a step forward, I'm in a real good mood. They just let me out of this shitty place where I was locked up for being a real bastard. First day out. So, here I am, celebrating. He was in prison, said one of the punk's friends. Hey, you better watch out, man. Now, seeing as how I am in a good mood, Grimjoe continued, and you're just a punk bitch, I'll let you off easy. Get the fuck out of my face, or I'll rip your guts out and choke you with them. The punk seemed uncertain, even now. He was being watched by his friends, Grimjoe realized, and to back down would be to admit weakness. Damn it, fuck, why did humans have to be this much like hollows? As a last resort, Grimjoe raised a fist, making a fake lunge forward. The punk screamed, and tripped, falling over on the floor. Inwardly, Grimjoe let out a sigh of relief. Outwardly, he let out a sadistic laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought. He cheered. Get the fuck out of here, you chicken fuck. The punk scrambled away from him, running out of the bar, his dazed friends joining him. They shot him frightened looks, not taking their eyes off him, and for the first time since he'd lost his arm, Grimjoe felt a sense of genuine joy. That's right. You know who's in charge here now, you little punks. He returned back to his seat, riding the high of it. He'd bluffed on an empty hand, but then again, he'd done so before. Hey, old man. He called. Another one of those Gurla drinks. Let me take care of that. Grimjoe looked to his left, surprised to see a female human, a woman having sat down next to him, shooting him a smile. By human standards, she was not quite young, but definitely not old. And, Grimjoe decided, not bad to look at. Thanks. He said, not sure what to make of this. Call it appreciation, she said, her hand brushing up against his. Those loud drunks were such a bother. It was about time that a real man stepped in and taught them some manners. Oh. Yeah. That's me. Real man, me, said Grimjoe. Oh, I just bet you are, said the woman, leaning in closer. I am Ryko. You are. Grimjoe, said Grimjoe. I thought you looked a bit like a foreigner, said Ryko. How romantic. He shrugged. What was this, exactly? She seemed interested in him, for some reason. It was a little annoying. Is it true what they said? She asked curiously. That you were in prison? Yeah, about right, said Grimjoe. I was a real bastard. Beat up people. Killed some. Anyone who fucked with me, really. That ought to do it, right? Humans seemed to hate killing and violence, soft as they were. If he seemed contemptible, then she would leave him alone, right? Oh, really? She said, leaning in even closer. You sound like you're a real bad boy, aren't you? Yeah, said Grimjoe. What the hell was going on? For some reason, she seemed more interested than ever. I bet there's some good in you, though, she said, stroking his arm. Do you work out? You seem so strong. Every day, said Grimjoe. I bet you do. Grimjoe looked at her with annoyance. He considered just walking away. He wasn't allowed to slap her, even that would probably be too much. He could tell her to fuck off, but, hell, now that he thought about it, some form of appreciation wasn't so bad. No red-headed harpy beating him down, just somebody seeming to enjoy his company, even if he didn't for the life of him understand why. He blinked, staring into her eyes, his gaze traveling down to look at the rest of her face, then further down. She wasn't bad to look at, he realized. For some reason, he found it oddly appealing, actually. And though he wasn't sure why, he found himself staring down her dress. Hey, my face is up here. She said, lightly slapping his arm and giggling. Really, you are a bad boy, aren't you? Didn't you just say I was all man? Said Grimjoe. He was definitely confused now. You sure are, she purred. And also a bad boy. I bet it's hard to understand when you're foreign, she said. Maybe you need some language lessons. I'm good, he muttered. He stared at her again. Something was going on. Not just with her, but with him. He felt different. Warmer. And a little excited, deep down. Specifically, something had changed about him, physically. He looked her up and down once more, and suddenly there was an image in his mind, a memory long lost to the haze of violence. Two naked bodies clinging to one another, locked in a tight embrace, writhing together. You know, Grimjo said, quite innocently, I don't have any fucking clue why, but for some reason, my pants feel tighter. A lot tighter. This elicited a husky chuckle from Reiko, who was rubbing his arm again. You are a bold one, aren't you? Well dash. Because I like that in a man. I like men who know what they want. Do you know what you want? Grimjo. Grimjo, totally clueless, said, sure do. Well. She said, I know a motel just a couple blocks down. What do you say? Motel. You know, a place where people go to sleep. And do other things. Well, don't fucking feel like sleepin', said Grimjo, quite honestly. Me neither. As Grimjo was all but dragged out of the bar, he wasn't sure what was going to happen, but he felt like it would probably be interesting. Maybe humanity wasn't as bad as he'd thought. It was late night when Erza walked into the bedroom, wearily sliding off her uniform and collapsing onto the bed. Momo had come in a little earlier. She had avoided meeting Erza at the door, unsure of what she'd do or say. Here, where they would lie next to each other, this was the most personal, relaxed space they had. Momo took a badly needed comfort from that. She had already changed into her underwear, trying her hardest not to overthink this. Which, of course, she had done anyway. There you are, murmured Erza, groggy with tiredness, shooting her a smile. Sorry I'm late. You know how it is. Momo nodded. Come here, huh? Said Erza, extending a hand to Momo. Momo went stiff at her touch, not responding to the way Erza playfully tugged at her. Or not, I guess. Said Erza, sounding a little surprised. A little hurt, even? Despite this, she didn't seem too bothered, and let go of Momo without insisting. Momo cursed herself. She had thought up a dozen different things to try to say, but they all died before she could open her mouth, choked by her own insecurities. Momo, are you okay? Said Erza, looking at her girlfriend. She was lying back on the bed, sprawled out, and Momo could tell she really was tired. Maybe she should just leave it be. She shouldn't bother Erza like this. It wasn't fair. It was her own issue to deal with, and she shouldn't thrust it onto anyone else. But, if she couldn't share that with Erza, who could she share it with? Momo. No, said Momo. I mean, no, I'm not okay. Slowly, Erza sat up, leaning against the wall, and gently offered her hand. Hesitantly, Momo took it. Want to talk about it? Slowly, Momo nodded, but remained silent. You know, said Erza quietly, after some time had passed, talking is pretty difficult when, you know, you aren't doing much talking. Momo opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. It's okay if you don't want to, said Erza, her thumb gently rubbing over Momo's hand. Momo grit her teeth. She had to stop acting this pathetic. I do have things to say, she whispered. I thought of so many ways to try and say it. It's just that it all seems to go away when I try to say it. It all makes sense in here, she said, gesturing at her head, but when I try to vocalize it, it doesn't come out the way you want it to. Like there's some sort of wall there. Momo nodded. I know how that feels, Erza said solemnly. It's not always easy, saying what you mean. But, and I don't mean to pressure you or anything, I can't really help if you don't let me know what's wrong. Momo took a deep breath. I need you to forgive me. She blurted the words out, blunt and direct. Momo. Said Erza, raising an eyebrow. I tried to think of a better way to say it, but, that is really it, Momo said weakly. For the business with that bastard Fullbringer? Momo, you did nothing wrong. Erza objected, her voice passionate, almost angry. I know, Momo said, whimpering the words out. I know I had no choice, I know he went into my head and turned me against you without me being able to do anything about it, I know that. But Erza, it doesn't feel that way. Momo, you can't do this to yourself, Erza said, sitting upright, squeezing her girlfriend's hand. Please, Erza, said Momo. I know it wasn't my fault, but I still feel like I betrayed you. Like I just turned my back on you. You, of all people. It just hurts. I feel like I did something horrible. It's eating at me inside, here, she said, gesturing at her chest, just where her heart would be, so please, just tell me you forgive me, okay? I know it doesn't make sense, but I just feel so scared. I feel like you would leave me over this. I feel like I don't deserve you. Momo, don't dash. These are all just feelings, Momo said quickly, speaking over Erza, refusing to be interrupted by another well-meaning reassurance, but I can't help feeling them. So. Erza, please. Erza leaned back again, staring Momo in the eye, an agonized expression of pity on her face. She took a breath, a flare of anger on her face, and for a second Momo was sure she'd bite back, tell her how it was all ridiculous. Then she exhaled, took another breath, and calmly said, Momo, I forgive you. Thank you, Momo whispered, tears at the corners of her eyes. You didn't do anything wrong, still, Erza said, but there you have it. I forgive you. Does that make you feel better? It does, Momo assured her, and crawled closer, leaning into Erza's side. I know it's stupid, and I'm sorry. Listen, we're only human, said Erza, affectionately stroking Momo's hair. She planted a light kiss on Momo's head, and put an arm around her. We're allowed to be stupid. It's fine. Thank you, Momo said breathlessly. You're welcome, said Erza. They sat still like that for a little while, Momo trembling slightly. A stream of tumultuous emotion ran through her, like a spring river running out of control. Relief that Erza had understood. Happiness that she wasn't angry even if logically, Momo'd known she wouldn't be. Misery that this had happened in the first place. Her, slowly beginning to grow less sore, like a bomb had just been rubbed onto it. Since we're here, said Erza, I wanted to talk, as well. Anything you need, said Momo quickly. Momo, said Erza, looking her in the eye, I don't think I've ever felt as angry as I did when I saw that man with his hands on you. I hated it. You are. I mean, what you mean to me. Momo looked back at Erza, staring into her eyes. Vulnerable, emotional, brimming with emotion just the same as her own. Erza was stuttering, and Momo realized she was struggling to say something just like she had been only a minute ago. It's okay, said Momo, whispering. I know what I am to you. You're precious, Erza muttered, sounding partly embarrassed, partly annoyed with her inability to speak clearly. Thank you, Momo said, a small smile on her face. That's all I need to hear. I mean, maybe. Erza paused. What if I mean dash? Yes. Forget it, Erza said, sighing to herself. It's just that, something about that, about losing you even if it was just temporary, and not your fault, it was driving me crazy. I lost more people than just you, but when I was out there trying to solve it, when I wasn't thinking of a plan or how to execute it, all I could think of was you. More than Isane, or Nemu, or Rukia, or even Orium. I had to get you back somehow. It was driving me crazy. I mean, the whole situation, it was pretty maddening, right? I'm not sure how I kept it together, but yeah. It was. She trailed off. What I'm saying is. I guess what I mean is. She paused again, balling a fist, and frustratedly she punched the bedside. God damn it, it isn't that hard to say. You don't have to, said Momo expectantly. Truth be told, though, she rather wanted to hear it. I do, Erza insisted. She sighed, paused again, and took a deep breath. If I'm honest, I had some doubts about this. About us, you know. Being in a relationship and all, I've never done that. I've always loved you as a friend, and I've wondered, is it really real? Am I just going along with it because I don't want to let her down? Am I going to realize there's nothing there, and break her heart? Because, you deserve better than that. It's scared me, Momo. I ordered that man to be put to death for it, and I had my excuses, but deep down I know at least in part it was revenge for this. I watched him die and I wouldn't even lift a finger to save him, even though I could have, and when have I ever done anything like that? She paused again, her voice trembling, her chest heaving. That's not your fault, said Momo firmly. It wasn't you who came after him. It wasn't you who started it. He came for us. He tried to take us all. You wouldn't let him. You didn't do anything wrong, either. I wish I were sure about that, said Erza, shaking her head with uncertainty. Normally, I'd have given him a chance. But now. She grit her teeth. But anyway, thinking back to all this, I think there's something there. There has to be. What I felt there, when I saw him, with you. It was heart-wrenching. Like somebody had stabbed me. I hated it. That's why I think I do feel something for you, something real. It's hard for me to. She was interrupted by Momo, who had all but flung herself at Erza, clinging to her clothes, her hands cupping Erza's face. Energetically, she pressed her lips to Erza's, her eyes overflowing with tears. Erza, surprised, leaned into the kiss. That's plenty, said Momo, overjoyed. You don't need to say any more than that. That's fine. Slowly, Erza nodded, wrapping her arms around Momo. Gently, she ran a hand through Momo's hair. They lay there in quiet, just taking comfort from one another, talking about this and that in quiet, hushed voices until sleep claimed them. When it did, neither of their dreams were as dark as they had been the night before. Chapter 90, Aggressive Diplomacy. Are you serious? Ichigo's voice, incredulous, cut through the morning air with an equal mixture of indignation and frustration. Whatever he had expected when Erza had summoned him early in the morning, it had not been this. Kukaki Byakuya, summoned alongside the incredulous youth, was better composed, but his body language betrayed some surprise and, given his nature, quite likely just as much indignation as the protesting teenager. Of course I'm serious, said Erza. There's a war coming, I do not make jokes about this city's defense. Commander, said Byakuya, I must object in the strongest possible terms. This would be a criminal waste of my time. As a captain, I am bound by duties far greater than this. What, like sitting on your rear end doing paperwork when you aren't patrolling the town waiting for something to happen? Erza said bluntly. Commander dash. Christ, Erza, said Ichigo, interrupting the nobleman, earning him a venomous glare that he either failed to notice or ignored. You can't seriously expect this uptight snob to actually teach me Kido. I concur, said Byakuya, sounding mildly revolted at the words coming out of his mouth. Commander, I urge you to reconsider. Listen here, you two, said Erza firmly. Ichigo, when we fought, what screwed you over was a lack of diversity in your fighting style. Sure, you're really fast and strong, and you have those freakish hollow powers, but it's stupid to limit your potential to that. You need more options. I'm a better fighter than you and so is Byakuya, here dash. Ichigo's scowl intensified at the insult, and although Byakuya was above smug remarks, Erza noticed his lip curl upward for just a second, probably more at the insult Ichigo had taken rather than at the praise of being better. Because we're both multifaceted in our approach to combat. You can't just brute force your way through every battle. It's worked so far, Ichigo said stubbornly. Erza gave him a mean stare and scowled right back. Ichigo, all hell will break loose soon enough. A war is coming to this town. Now, you've chosen to make yourself part of that. It's my home. Said Ichigo angrily. Of course I'm part of it. And you're going to be part of it in a way that makes sense, or not at all, said Erza, just as stubborn as her student. This is non-negotiable. If you're going to fight alongside us, then you will damn well improve your skill set. You can't be serious. Ichigo objected again, throwing his hands up in the air. I'm already spending 10 hours a week training to keep this hollow under wraps, and now you want to throw this at me? How am I supposed to handle school? You found time to hang out with shady types after school, didn't you? If you have time for that, you can make time for this. Hey, that's a low blow, said Ichigo, seeming to deflate a little. Ichigo, I had to hurt you real bad. Now, that didn't feel good, injuries aside, said Erza fiercely, but it also gave me an idea of your strength. Believe you me, you need to do better if you're going to take on Aizen's horde side by side with the rest of us. As much as it pains me to do so, I concur, said Byakuya, but I fail to see why the burden of teaching him these skills should fall to me. You are particularly skilled with Kido, are you not? Said Erza. Certainly, said Byakuya, but dash. I'll remind you that not long ago, you faced disciplinary action, said Erza, pointing a finger at him. Speaking of, how is therapy? I am set for another session this evening, Byakuya said stiffly. Really? Said Ichigo. You're doing therapy now? That sounds hilarious dash. Ichigo, do shut up, said Erza. Now, Captain Kukaki, do you recall that I said I would mete out further punishment for your transgressions? Of course, said Byakuya, but Commander dash. This will be your punishment. If you are able to successfully teach this hot-headed, thick-skulled maniac some Kido, I'll know for certain that you have changed for the better, that you put the team ahead of your own issues. Commander dash. Unless, of course, you object to punishment due, said Erza, steel in her voice, and reject this disciplinary action. Do you reject it, Captain Kukaki? Of course not, Commander, said Byakuya after a slight pause. I will not disobey an order given. Wow, you really got him pinned down, huh? Said Ichigo. How'd that happen? At least he knows how to take a dim order, Erza grunted. Commander, I suggest a more traditional form of punishment, Byakuya cut in. Perhaps a flogging? It would be far simpler to punish me in that manner. Erza sighed. You'd rather get whipped bloody than teach him some Demkido. Byakuya gave Ichigo a look like Ichigo was something that he'd scraped off the sole of his sandal. His silence spoke volumes. Well, suck it up, the both of you, said Erza. This is an order, and if you have a problem with it, I don't care. Technically I'm not part of the Shinigami fighting force. Ichigo protested lamely. You know what? You're right, said Erza, her voice deceptively mild. I'll just go to Masaki and tell her that you're not giving this whole thing your all, and that you should probably stay out of it. Hey. 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 Ichigo said quickly. There's no need for that, okay? Excellent, said Erza. Then I expect the both of you to spend 2 hours every evening after school has ended, of course learning and teaching Kido, respectively. Ichigo, I expect you to apply yourself. Captain Kukaki, I expect you to do the same. Is this clear? Yes, Commander, said Byakuya, defeated. Yes, Erza, Ichigo muttered irritably. Excellent. Very well, then, dismissed. Ichigo and Byakuya exchanged glances as they parted ways, and they were not friendly. Ichigo looked like he had just eaten a lemon, and Erza felt confident Byakuya had the same general sentiment hidden under his stoic expression. This might backfire. Then again, Ichigo might also pick up a vital skill, and it would serve Byakuya some humble pie, something he was most certainly due. Aizen took some pleasure in this ritual, there was no denying it. Perched on his throne, high above his subjects, he was the center of attention. So many powerful beings, all cowering before him, waiting on his every word. Yes, this was how it was supposed to be. He brought himself back to reality. It would not do to lose oneself to self-indulgent reveries. He had summoned his subjects, and, he decided, he had kept them waiting long enough. My children, he said, his voice calm and benevolent, as you may be aware, some regrettable setbacks have left us with a couple of positions vacant in my hierarchy of Espadas. After the heinous treason of Grimjo Jaeger Jacques At the mention of the traitor's name, a set of angry murmurs passed through the room, and Aizen smiled to himself, briefly. He had made his feelings on the subject clear, and it pleased him that his subordinates had picked up on it. After this treason, Lanza Valiente assumed his position as Septimo. Recently, we also lost Yami Realgo in combat. A brave, noble, and worthy death, but a death nonetheless. This elicited no reactions. Yami had been a brute, a simpleton, a gorilla, and his presence was not missed. As such, it is time that I introduce you to two new brothers to fill the ranks, said Aizen. He gestured at the door with his hand. Please, enter. On his cue, two Arrancar walked through the doors. They had waited on his call, both of them knew already what was coming. None of this would come as a surprise to them. They took their time, as instructed. It was quite dramatic, bordering on excessive, but Aizen knew the value of a good sense of formality and ritual. A ceremonial affair such as this lent a sense of credibility to their appointment beyond the rule of violence. My children, he said, as the two approached the throne, falling to one knee and bowing deeply, rise, and let your fellow Arrancar know the names you bear. Luppy Antiner, sire, said the first Arrancar, standing up. He was not tall, and his handsome face coupled with his smooth, half-long black hair and flowing robes lent him an androgynous appearance. His light, soft voice further confused the matter. Only a small hollow fragment adorned the side of his skull, looking more like a stylish comb in the shape of a thin jaw fragment than a bony mask. It was strange, and a lazier observer might have mistaken his mannerisms and appearance for weakness, but Aizen knew better. Under the handsome, articulate shell there lay the heart of a vicious killer. Zhang Crow, sire, said the other Arrancar. His voice was noticeably deeper, but the contrast to his effeminate companion did not end there. Most of his muscular chest was exposed, wild, blonde locks cascaded from his shoulders, and a cruel sneer seemed permanently etched to his face. Two bony ridges ran along the side of his face, halfway covered by his hair, little spikes jutting out. He carried a blade by his side, a long and thick weapon. Luppy Antiner, Zhang Crow, said Aizen benevolently, you have proven to me your strength in the fighting pits. You emerged the victors, strongest in the championship games. The games were a hollow tradition. In place of the relentless violence that the wastes offered, Baragon had, as king, instituted regular fighting games that more often than not ended in death. Personally, Aizen would rather not have engaged in such barbarism, but hollows were as hollows were. Besides, it had determined beyond doubt who the strongest candidates were. Your strength is well known, as is your cunning, your might, your deviousness, and your iron will, all aspects any hollow must master to climb the ladder and gain the strength they need to live. As such, he continued, I bestow unto you, Luppy Antiner, the rank of Octavo, and you, Zhang Crow, the rank of Noveno. You honor me, sire, said Luppy, with a wry smile. I will not disappoint you. Just point me at the closest Shinigami, and there'll be carnage, said Zhang Crow. Save your eagerness for war, Noveno, Aizen said reservedly, but rest assured that you will slake your thirst sooner rather than later. That's all I ask, sire, said Zhang Crow, giving Aizen a sly look. Aizen was unimpressed. This one was a simpleton as much as Yami, too ruthless to even hide his ambitions. After the ceremony had concluded, the Arrancar mingled together throughout the vast throne room. Even in their human shapes, they followed the same patterns as they always had, forming little packs, always looking over their shoulders. Like animals, all of them, thought Aizen, as he descended from his throne. They would make workable tools, but with a few notable exceptions, the Arrancar were all worthless as anything but fodder for the fields of war. He approached the smallest pack of all, Halibel, Neliel, and Lanza, all surrounded by their fractions, each one keeping a respectful distance from their masters as the three espadas spoke amongst themselves. Even they were, on some level, thralls to the same compulsive behaviors that every other hollow displayed. Lord, said Halibel, bowing respectfully. Her companions quickly followed suit, the fractions around them dropping to one knee. Aizen was pleased, but willed away the temptation to indulge in their submission. Lanza, he said, a word, if I may. Certainly, Lord, said Lanza, eagerly walking up to his master. Aizen led him away from the group, along the wall, where it was darker and some distance away from anyone who might hear. Great pillars cast their shadows, and in the shade Aizen clasped his hands behind his back and put on a serious expression, less dignified and more matter of fact. Lanza, said Aizen, as they walked slowly together, the mission. Have you familiarized yourself with the layout of Karakara, as I instructed you? As well as I have been able in the time since, Lord, said Lanza. I have taken time aside to study it. I believe I would find my way there well enough. I know also what places to avoid, and the target you wish for me to investigate. Aizen nodded. I knew my trust in you was not misplaced, my Septimo, he said, and felt content when he saw the pride in the Arrancar's face. Oh, how easy he was to manipulate. When do I leave, sire? Asked Lanza. Within the hour. You must employ stealth, tact, and caution. Your very life will be on the line. I will cast an enchantment on you to conceal your spiritual pressure, but even so you must be very careful. The Shinigami patrol the city on a regular basis. If you are spotted. I will not be, Lord, Lanza assured him, but if I understand it correctly, this is not about the Shinigami at all. No, said Aizen, his voice so quiet it was almost a whisper, it is the Quincy's that matter. War is almost upon us, and I want no loose ends. You have your instructions. Find them, and find out what they're doing. I swear it will be done, sire, said Lanza enthusiastically. Meet me in my office in half an hour, said Aizen. I will cast the enchantment then, and provide you with a location to start, outside their monitoring patterns. Your will be done, Lord, said Lanza enthusiastically. Aizen smiled and nodded, before fading away, taking his time walking to his office. Meanwhile, Lanza headed back a few paces, and leaned his back against a pillar. He had no hesitations about what he was going to do, but he did feel fear. A healthy dose of it. Last time he had gone, he had nearly been killed. Worse, his fractions, his friends had nearly paid the price. It's time, isn't it? It was lowly, her expression severe, none of her usual childishness present. You didn't listen in, did you? Said Lanza sharply. Do you think the great and powerful Lord Aizen would have let me? Lanza eased up. True enough, his lord would never have missed that. What are you doing here? He demanded. You're leaving now, aren't you? Said Loli quietly. I'll come back. It'll be dangerous, won't it? Yeah, Lanza muttered, but I'll be fine. Loli took a sudden couple of steps forward, taking his hands in hers. Please be okay, she said pleadingly. I don't think I could go on if you dash. I won't, he said firmly. I just thought I'd say. She trailed off and took a breath. Well, I feel. I mean, you know. I know, he said, nodding, and giving her hands a squeeze. I've got to get going now, all right. He said, letting go. Give Mainoli and the others my best. You'll come back, won't you? You worry too much, he said evasively, and turned around. See you later, Loli. I will see you later. Although, truth be told, Lanza knew he couldn't be too sure. Training usually entailed some pretty considerable strain on Uriu's part, but at the moment he was strangely relaxed. His muscles were, at least, his mind was being strained something terrible. And, if you are being cornered by an opponent with superior movement speed? The paladin insisted. Paladin Lampard, you have asked me a variation of that question a dozen times already, Uriu said, fidgeting in his seat. They had met out in the park, and although Paladin Lampard was as impeccably dressed as any of her fellow knights, she seemed entirely comfortable on the mossy log the both of them were seated on. She was very, very strange. Perhaps not on her own, in a vacuum, a youthful, enthusiastic girl with energy to spare would not have been difficult to wrap one's mind around. But, if one added the fact that she was probably much older than Uriu, and more powerful, and a leading member of its military leadership, and intensely knowledgeable about strategy. When added all together, it made for a very strange mixture. She had insisted on taking the time today to not train at all, despite Menina's objections, opting instead to test Uriu's knowledge on military matters which, of course, was best described as limited if one felt charitable. It was a little bizarre to run through one potential scenario after another, no matter how grisly or gruesome, by somebody this bright and cheery. Such matters he might have expected of a grim and grizzled veteran. Uriah realized he still had much to learn about the Wandan Ritter, and that false appearances of age was just one of them. One more time. Cornered, outnumbered, with no way out. Paladin, Uriah objected, I do not possess even basic knowledge on the subject. The closest I have ever gotten to commanding forces is playing Age of Empires 2. An excellent game, said Lil Tato. Aged really well. But, that's beside the point. It is not, Lil, said Meninas, pouting. She had stayed in the background, scowling fiercely. He has no idea about these silly theoreticals of yours. You learn to walk before you run, and he hasn't even learned how to crawl yet. Firstly, said Lil Tato, turning to look at Meninas, that's Sir Lampard, if you please. Secondly, they are not silly. The Lord Commander has designed them himself. Paladin, I am not quite sure I understand the purpose, said Uriah, his tone conciliatory. What uses tactics and strategy beyond use on a personal level, to a man with no soldiers to command? A knight, said Lil Tato, looking back at Uriah, must be skilled at more than just the art of a blade. Surely you learned this much. Of course, said Uriah. Chivalry, honor, ethics, good manners, artistry, all areas a good knight should have some degree of mastery in. A knight is set apart from a mere warrior because he or she is a multifaceted individual with an appreciation for life outside the martial. Somebody did pay attention, said Lil Tato brightly. Now, artistry, ethics, all of that, it's all well and good, but we learn also more practical skills. Understanding the basics of tactics is required for any member of our order. As you are trained as if you were to be one of us, you will learn this, too. It will be to your benefit. I am not sure how, Paladin, Uriah objected, careful to not sound disrespectful. Lil Tato spoke slowly, as if taking some time to think of how best to put what she was about to say. Children normally object to learning mathematics in school, do they not? Not me, said Uriah, but yes, I know what you mean. They find it boring. Too complicated. Too complicated, and with no apparent use. And most people do not have use for more than rudimentary mathematics. But, all the same, the knowledge enriches them. It forces them to flex their muscles. Not here, she said, gesturing to one of her rather thin arms, but up here. This time she pointed at her forehead. The mind, too, is a muscle. If not properly exercised, it will grow limp and weak. If not stretched and challenged from every angle, it cannot reach its full potential. That, young Uriah, is why we learn, aside from just practical necessity. I see, Uriah said, not quite sure how to refute it. Truth be told, he'd much rather push himself further on the field, training the accuracy of his bow and of his movements. As much as I agree with the Paladin, said Hashwalth politely, having stood in the background in silence until then, perhaps it is worth reconsidering the approach. What is the issue, Grand Master? Said Lil Tato, sounding a little concerned. I was selected for particular tactical skill, was I not? Be at ease, Hashwalth said with a smile, making a conciliatory gesture with his hand. Nobody doubts your qualifications in that field, Sir Lampard. But, perhaps you are not as well versed in the skill of tutoring? To be good at one thing does not make one skilled at teaching it. I mean no offense, but perhaps running through one tactical after another may not be effective? The boy is, after all, quite inexperienced. You are used to discussing these things at a high level, but perhaps you ought to try to talk to him as if he is not quite there. Lil Tato looked at Hashwalth cautiously. I'll listen if you take the time to make it understandable, said Uriah reassuringly. Lil Tato took a second to think, then nodded. All right, she said, like you are a first year. Clueless. No offense intended. None taken, said Uriah. Very well, said Lil Tato. Let's establish a baseline. What do you know about strategy? Not a lot, admitted Uriah. I haven't exactly memorized the art of war. It's overrated, Lil Tato murmured, but that's beside the point. All right. So, the first thing to keep in mind is, what do I want to accomplish, and how can I accomplish it? The heart of it is actually quite simple, no matter how complex the surrounding framework may be. Uriah made an effort to listen. It took some help from Hashwalth, but with time, something more sensible began to emerge. There was no real training that day, but in the end, it did not feel like time wasted. In the afternoon, with most of her duties covered, Erza had decided to check in on Grimjo. He had, surprisingly, come back before his deadline had ended, albeit by a very narrow margin. What his GGI had recorded, though, was worth discussing. She was surprised to find Yoryuki waiting for her in the spacious cellar, a grin on her face. "What are you doing here?" asked Erza, walking briskly toward Grimjo's usual space. "No reason," said Yoryuki coyly, "except I saw what he was up to last night, and I did not want to miss this." Erza made a face. "Spying on that sort of thing? Don't you have anything better to do?" "As a trusted ally and confidant," said Yoryuki with a chortle, "I am well within my rights to observe surveillance that you ordered to be set up in the first place." Erza rolled her eyes. "Have it your way, then." "I usually do," said Yoryuki, a little smug. They found Grimjo, loitering with his back leaned against a rock, a confident grin on his face. He had his hands clasped behind his head, and looked the very picture of false innocence. Worse, of course, was the fact that strictly speaking, he was innocent, as much as a being of his caliber could be. "Grimjo," said Erza, nodding curtly as the two of them approached, halting a few yards away. "Something the matter, Red?" said Grimjo, not even bothering to look her way. "We are," said Erza, clearing her throat. "We, reviewed the footage from last night." "I got back in time, I did," said Grimjo quickly. 2 whole minutes to spare, that's what that skinny bitch told me when she hauled me back down here." "Yes," said Erza. "That's not the issue." "Then what is?" "We have to discuss some human rules," said Erza, shifting uncomfortably. Grimjo seemed to sense the awkwardness, because his grin widened. "Such as?" he said innocently. "Look, last night, we didn't expect." "I mean, I figured you might go out for a drink, or something," said Erza, "maybe socialize a little." "Actually, I had no idea what I expected, just not that." "What's that?" Grimjo said. "You know. The one with the naked lady," said Yoryuki, grinning. "Oh, that part," said Grimjo, as if he only just remembered. He suddenly stood up with the swiftness of an animal, staring Erza in the face. "Yeah, that was pretty fun." "Looks like it was," said Yoryuki. "See, I figured humans were boring as fuck," said Grimjo, taking a few steps closer, "but me, I'd totally forgotten they could do that." "So, yeah. When's my next outing?" "About that," said Erza, forcing herself to focus and push through the awkwardness, "there are some ground rules. A lot of them, actually. About sex. That's what it's called." "Among other things," Yoryuki chimed in. "Balls to that, don't tell me there's a million of those dumb rules," Grimjo muttered. "There are," said Erza firmly, "and the most important one is that you cannot, under any circumstances, force, manipulate, or coerce anyone into doing something against their will. Against their will?" Grimjo laughed. "Shit, I could barely get her off me." "Still, that is the most important rule," said Erza, "and about the other rules?" "Which she doesn't know, because she's not actually good at this," said Yoryuki, "but, well, you'll figure it out. Come to think of it, you probably don't need to worry about these rules as much." "Huh," said Grimjo. "By human standards, you're attractive," Yoryuki explained, sizing him up. "Quite attractive, actually. And, well, being attractive usually means you get a pass on a lot of things in human society." "So, you're telling me," said Grimjo, as if he'd just had an epiphany, "there's a set of asshole rules I don't gotta bother with because humans find this," he said, gesturing to his chiseled torso, "attractive?" "Really?" "Yup," said Yoryuki. "Gee, thanks," Erza said sarcastically. "You're welcome," said Yoryuki smugly. "Now that I think about it, I told her I was a killer, and she seemed even more into me after that." Grimjo muttered. "Listen, you," said Erza, the authority in her tone undermined by a faint blush that had worked its way onto her face. You still have to play nice, or there will be no more outings, and you will have to earn them by working hard, and dash. Yeah. I gotcha, said Grimjo dismissively. No forcing anyone to do nothing they don't want, be a good boy. That about it. That's oversimplifying it dash. What, I do something wrong? Said Grimjo, cocking his head. Betting I didn't. Betting if I did, I'd be eating dirt right now. That haunt you, Red? That you can't punish me. I can still make you eat dirt, you little bastard, Erza said heatedly. All right, don't push it, said Yoryuki, chuckling. Quit while you're ahead, Arrancar. Fine by me, said Grimjo, sitting down again, shooting Erza another grin. The smugness he exuded made Erza wish her morals didn't stop her from abusing her power. Well, you think about that, said Erza, knowing her dignity had officially been lost, or else. If you take even a single step out of line. I won't. Bane, good finally means something, said Grimjo, leaning back again. Carrot and stick, am I right? Yeah, said Erza, turning around. All right, well. Yoryuki, let's go. See ya, said Yoryuki, giving the Arrancar a casual wave goodbye. Erza grit her teeth as they walked away. Thanks for having my back, she grumbled at Yoryuki once they were out of earshot. Yoryuki laughed. Come on, it's a little funny, she said. Really, you needed me there. You handled that pretty badly on your own. You weren't helping. Look, said Yoryuki, he went out, he had a good time, nobody got hurt, and now he's more compliant than ever. Isn't that a win? Well, if you put it that way. Erza said grudgingly. I do put it that way. You don't have to be so damn proud of it, Erza muttered. Not all of us are that experienced. You know, said Yoryuki soberly, there's really nothing stopping you from gaining some experience of your own. Erza's blush, which had mostly faded, returned. Yoryuki had to have noticed, because there was that chuckle again. Eager to change the subject, Erza said, anyway, how are things with you and so iPhone? I would have thought she'd be spending some time with you after all that. She was almost unraveling when, well, you know. The mirth in Yoryuki's face faded at the mention of her former protege. I haven't spoken to her since, Yoryuki murmured. I think she wants some space. So, that's what I'm giving her. Not to meddle actually, why shouldn't I, when you do it all the time? So, yes, to meddle, that sounds a bit weird. Everyone else can't seem to get enough of each other right now. Isane and Nemu spent most of yesterday night in each other's arms. Byakuya and Rukia are still going on patrols together. Even Momo and I. Well, we're all different, said Yoryuki evasively. Yoryuki, what's going on? Said Erza, honestly concerned. Look, said Yoryuki, stopping the walk, I don't think she wants to be around me right now. She sounded nervous, and she had folded her arms across her chest. I mean, you know our past, right? Right now. I'm sure she doesn't feel too happy with me. Erza blinked. That makes no sense. It wasn't your fault any more than it was anyone else's. Yeah, well, we'll deal with it, okay? Said Yoryuki. I don't want to talk about it. Let's keep moving, yeah. Sure, said Erza. If you say so. I do say so. The spell had been cast, and Jalal, dressed in bland fatigues with an indistinct beige color Lord Aizen had said all white would attract too much attention, something Lanza could not disagree with had slipped into the world of the living. He had spent a good 4 hours making his way toward his destination on foot, he had entered well outside Karakura, well outside the sentries set in place by the Shinigami. His Ryotsu working at a bare minimum, he had walked, jogged, and occasionally run toward the coordinates Lord Aizen had marked out for investigation. The enchantment cast seemed to have done the trick. Most humans paid him no mind, as expected, but more importantly, neither had any Shinigami. It came at a cost, though the extreme suppression of his Ryotsu was quite uncomfortable, and it made Lanza feel like his skin was a suit wrapped too tightly around too much flesh, like he'd burst into pieces at any second. It had made him weaker, slower, but he knew it was necessary. He could barely handle a single captain for any amount of time, and 3 of them were already stationed here. Detection would mean death if he could not escape in time. Death or worse, imprisonment. To be robbed of Lord Aizen's great purpose. He shook his head, forcing such thoughts away. He had a mission to focus on, one that did not involve Shinigami. In time, he approached the area where Lord Aizen had spied these anomalous spiritual signatures. There had been several sites, such as Karakura Park, but this run-down area with half-ruined buildings awaiting demolition was the most prominent, and thus the place to start. It was certainly as good a place to hide as one might ask for, at least in a human city such as this. There was the odd pedestrian walking by, but by and large it seemed deserted. Slowly, meticulously, Lanza made his way through the first building, taking his time to sense. Even with his power suppressed, he retained the ability to sense for other sources, such was the genius nature of the spell his lord had cast. To his frustration, though, the first building he went through yielded nothing but faint traces. Neither did the second. The third, however. Just as Lanza slipped through the cellar level, working his way upward, he felt it. A number of powerful signatures, fairly well hidden and at rest, but unmistakable at this close a distance. He tensed, crouched low, and kept absolutely still, fearful they might have sensed him. He sat there in the quiet, in the dark, just waiting to be found, the beats of his heart pounding like a jackhammer. Minutes passed, though, and the signatures remained at rest. Lanza stayed still all the same, just to be sure. He had never sensed Quincy Ryotsu before. It was a completely new experience, and it felt bizarre. Their energies were odd. Neatly structured, well contained, everything appearing to flow in predictable patterns, with almost nothing going to waste. An Arrancar's signature, by comparison, would seem messy and chaotic, thrumming with excessive force. Even the more controlled, precise energies of a Shinigami seemed disorderly by comparison. Only in Lord Aizen had Lanza ever sensed such meticulous control over one's own energies. It was so distinctly human, too, a great wealth of spiritual energy shackled to the physical form of a mortal still very much alive. It was bizarre, but also very impressive. Slowly, after Lanza was sure nothing seemed awry, he began making his way up. He felt their energies a few floors above, and decided to cautiously advance on them. Information was the key here. Lord Aizen would want to know how many, and how powerful they were. He would want to know their business here, which would mean being close enough to listen in on them. After getting out of the cellar, Lanza found a window, and looked out. There was an old bit of piping, a little rusted but still looking sturdy enough. Carefully, Lanza began to scale the side of the building, until he had reached one level above the signatures. Without making a noise, he slipped back inside the building, and found an open window just above the Quincy's. Quietly, he sat down there. He was in luck. The Quincy's, too, had kept a window open. It was warm outside, and so they had decided to let some air in. Lanza, quiet as a mouse, focused and began to listen in. "It's just not fair, okay?" came a petulant voice, indignant. "I came here to get out of that old place, so why do I have to stay cooped up here? Why don't you go to your room and entertain yourself?" Came another voice, sarcastic. "That porn you bought has got to be good for something, right?" "Whatever, Lil Tato," came the first voice. "Those things get old real fast. Now, if I could go out on the town, maybe hit a bar, find someone who's willing to show a gal a good time." "I told you, Paladin," came a third voice, calm, confident, and with a tone whose maturity starkly contrasted the first. "For the time being, we are to stay inside. It would not do to endanger the mission." "You suck," said the first voice. "Please don't talk to him that way," said a fourth voice, gentle and feminine. Lanza, listening intently, felt a little disappointed. There was little to gauge from this. Their conversation seemed mostly trivial. What would he return to Lord Aizen with if he left right now? 4 Quincy's, powerful to some extent. One of which had a penchant for erotica? The only interesting thing he had yet gleaned was the fact that there was actually a mission there. He furrowed his brows. Patience. He could not expect to find good information easily or quickly. How about this, said the mature voice, whom Lanza assumed was the one in charge. I'll allow a quick excursion, assuming of course that you keep a very low profile, on one condition. Yeah. Came the petulant voice, eager. Pest control. Oh, said the petulant voice, and Lanza could feel her riot souffleur a little with excitement. I'm always up for squishing a rat. Alive, clarified the mature voice. Spoil sport, muttered the immature voice. Rats. It made enough sense that a building like this would have them, but it was anything but interesting. The next moment, the section of floor Lanza was stood on collapsed, and he was sent hurtling down in a cloud of debris and dust. Lanza coughed, rolling across the floor, and realized that they hadn't been talking about actual rats. As he made to get to his feet, he felt a boot planted on his chest, and the thrum of power from a weapon. He blinked, and saw a black-haired woman with a confident grin aiming a bow and arrow at his skull. Put 'em up, or I'll turn your head to paste, she said with gleeful cheer, and Lanza recognized her as the immature one. Slowly, he put his hands over his head. As the dust settled, he saw them. Two more women, as he'd deduced from listening in, both of them standing nearby, looked intently at him. Lastly, there was the man who had spoken with such confidence, sitting in a ragged armchair of sorts. Unlike his companions, who wore what looked like conventional attire, he was dressed in fine plate mail. I believe introductions are in order, he said. Yeah, shithead. Give us your name, and if you try anything I'll be happy to kill ya, said the woman with her boot on Lanza's chest. Make my day, punk. Do ya feel lucky? He doesn't get that reference, stupid, said one of the girls, the sarcastic voice from before. Bambietta, Lil Tato, said the man, you are knights and on duty, at that. Do act accordingly. Yes, sir, said the two of them in unison, although the one with the boot rolled her eyes a little. Now, said the man, standing up, introductions. I am Sir Jagram Hashwalth. These are my companions, Sir Lil Tato Lampard, Sir Bambietta Basterbine, and Sir Menendez McAllon. And you, sir? El Lanza, said Lanza, coughing a little at the settling dust. Lanza Valiente. I must congratulate you, Valiente, said the man Jagram gently. You managed to come fairly close before we sensed you. It took some 20 yards before we knew you were here. Too bad we saw you coming from a mile away, snorted Bambietta. How? Asked Lanza. Security cameras, dummy, said Bambietta, rolling her eyes. We saw you coming out of the other building. Just waited for you to find us. Security, cameras. Said Lanza, suddenly feeling very stupid. One of the best parts of being human, said Jagram, a small smile on his face, is the advantages that technological progress brings with it. Such as cameras, for instance. Now, with the pleasantries settled. Bambietta, please take your boot off our guest. Do allow the man the dignity to at least stand. Grudgingly, Bambietta obeyed, and Lanza stood up, warily eyeing the four of them. Casting off the concealment spell would restore his powers, but it would take some time for them to return properly, and more importantly, it would set every Shinigami in the town on his position. Besides, he doubted these people could be overcome even if he had his strength. For now, his best bet was to play along. For the record, said Bambietta, you're not really our guest, because we don't shoot guests in the face if they misbehave. I get it, Lanza muttered. Now, tell me, said Jagram, eyeing Lanza carefully, what does Aizen Saushik want with us, that he sends his lackeys to spy on us? I'd never betray my lord. Lanza said fiercely, his face twisting into an angry frown. Wanna put that to the test? Said Bambietta with a malicious grin. It's easy to talk big, but lots of tough-talking big boys crumble the moment you put a knife to their skin. Try me. Lanza snarled. I was raised in the wastes of Hueco Mundo. There is no pain you can inflict on me that I haven't already felt. Bullshit, there ain't. Bambietta, please, said Jagram, making a conciliatory gesture. Please, forgive my junior knight. She has a colorful personality. Rest assured we have no intention to torture you. We're not animals. It would be abysmal for a knight to resort to such underhanded, barbaric methods. Knights, huh? Said Lanza, glaring at him. Must be nice to have all those morals guiding you. Nothing says honor like terrorizing a prisoner. To put it simply, and without overcomplicating the principle, good does not mean nice, said Jugram, placing a hand on the hilt of a sword by his side. This is a cruel world, and to be just, we must be prepared to be ruthless when needs must. You, Valiente, are our captive, and potentially an enemy. I shall not pretend anything else. But, for now, all I want is a conversation. I am not asking you to betray your liege lord. On the contrary, that is an insult to whatever honor a hollow might have. Hollows don't have honor, Bambietta said bluntly. They're low-life scum that couldn't hack it in life and turned into butchers when they died. Paladin. Jugram said. No, she's right, said Lanza. Bambietta whistled. See? Even the lowlife agrees with me. Wanna just kill him and get it over with. That is true for most hollows, continued Lanza, but not all of us. The older and stronger we get, the less bestial we get. There are many hollows who have some honor. Some of my best friends do. Many more would be honorable if they had the chance. To be monstrous is not our choice, knight. It is thrust upon us all by a vicious circle of violence. Lord Eisen has promised to break that circle. That is why I would die for him. A hollow who believes in something greater than himself, said Jugram curiously. Now, that is a first, I must say. I believe you. But, all the same, I cannot let you go without knowing some practicalities. Without violating your duty to your liege lord, Valiente, can you still tell us what brought you here? Use your imagination, said Lanza sullenly. All that lets us deduce, said Liltato, is that Eisen is aware of our presence here, and desires to know more. Speculating, all I would assume is that he is curious. Possibly hostile, possibly not. Lanza thought back to what his lord had told him before he left. What if they capture me? I will never betray you, Lord Eisen, but if they question me, what am I to tell them? The truth, Eisen had said, quite simply, that I am concerned about their presence and their intent. My lord, Lanza said cautiously, wishes to know more about you and your kind. I get the sense you represent a bigger organization and you are all-powerful to boot. My lord is making plans for the future. Plans that are delicate in nature. His impending war with the Godii, said Jugram dismissively. We know all of it. How he betrayed his vows to his liege lord to usurp him. Disloyal and insidious, but then again, we have no love lost for the Godii 13. Lanza nodded. If you know that much, he said, making a mental note to try to find out how they knew this, then I can speak frankly. Our Lord wishes victory against the Godii. He has a vision, one that can only be fulfilled with the Godii's defeat. Lanza spoke carefully, very carefully, measuring every word. Not a single thing he said could give these people more information than they already knew, or could logically infer themselves with the facts known to them. To betray hidden knowledge even by mistake would be deeply shameful, not to mention potentially disastrous. Obviously, said Jugram, nodding along. In the complex equation of war, continued Lanza, your group is an anomaly. The Quincy's, as you say, have no reason to side with the Godii, but that does not mean you would not be hostile to us. My lord would know where you stand, knights. Have you come here to undo his design, or simply to watch as your enemies of old unravel? Or, perhaps to wait for the right moment to strike, when our guard is down? You cannot seriously expect a full answer to that, said Liltato, scoffing. If we were planning to attack, would we reveal that to you? Our design, said Jugram, is, as my paladin points out, not knowledge you ought to be privy to. I answer to somebody greater, much as you do, and it would be improper to reveal what his designs are. I feel confident in saying this much, though we have no interest in this upcoming conflict. We are here in Karakara to train a prospect. A fellow Quincy. That is all I am willing to reveal to you, Valiente. Lanza nodded. My lord might not be satisfied with this information. Then your lord may choose to communicate more directly than through deceitful spies intent on stealing information like a thief in the night, said Jugram haughtily. If he should choose to speak with an envoy in true diplomacy, well, who knows what fruit that would bear. Lanza nodded. I believe that is as far as we'll come, then, he said. I thank you for your courteousness, Sir Knight. Right, Bambietta said eagerly, having seemed bored until now. Now that we know he's just a rat, can we purge him? I'm itching to kill something nasty. Paladin, really, said Jugram, sounding a little exasperated, if I meant to kill him, would I have spent all this time in dialogue? Spoil sport, said Bambietta sullenly. Is it wise, though? Said Lil Toto. He knows more now than he ever did before. Keeping this in secret would be beneficial to the mission, I think. His Ma our Lord would prefer that, I think. Our Lord would not see us murder a helpless prisoner, said Jugram firmly. Besides, if Eisen Saushik already knew enough to find us, he was bound to find out. Lanza Valiente, you are free to go. Tell your lord to stop skulking around in the shadows like a coward if he wishes to approach the Wandenritter. Lanza composed himself, but shot Jugram a steely glare at the insult. I will tell him as much, Knight. Good, said Jugram. Then, make haste away from this place. Lil Toto, Meninas, Bambietta, I believe we have spent enough time in one place. Lanza all but ran out of the room, half expecting the boisterous paladin to put a bolt in his back as he exited. His heart was pounding, and as he walked out of the room he began to run for real, run until his muscles ached, and he didn't stop until he was several blocks away. They had been frighteningly powerful. The more he had felt them, the more he was sure of it. They concealed it well, but Lanza was confident. There was a third player in this conflict, one with at least 4 combatants that matched the power of an espada. How are we looking? So iPhone looked up from her desk. She was a little surprised to realize that she didn't even feel annoyed at being interrupted in her duties. She normally resented interruptions to her workflow, but for some reason, her mind seemed to make an exception for Erza Scarlet. When exactly that had changed, she wasn't sure. Caught up on paperwork, Commander. I am currently reviewing recent security reports and intelligence briefings from my stealth corps. I'm not bothering you, am I? To so iPhone, she might as well have asked if the sky was pink. Erza was her commanding officer, and one was never too busy to talk to a commanding officer when they wanted to talk. But, it wasn't just that, she didn't even mind it. I have some time, she said, slowly putting down the sheets of paper in her hands. I am ahead of schedule, anyhow. Good, said Erza, stepping fully inside so iPhone's temporary office, closing the door behind her. For formality's sake, let's call this a break. You've earned one. So iPhone nodded, a little stiffly. Free time was not something that came naturally to her, although it was growing on her just a little. What do you want, then? She said, hoping she didn't sound rude. Oh, nothing, said Erza, shrugging. Just, checking in on a friend. Don't try to seem innocuous, said so iPhone firmly. There is something you want to talk to me about. So, talk. All right, Erza said, shrugging, smiling slightly. I was just wondering how you and your Yuaki are doing. So iPhone froze. Why do you ask? She told me you hadn't spoken since the incident. I was just wondering. It's been a busy time for us, and it was what, a couple days ago? Said so iPhone, realizing how sharp her tone sounded. What I mean to say, she continued, forcing her voice to sound calmer, more passive, is that there's nothing strange going on. I've just been busy. That's all. Right, said Erza, skepticism written across her face. If that was all? I don't see what my personal issues have to do with anything. My business is mine to handle. Erza sighed. So iPhone, I won't push it. I was just a bit concerned. Why? Because group cohesion is vital to a mission like this, and as commander I am responsible for all team members working well, but more importantly, because you are my friend and I worried that you might be having some issues. If I can't help, if you don't want any, fine. So iPhone paused, and stared Erza in the eye. This kind of concern was outside her usual expertise. Put her in a cell with a criminal, and she'd be in control of the situation. That made sense. But just having somebody caring about her general well-being? It felt odd. She didn't know how to handle it, or how to feel about it. It's not your problem, she muttered. It's not something for me to push onto anyone else. You're not the one pushing. Erza reminded her gently. So iPhone shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Underneath, a whole host of emotions were making themselves reminded, complicated, hurtful emotions that she had spent most of her life learning to suppress. Venting them, now that she could? Why not? It's complicated, she said, sighing. All right, said Erza, nodding understandingly. When I saw her like that, you know. Muttered So iPhone, staring out into the distance, fidgeting with a pen, her hands restless. Yuruaki. My lady Yuruaki, who I only just reconnected with after a lifetime of hating her, to suddenly see her not even know who I was. It hurt you. Damned well it did, So iPhone snapped. I doubt the sadistic bastard knew what he was doing, but he cut right where it hurt the most. And later, when I saw her with him, that bastard posing as her protege? She balled her fists. I know how you feel about killing, Erza, but I felt right when I skewered him. He deserved it. Easy, said Erza. This is not about how that went down. I made the order, and I'll stand by it. So iPhone looked down on her desk, and realized she had shattered the pencil in her hand. She took a deep breath, and continued. She came up to me after, you know. She looked so sad. I just told her this wasn't the time. And, you haven't spoken since. So iPhone muttered. It felt like it was back then, all over again. For a lifetime I was abandoned and on my own, and it just hit me again. I felt betrayed. It wasn't her fault. I know it wasn't. I'm not stupid, So iPhone said angrily. But was where it stopped. There was no real logic beyond this. She knew there wasn't. She'd buried herself in work because of it, because it would hurt to confront it. But Erza said gently. Well, it's not like she has tried to talk to me, or anything. So iPhone snapped. How am I supposed to know what she thinks if she doesn't even try? I'm busy. She's not. She took in a couple of deep breaths. She knew she was acting like a child, and felt ashamed for having spoken the words. Maybe she's thinking the same exact thing. Erza suggested. Maybe she's thinking you need your space, and that you'll come to her when you're ready. Someone should take the first step, and it might as well be you. So iPhone glared at her, angry at her lack of a refutation, angry at her own irrationality. Since when are you a relationship expert? She grumbled. I'm not, said Erza. Then she chuckled. Well, compared to you. So iPhone shook her head. You're being smug, aren't you? I've spent too much time with the wrong kind of crowd, Erza said with a smirk. Bad influences, and all that. So iPhone grumbled. I know it's not her fault, she said quietly, but, I mean, I'm being stupid. She probably thinks I'm blaming her. That I'm unfair. Just talk to her. That's the hard part. Look, you're going to have to do it eventually, said Erza, shaking her head. You can't go through the rest of your life ignoring her. I know you don't want that. So iPhone took another deep breath, then let out an annoyed grunt. Fine. I'll talk to her. Erza nodded. If you think that's what you need to do. Of course that's what I need to do, said So iPhone. Don't be ridiculous. Of course I will. I should have already. Erza nodded again, smiling. She made to leave, when So iPhone spoke up again. Just one thing. Yes. Thanks. So iPhone said, the word feeling unwieldy and odd in her mouth. It's, well. I mean. I get it, Erza said, smiling brightly. You're welcome. Good, so iPhone said, nodding. As Erza exited, she rapped her fingers against the desk. When the hell had Erza Scarlet, wretched anarchist, ended up becoming her friend? She saw the bizarre landscape again, sometimes night, sometimes day. It was Tobiam's garden, always shifting, never constant, a monument to change. An outsider would have perceived it as chaos, but Momo knew better. It was a harmonious, complex, and orderly change, intricate patterns and sequences run by her Zanpakuto as a means of entertainment. She was complex, and she liked to show it off. Tobiam, herself, levitated in front of Momo, her blue dress floating around as if following the currents of a gentle underwater stream. She was beautiful, but somehow, it was impossible to get a detailed view of her face. It had driven Momo crazy when she had first gained entrance to her blade's garden, but she had learned to deal with it since. "Welcome, Master," said Tobiam, bowing deeply. "Tobiam," Momo said, nodding courteously. "I have sensed much turmoil within you of late, my master," Tobiam said. Now, wasn't that the understatement of the century? Momo did not give voice to the sarcasm, though. "It's true," she said. "You are fortunate to have such a strong foundation to rest your sanity on," said Tobiam, and Momo knew she meant Erza. The mental image came to her unbidden. "Beautiful, armored, strong. My sanity is doing just fine, thank you very much," said Momo, a little testily. "Guilt, shame, anger, that's just normal emotion. A little defensive, aren't we?" teased Tobiam. "Enough," said Momo firmly. "I have not come here to play games, Tobiam." "Shame, shame," said Tobiam. "I do so enjoy them. Where would you be if I had not made you play? I'm not here to be teased or mocked. I need to talk to you, for more than verbal spars." "My master is a killjoy today," said Tobiam, a smile flickering across her indistinguishable features. "I have paid my dues," said Momo, standing tall. "I have worked hard, advanced myself, and I have been in communion with you as often as time permits. I have taken my quest seriously. Tell me, Tobiam, is it within my reach?" "Is what within your reach?" "Bankai," said Momo hesitantly. "The one thing I have worked so hard for. I will not presume to think I am owed it, or demand it be given, but I must know. Tobiam, am I on the right path?" "The right path is often clouded and uncertain. Only time will tell right from wrong." "How typically cryptic." Momo sighed. "Very well, I understand. I will not press you further. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Feel free to return to your gardening, then." Momo turned around, and prepared to exit her meditative state, when she felt Tobiam tug her back in, rooting her in this mental reality. "Come now, master. Do not be so prickly," she said, sounding a little irritated. "I haven't even had the chance to be evasive yet. If you give in the moment you hit a little resistance, how can you expect to gain Bankai? I would not insult the pace you have set for me." "This civility of yours is a ruin on your progress," Tobiam muttered. "You are too kind for your own good. Learn to put your foot down." "I believe I just did," Momo said, smiling. "Didn't I just say, talk to me, or I'm leaving?" "Killjoy indeed," Tobiam said, shaking her head. "Of course I noticed. You are supposed to argue a little first. I should have that much pleasure from our interaction, at least." Momo shook her head. "As aloof as you are, you can be quite childish sometimes. Come on. If you want me to remain, then talk to me." Tobiam sighed. "Your path?" "As you desire, master." "You do walk it. I would say you are closing on your goal." "Closing," she said, raising a cautioning finger, "but that is a relative term. It could be a day from now or a year from now, or several. You understand me better than before. Having freed yourself from Aizen's manipulations helped you greatly. Your progress has advanced considerably since then, but tell me, Momo, are you not chaining yourself elsewhere?" "What do you mean?" "Erza," said Tobiam. "A fine woman, of course. A worthy mate. But, you depend too much on her. Before you can become one with me, you must learn how to live without her." Are you asking me to break up with her? Momo said sharply. In your anger, you immediately reach for the most literal interpretation, Tabayam said, shaking her head in disappointment. You know better. If you stop and think about it, you will know better. You are close, master, so close, but I cannot give mastery of myself to somebody who does not have full mastery of herself. What do you want? Momo demanded. Be who you are. Be Hinamori Momo. Be that, without restraint or dependence. When you can learn that, then and only then will you be worthy of my power. Momo sighed frustratedly as the Zanpakuta released her from the dreamlike landscape that was its realm. She was back in her office again, feeling angered, irritated. She knew better? What was she supposed to know, exactly? Check the description for the links to the author.